Chapter 1459. Purring, 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 purring. The muffled sounds produced by the fierce collision of qi reverberated in the forest, but in the center of the sound, Yi and Zhao Yunzilong, who were the cause of all this, were also constantly using the basic and high-end swordsmanship to compete. And this situation, from the beginning until now, had lasted for more than a minute. During this period, the number of Iaedo that the two of them had already reached a terrifying number of more than 100 times. It could be seen how intense the competition between the two of them was. If this continues, unless one of us exhausts his arm strength first, it will be impossible for us to determine the winner. After another round of Iaedo, Zhao Yunzilong said seriously, "So, let's change the method." After saying that, Zhao Yunzilong pulled out the sword from the scabbard for the first time. Pung! The moment the sword was completely pulled out, a strange scene like a resentful spirit suddenly appeared beside Zhao Yunzilong, like an evil spirit that wanted to take Zhao Yunzilong's life. It spun rapidly around Zhao Yunzilong's body. Seeing this, Yuan's expression changed slightly. After all, she had seen this scene before as Chong Zong Po's puppet, so she was not unfamiliar with it. As for Yi, she only frowned slightly and did not have any reaction. It couldn't be helped. For a woman who often ran around the world with Sei To, she had seen too many of these strange scenes. She had even personally destroyed many of them, so it was difficult for her to make any exaggerated reaction. "This sword is the demon sword Muramasa, Zhan Long. I inherited it from the current Muramasa." Zhao Yunzilong, whose aura became demonic from the moment he pulled out the sword, introduced. "And as the price for using it, every time I wave this sword, I will lose a certain amount of my lifespan." Hearing this, Yi and Yuan's expressions really changed. This was lifespan, not something insignificant. With the temperament passed down by humans since ancient times, who would not want to live longer, it could be seen how cruel the price of using this sword was. "Why?" Yi, who did not understand Zhao Yunzilong's thoughts, asked. "What are you fighting for?" Zhao Yunzilong asked softly. "What are you fighting for?" Yi blinked. Sei To's face involuntarily appeared in her mind, and a look of love appeared on her face. "It seems that you are doing this for someone." Zhao Yunzilong's adaptation brought Yi back from his fantasy. "What about you?" Yi, who vaguely understood Zhao Yunzilong's choice, asked. "Same here." Zhao Yunzilong smiled. "I understand. In order to express my respect, I will use all my strength to defeat you in the shortest time possible." Out of respect for Zhao Yunzilong's choice, as well as the fact that Zhao Yunzilong's original intentions were the same as his, he did not want Zhao Yunzilong's life to be devoured by the demonic blade. Therefore, Yi took the initiative to open his dragon eyes, which had turned into golden vertical pupils, and said seriously. In an instant, a wild and domineering aura was emitted from Yi's body, just like the might of the heavens. "Dragon." Zhao Yunzilong's expression changed slightly. "This blade has no name. It is a weapon made for the person I want to fight for. It has the effect of destroying evil. Be careful." Prince Li Shang came. Yi, who was holding a long blade engraved with complicated patterns and runes, introduced himself. "Is that so? It seems that our meeting may be fate's arrangement." Zhao Yunzilong smiled. "Maybe." Yi also smiled. "Okay, let's not talk nonsense. Let's start." As soon as Zhao Yunzilong's voice fell, Yi's body flashed back a distance at almost the same time. Then, the blade of the dragon demon blade, which had suddenly become longer under a strange power, swept across the place where Yi originally stood. Yi, who had dodged the attack, jumped and used flying scythe kick to arrive beside Zhao Yun. He waved his blade and slashed at her. Zhao Yun flashed and pulled out her blade, raising it to meet the attack. She believed that her demon blade Muramasa would definitely not be damaged in the collision with the opponent. But unfortunately, she did not know that the weapon in Yi's hand was made with an inhuman method. Its sharpness and hardness were almost comparable to a demigod weapon. It was not comparable to the demon blade Muramasa, dragon demon blade in her hand that was made with a human method. So, with a dang sound, the demon blade Muramasa, dragon demon blade in Zhao Yun's hand directly broke from the position of the collision and fell to the ground. Ah! At the same time, a shrill scream sounded from the black smoke floating out of the demon blade Muramasa, dragon demon blade. Obviously, this was the effect of being purified by the power of destroying evil on Ye's blade. Seeing this, Zhao Yunzilong's expression changed and immediately retreated. And Yi, who had already read Zhao Yunzilong's movements from Dragon's Eye, did not hesitate and immediately chased after her. With the help of Dragon's Eye's reading of Zhao Yunzilong's movements, he broke all her countermeasures. The back of the blade hit Zhao Yunzilong's body fiercely. Bang! Zhao Yunzilong's body flew back like a cannonball until she hit the trunk of a big tree, then she stopped. Yi, who had the upper hand, took a step and instantly appeared in front of Zhao Yunzilong. He also used the method of prediction to break Zhao Yun's upcoming movements so that she could not form an effective resistance. Then, he put the tip of the blade on Zhao Yunzilong's throat. Foresight? Zhao Yunzilong, who did not show the depressed expression of a loser, asked with a puzzled face. The so-called foresight referred to the ability to read the opponent's next attack in advance. In terms of performance, it was somewhat similar to the Dragon's Eye that could predict the future, but its function was much worse. It was an ability that only tacticians who were regarded as having the ability to guide the Emperor could use. What is that? Yi asked with a puzzled expression. Seeing that Yi really did not know what foresight was, Zhao Yun straightforwardly explained what foresight was. I don't have that kind of ability you are talking about. The only reason I can read your movements is because of my eyes. Under normal circumstances, they can read the opponent's next step or all of their movements in the next few seconds. Yi, who understood why he was called a prophet, didn't hide anything and told him about the Eye of the Dragon. Of course, it was only of a normal nature. She would not tell him about the exaggerated ability to see through the past and the future and see everything in the world. What a powerful eye! I did not lose unjustly. After listening to Ye's explanation, Zhao Yunzilong sighed in admiration. But since I caught you, then it's not good to let you go. Sorry. Yi said with an apologetic face. After that, he leaned over and sent several forces into Zhao Yunzilong's body according to the acupoint sealing technique he learned in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber world, temporarily imprisoning her strength. Then, he grabbed and removed the Magatama from Zhao Yunzilong's earlobe and put it into the bracelet space, completely weakening her strength as a fighter. As for the demon blade Muramasa, Zhan Long in her hand, it was naturally put away by Yuan on the side. It was also at this time that Yi put away his Dragon's Eye and put away his weapon. Since you are a prisoner, everything will be done according to what you said, Zhao Yunzilong said very open-mindedly. Yi stretched out his hand, grabbed Zhao Yun's outstretched palm, and pulled her up from the ground. Let's go. I hope they have already decided the winner and loser. Yi looked at Yuan, who put away his weapon, and came over and said. Yuan nodded, and with Yi, one on the left and one on the right, Zhao Yunzilong, who had temporarily become an ordinary person, and together they moved toward the open space in the forest where Lu Bu Fengxian and Guan Yun were fighting. Although there was an extra burden, the three of them quickly arrived near the battlefield. However, compared to when they left before, the environment of the battlefield had not only become more dilapidated, but the scope of the battle had also expanded a lot, causing the scene to be a mess. In the center of this mess, Lu Bu Fengxian and Guan Yun were still fighting fiercely. The degree of fierceness directly damaged a lot of the clothes on the two people, only a pair of underwear was still intact, causing the spring scenery to be constantly exposed with the two people fighting. Yunchang is going to lose. After looking for a moment, although temporarily an ordinary person, Zhao Yunzilong's eyesight was still at the level of an A-class fighter, and sighed. Sure enough, not even a minute after her voice fell, Lu Bu, who had dodged Guan Yun's broadsword, stepped on the hilt of the blade, and used his powerful strength to suppress the blade, making it impossible for Guan Yun to retrieve it. Then he straightened his body, and kicked Guan Yun's cheekbone. Bang! In the clear muffled sound, Guan Yun's body could not help but fly to the side, and at the same time his hands loosened, separating from the blade that was stepped on by Lu Bu. Then, Lu Bu turned his body and stepped on the ground, and turned his hand to grab the long shaft of the blade that was left behind, and pulled it out of the ground with one hand, and then chopped at the unstable Guan Yun in a more violent manner than Guan Yun. Whoosh! The blade of 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 the blade fiercely blew away the beautiful hair in front of Guan Yun's forehead, revealing her stubborn and heroic face. You lost. Lu Bu Fengxian, who completely ignored the spring scenery with a smile on his face, looked at the expressionless Guan Yun and announced, "Let's go." Seeing this, Yi said to Yuan Yuan, who was next to him. Yuan Yuan did not say anything, and together with Yi, grabbed Zhao Yunzilong and walked out from the edge of the battlefield, and stepped into the battlefield. Their actions naturally aroused the vigilance of Guan Yun and Lu Bu Fengxian, and they both turned their head to look at them with full of vigilance. But after seeing the person who came, the expression of the two people were completely different. Guan Yun's expression became heavy, while Lu Bu Fengxian's expression became relaxed. Chapter 1460. P.S. Thank you to Demonic Dragonwolf, Instakill Potato, Black Wings, and Sorrowless Wind for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Sorrowless Wind and NXCX for their tips. Has the new notice been sent? Shen Luoyan looked at Lu Suzijing and asked. At this time, it was already the last day of the 3-day deadline for the great battle. There were still more than 10 hours before the battle at 9 o'clock at night. The necessary arrangements had already been completed, and the only things left were the last few things that were closely related to Zhen Yi and the others. It has already been sent. Chengdu has replied that Liu Bei will appear at the designated place at the designated time. Lu Suzijing respectfully replied. Shen Luoyan was not surprised by Chengdu's reply. After all, 2 special A-class fighters had fallen into Nanyang's hands. Furthermore, one of them was Guan Yun, a fighter who had deep ties with Liu Bei and Xianda. No matter what, Liu Bei and Xianda would definitely agree to their suggestion to participate in tonight's final battle. But is it really necessary to go to that extent? Lu Suzijing hesitated for a moment before asking. Everything is for Liu Bei's awakening. Shen Luoyan quietly looked at Lu Suzijing and said, "Moreover, I have also left him a chance to live." Lu Suzijing knew what Shen Luoyan meant by chance. What about Su Cheng's side? Shen Luoyan did not want to be entangled in this matter. The notice has already been sent. However, we have not received an accurate reply. Thus, we do not know if Cao Cao will arrive on time. Lu Suzijing immediately replied. Forget it. As long as Liu Bei's Lei Long awakens, I believe that the awakened Cao Cao will rush over. Shen Luoyan did not care too much about Su Cheng's performance. Yuan, how is Sun Su's situation? Shen Luoyan turned to Lu Sunboyan and asked. She is still with Zhang Hong and has not come out. Lu Sunboyan replied. If she comes out, immediately bring her to the battlefield in Yokohama. Shen Luoyan ordered. Yes. Lu Sunboyan accepted the order. Okay. You all can leave. Act according to the plan. Shen Luoyan waved her hand and said. Lu Suzijing and Lu Sunboyan bowed. He turned around and left the clinic. Waiting until she could no longer hear the footsteps of the 2 people, Shen Luoyan also put away the things in front of her, got up and left the infirmary. After a few turns, she arrived outside a temporary group activity room. Hua! Shen Luoyan reached out and opened the door. The so-called activity room was actually a half-abandoned classroom or a normal classroom that he used. It was just that there were no desks or benches inside the classroom. Other than that, there were black walls, a lectern, and some other facilities. As long as something was put in, it would immediately turn into a normal classroom. At this moment, in the event room that was being fought for at the last minute, Zhao Yunzilong's hands and feet were bound by black iron chains, and his energy arts had been sealed by various acupoints. He was being held captive, guarded by the 1,000 shadows of Fan Beach. It couldn't be helped. Among Jin Ye's group of 7, except for Shin Luoyen, who was born in the Tang Empire, and Yi Yi and Zhen Yi, who had been to the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber world and the Tang Empire, respectively, only Chahadan Qianying had learned from her master, Chahadan Miun, the acupoint sealing technique called blood severing or pulse severing. For example, Naga Hall and Nanzhou Nora did not know it. Sealing qi techniques like acupoint sealing often required supplementation. Otherwise, even if Zhao Yunzilong did not use his inner qi to attack, it would automatically lose its effect after a certain period of time. Thus, apart from Zhen Yi and Yi Yi, who each had their own tasks, only Chantan Thousand Shadows had the time and patience, as well as the appropriate methods to watch over Zhao Yun. As for the other captive, Guan Yianchang, he was directly anesthetized by Lu Su Zijing and Lu Sun Boyan. He would definitely not wake up for 7 to 8 hours. What? Ready to release me? Zhao Yunzilong looked at Shin Luoyen, who walked in and joked. I have this plan, but there is a prerequisite. Shin Luoyen smiled. If you want me to surrender, then don't open your mouth. I will not betray my master, Liu Bei Xuanda. Although Zhao Yunzilong's expression did not change, his tone was serious. Although I do hope that you can become my subordinate, I also know Zilong's loyalty. Therefore, I do not have any extravagant hope. Shin Luoyen walked in front of Zhao Yunzilong and said softly, Then what is your condition? Zhao Yunzilong's face showed a touch of doubt. Do you know? It is because of you and Guan Yianchang. Your master, Liu Bei Xuanda, will be invited to the final battle tonight to participate in the final battle that will decide the world's ownership. Shin Luoyen did not immediately state her condition. Instead, she stated another piece of information. Sure enough, Zhao Yunzilong's face became serious when he heard this. My condition is very simple. Help me, or rather help your master, Liu Bei Xuanda, hold back at least one special A-class fighter from Su Chang. Make sure that he cannot participate in this battle. Then, I will let you go. Shin Luoyen said softly. Su Chang High School was worthy of being Cao Cao's school. There were many talented fighters in the school. Not only did they have 6 or 7 A-class fighters, they even had 2 special A-class fighters. This was many times stronger than Nanyang before they mobilized. Only Su Chang High School with Guan Yianchang, Zhao Yunzilong and Huang Zhong could crush Su Chang High School in terms of high-end strength. However, that was only high-end strength. The number of A-class fighters was still not enough to fight against Su Chang High School. It was almost the same as Nanyang. You have a good plan. Zhao Yunzilong said softly. It was indeed a good plan. As long as Zhao Yunzilong agreed to the condition, it would be equivalent to Chengdu High School using its own strength to exhaust Su Chang High School's strength. How could a battle between special A-class fighters be so easy to determine the winner? Therefore, no matter what the final result was, it would be a lose-lose situation. In the end, Nanyang would benefit. When facing Su Chang, Nanyang and Chengdu's interests are the same. Shin Luoyen smiled. However, you cannot deny that in the end, only Nanyang will benefit. Zhao Yunzilong said softly. I have never denied this. There was no need to deny this point. This was because Shin Luoyen was not scheming. Instead, she was scheming openly. Zhao Yunzilong had no choice but to agree. After all, this matter was related to Liu Bei and Xuanda. Regardless of whether Shen Luoyan was concerned about Liu Bei and Xuanda's safety, Zhao Yunzilong had no choice but to accept this proposal. However, was that possible? Fine. I agree to this matter. However, I will only help you pin down Su Cheng's special A-class fighters. Other than that, I will not participate in any of your actions. I will also participate in the battle with Chengdu's people. Zhao Yunzilong sighed and stated. Of course. Shen Luoyan said with a smile. Then, Shen Luoyan signaled to Kyankij. Kyankij immediately walked to Zhao Yunzilong's side. Kyankij helped Shen Luoyan remove the chains on her body as well as the sealed acupoints. Are you not afraid that I will suddenly attack at this time and ruin all your plans? Zhao Yunzilong, who had recovered her breath, said. If you really do that, you will not be worthy of the name of the Three Kingdoms spirit that you have inherited. Shen Luoyan said indifferently without any change in her expression. Then, she flipped her hand and a sheathed Japanese-style katana appeared in her palm. Then, she threw it toward Zhao Yunzilong. Zhao Yunzilong raised her hand and grabbed the blade. This is the best weapon that I could find. Although it is not as good as the demon blade that you used before, it should be enough for you to deal with tonight's battle. Shen Luoyan said. Ha! Zhao Yunzilong pulled out the blade from the sheath. It is indeed stronger than an ordinary blade. Looking at the cold light emitted from the blade, Shen Luoyan said. Zhao Yunzilong said noncommittally as he sheathed his saber with a crisp ping sound. By the way, where is the remains of the Muramesa? Zhao Yunzilong asked again. It is here. Just in case, when Zhao Yunzilong was brought back, Shen Luoyan had already asked for the broken demon blade Muramesa Zhan Long from Yuan. She immediately flipped her hand and took out the demon blade Muramesa Zhan Long wrapped in a sword sheath from her space bracelet. She handed it to Zhao Yunzilong and said, It is a very magical ability. Zhao Yunzilong, who had seen this strange method of obtaining items from Yi, Yuan, and Shen Luoyan, did not change his expression. He took the broken blade and said with admiration, It is just a small trick. After the world is unified, you might be able to get it. Shen Luoyan chuckled. Zhao Yunzilong heard this. Her face showed a touch of doubt. She really did not understand what this strange method of obtaining items had to do with the unification of the world. It seemed that the two had nothing to do with each other. You can go now. Shen Luoyan moved aside and said, You will regret it later. Zhao Yunzilong nodded slightly and then turned around without hesitation. He walked past Shen Luoyan and quickly walked out of the classroom. As the footsteps gradually faded away, they disappeared into the teaching building of Nanyang. Let's go. Shen Luoyan said to Thousand Shadows. Time passed quickly and night came in the blink of an eye. However, before the battle began, Yokohama Zhonghua Street, which was the location of the battle, was already filled with fighters from Suchong and Nanyang, as well as fighters from various universities gathered by Shen Luoyan. They were wary of each other, provoked each other, and did not see eye to eye. The air above Zhonghua Street was filled with the atmosphere before the battle began. At this time, at the top of a tower built in Yokohama International University, the protagonists Shen Luoyan, Meo Yuenya, Koga Kaneo, Nanjo Nora, Senkaku Kaneo, Nanjo Nora, Senkaku Kaneo, and the last trump card, Senkaku Kaneo, all appeared here. Of course, in addition to them, only Jia Su and Chen Gong, the two strategists who were responsible for delivering orders, were here. Next to them, in the middle of the top floor of the tower, there was a circular pattern that was about 3 meters long. There were strange words written in red cinnabar on the outside of the circle. 500 pi swords were inserted at the 5 points of the circle at equal intervals. There was a dragon, a tiger, a bear, a horse, and a sparrow on the outside of the circle. If someone used lines to draw at this time, a pentagram pattern with 5 Hyakubi swords as the vertices would immediately appear in the circle. Obviously, the positions of these 5 Hyakubi swords were carefully considered. As for the origin of this formation, it was the last thing attached to the basic information given to them by Sei Ito before they entered this world. Has Cao Cao not arrived yet? Shen Luoyan, who was standing on the edge of the top floor, looked at the night scenery of Yokohama and asked. Not yet. I guess he was stopped by Su Cheng's people. Jia Su raised his hand and pushed the glasses on his face and replied. Liu Bei. Shen Luoyan retracted her gaze and turned to look at Jia Su. Someone reported that they saw Chengdu's people coming here. However, their exact location is not confirmed. So, we cannot be sure if Liu Bei has also arrived at the battlefield. Jia Su replied. However, from the description of Liu Bei in the intelligence, he should have already arrived at the battlefield. Jia Su deduced. Let's put that aside for now. Pass down the order. The battle has begun. Shen Luoyan ordered with a stern face. Yes. Jia Su, Chen Gong and Gongtai replied in unison. Then, they used their own methods to convey Shen Luoyan's order. In less than a minute, fierce shouts and fighting could be faintly heard from the streets of Yokohama below the tower. It was unknown whether the residents of Zhonghua Street had discovered the strange situation here, so they closed their doors and took a detour. Perhaps the relationship between the fighters was strong enough to isolate a small area, or perhaps the existence of the fighters was so powerful that it blurred the consciousness of the local people in the form of the will of the world itself. After the fighters arrived at the battlefield one after another, all the residents of Zhonghua Street disappeared, leaving only a large area of empty houses standing in the same place. Perhaps the fighters were so powerful that the world itself blurred the consciousness of the local people in the form of the will of the world itself. After the fighters arrived at the battlefield one after another, all the residents of Zhonghua Street disappeared, leaving only a large area of empty houses standing in the same place. If they did not confirm that there were people living here, they would have thought that this place was a part of the film city. I will leave the matter of guarding the tower to you. Then, Shen Luoyan turned to look at Juga Kan, Nanjo Nora, Senkeij, and Miyumo Fanchan. The 4 of them did not say anything. They immediately left from the highest floor and went to the lower floors. They were like gatekeepers, each guarding a floor. Among them, Miyumo Fanchan, who was the last guard, was guarding the floor below where Shinya and the others were standing. Then, Shen Luoyan took out the iPad that could control the nanomachines. She opened the control page of the nanomachines and then dimmed a branch signal. Chapter 1461. In a dimly lit warehouse about 1 kilometer away from the tower, there were 3 figures. One of them was half sitting on the ground. His arms and ankles were bound by iron chains and tied to a support pillar in the warehouse. It was unknown what had affected him, but he was unconscious with his head lowered. The other 2 people had been kneeling beside the unconscious person, while the other person stood on the other side of the unconscious person. Through the faint light in the warehouse, one could vaguely see the faces of the 3 people. Among them, the unconscious person had a slender body and a voluptuous figure. His pitch-black long hair naturally scattered around him. Only his skin was a light red that was different from ordinary people. Needless to say, this person was definitely Guan Yun. Only she had such an appearance and was worthy of the other 2 people's treatment. As for the other 2 people, one of them was a well-known strategist from Nanyang High School, Liu Suzijing. The other was also wearing the school uniform of Nanyang High School. She was petite and had a calm expression on her face. She gave people the feeling of an unfamiliar girl next door. Ziyu, are you confident? Liu Suzijing looked at the girl kneeling beside Guan Yu and asked. Since her name was Ziyu and she was wearing the school uniform of Nanyang High School, it was easy to guess the identity of this unfamiliar girl. It was none other than Zhuge Jinziu, who had inherited the name of Zhuge Jin, a famous strategist from the 3 Kingdoms period. I've never tried this kind of thing before, so I'm not confident that I'll succeed, Ziyu replied in a low voice. Can't we change the method? Then, Zhuge Jinziu raised her head and asked Lu Suzijing. This is Mr. Shen's order. Lu Suzijing hesitated for a moment. In the end, he shook his head helplessly and said, Sigh. Zhuge Jinziu sighed and didn't say anything else. However, just as the two of them were silent, Guan Yuyun, who had been unconscious all this time, suddenly opened her eyes. Her restrained body suddenly straightened up, and a painful and unwilling expression appeared on her face. Then, her body loosened and she fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Suzijing hurriedly walked to Guan Yuyun's side, who still had her eyes open, and reached out to test her breathing. She's dead, Lu Suzijing said softly with a gloomy expression. I'll leave the rest to you, Ziyu. Lu Suzijing, who took a step back, said softly. I understand, Zhuge Jinziu replied. But just as Zhuge Jinziu began to circulate her qigong, just as he was about to save Guan Yuyun who had just died, a loud bang was heard. The door of the warehouse that had been closed was kicked open by someone. Then, two girls appeared at the door of the warehouse. Hand over Guan Yuyun, one of the girls shouted. If you don't want Guan Yu to die, it's best that you don't move. Otherwise, you'll only get a dead Guan Yu. Lu Suzijing looked at the two of them with a solemn face and said in a deep voice. At the same time, Zhuge Jinziu, who had retracted her gaze, pressed her hands on Guan Yun's chest. With that, he began to use his energy to save Guan Yuyanzhang. This was also the only reason why she, a special fighter with no combat power, was here. It was because she was the lifeline that Shen Luoyan had mentioned when she was talking to Lu Suzijing. The reason why she said this was because Zhuge Jinziu's qigong ability was completely different from other fighters. It was not inclined towards combat or magic, but a kind of peaceful attribute that could be applied to the general public. She was the successor of the rarest medical type of qigong. Therefore, if the time was timely and sufficient preparations were made, it was very possible to save a fighter who had just died less than a minute ago. What do you mean? The expression of the girl who broke through the door changed, and she questioned. The moment you kicked open the door, Guan Yu died. Now, Ziyu is using her qigong to save Guan Yu, Lu Suzijing explained. What did you say? The two girls' expressions changed drastically as they shouted loudly. As their words fell, a berserk aura erupted. A domineering, terrifying aura that did not belong to humans suddenly appeared in the sky above Zhonghua Street, pressing down on everyone who was fighting at this moment. Going back a little bit, a group of fighters from Chengdu University was gathered in a building on Zhonghua Street. There were a total of 3 of them. Liu Beixiande was the king, Zhang Feide was the guard, and Huang Zhonghansheng was also the guard. Of course, the number of fighters in Chengdu was not that low. There were only 10 of them. However, due to Chengdu University's characteristics and Zhuge Kongming's strategy, other than Liu Beixiande, Zhang Feide, Huang Zhonghansheng, and the 2 girls who were sent to save Guan Yu and Yun Chang, only 1 girl with combat power came to the battlefield. The rest of the fighters were either considered a burden and stayed in Chengdu or were sent to the Sacred Mountain to take care of another matter. Is it okay for us to stay here? The bookworm Liu Beixiande looked at Zhang Feide and asked. If you didn't insist on coming here, we wouldn't even be here. Zhang Feide curled his lips and said. But I am worried about Yun Chang, Liu Bei said with tears in his eyes. Didn't Kongming say that she will save Sister Guan? Zhang Fei said in a bad mood. Just as Liu Beixiande was about to say something, the bookworm Liu Bei's expression suddenly changed. It was as if he had a heart attack. He clutched his clothes tightly and said with a trembling voice, Yun Chang, Xiande? What happened to you? Zhang Fei saw Liu Bei's strange expression and quickly asked. At the same time, Huang Zhonghansheng, who was guarding the door, also noticed Liu Bei's change when Zhang Fei shouted. He quickly walked over to the 2 of them. However, before he could get close, a huge qi burst out from Liu Beixiande's body. It was like a shockwave that blew Zhang Feide and Huang Zhonghan Xing away. Among them, Zhang Feide was the closest and was caught off guard. In addition, his strength was also a little low. Under the impact of the sudden burst of qi, his body was immediately thrown back like a piece of trash. He only stopped when he hit the wall on the side. On the other hand, Huang Zhonghan Xing was also caught off guard by the shockwave. However, he only took 2 steps back. There were no other changes to his body. Under their gazes, Liu Bei and Xuanda slowly stood up, revealing her horrifying face with bulging blood vessels and eyes that were completely white. Seeing this, the 2 of them understood that the dragon in Liu Bei Xianda's body had awakened. It was also at this moment that a purple lightning dragon suddenly appeared in the sky above Zhonghua Street, exuding a terrifying aura. Along with the appearance of the dragon, a pillar of light suddenly rose from the sea beside Zhonghua Street, attracting everyone's attention. The Imperial Jade Seal has appeared, Shen Luoyan said softly with a smile when she saw the pillar of light. What? That is the Imperial Jade Seal? Jia Su and Chen Gong exclaimed. Yes, that is the real Imperial Jade Seal. Seeing that things were going smoothly, Shen Luoyan was happy to explain to the 2 of them. Do you still remember the ancient legend among warriors? The one that said that as long as you obtain the 3 artifacts, you can easily destroy a country? Jia Su frowned. Yes, that is the one. Among them, before Shen Luoyan could finish speaking, another dragon qi even more violent than the previous one erupted, forming a red dragon in the sky, quickly approaching Yokohama. It is Cao Cao's qi, Chen Gong said with a changed expression. Now, only Sun Tzu's dragon is left, Shen Luoyan said with narrowed eyes. At this time, the main character that Shen Luoyan was thinking about, Sun Tzu Bofu and Zhou Yu Gongjin, were fooling around on the road. They were dragging their feet as they moved towards Hingbin. Cao Cao's dragon was very fast. In less than 10 minutes, it had already entered Yokohama's Zhonghua Street. As the appearance of a red dragon, the surrounding air temperature began to become hot and dry as he moved. After a while, the temperature rose to an unbearable level. Fortunately, there were no ordinary people around him at this time. Even if there were, they could not withstand the change in temperature and ran far away, so they were not hurt. On the contrary, the buildings on both sides of the street began to burn in this dry and hot environment. Under the fire of the red dragon, the fire quickly spread throughout the entire street. Perhaps it was because of mutual attraction or the desire for the Imperial Jade Seal, the Thunder Dragon represented by Liu Bei and the Red Dragon represented by Cao Cao gradually moved to one place and circled in the sky. Hum! At the same time, accompanied by a sudden buzzing sound, the 5 Bai swords inserted into the ground suddenly burst out a bright white light and exuded a strange energy, which resonated with the white light emitted by the Imperial Jade Seal not far away. The resonance has begun. Seeing the change in Bai swords, Shen Luoyan's expression changed and said, Zhen Yi. Shen Luoyan turned her head and looked at Zhen Yi. Understanding Shen Luoyan's meaning, Zhen Yi didn't say anything. He stepped forward, ignoring the white light emitted by the Bai sword, and walked into the middle of the pentagram formation formed by the circular pattern and the Bai sword. Huh! At this time, Jia Yuan suddenly frowned and subconsciously raised her hand to pinch the Magatama on her earlobe. It turned out that at that moment, Jia Su felt that the Magatama on her earlobe became hot and made a strange picture appear in front of her eyes. In that picture, there were thousands of Magatama piled up together like a factory assembly line, emitting a magnificent light and impacting Jia Su's vision. Chapter 1462. It seems that the final resonance has begun. Shen Luoyan noticed Jia Su and Chen Gong's strange expressions and said softly, Imperial Seal, Hayakubi Sword, Magatama. Jia Su was stunned for a moment before muttering to himself thoughtfully. As expected of one he. Just as you thought, this is the true face of the legendary 3 artifacts, Shin Luoyan said with a smile. So that's how it is, Jia Su suddenly realized. At the same time, on the other side of the city, Yokohama, in a high-rise building, a girl with silver-white hair, a slender figure, and a beautiful face appeared. She looked like a Lolita, and her chest was as flat as a Lolita's. The final scene has begun. I was born for this moment. A large sheet appeared in her hand and wrapped half of her body with it. As she spoke, she stepped into the void in front of her. What was unexpected yet reasonable was that the young lady who stepped into the void was not affected by the Earth's gravity like ordinary people. Instead, she suddenly disappeared into the void like a ghost. Then, she appeared in the sky above Yokohama, where the 2 dragons were fighting. It was clear that this young girl was not an ordinary person, just as she had said. At this time, on the top floor of the tower where Shinya and the others were standing, Shinya, who was standing in the middle of the formation, took a deep breath and then immediately shouted. A strange energy wave was emitted from her body, forming a circle of light visible to the naked eye. It quickly enveloped the 5 Hyakubi swords and the circular pattern under the Hyakubi sword. Tensho Dragon Sect. Then, as if it was stimulated by something mysterious, the strange words written in red cinnabar on the outside of the circular pattern suddenly lit up and bloomed with a dazzling scarlet light. Then, the 5 Hyakubi swords that were originally emitting white light also seemed to be affected. The light on the surface of the swords shook, and an unorthodox evil aura burst out, turning into a pillar of chi that broke through the top of the tower and went straight into the sky. Then, Zhenyi closed his eyes slightly, causing the aura emitted from his body to become even more mysterious. It was also at this moment that the naked Meo appeared in the sky above Yokohama and clashed with the silver-haired girl in a soul domain that no ordinary person, not even fighters, could pay attention to. Emperor Xian Luxia? Shinya looked at the girl in front of him and recalled the information that Sei Ito had given him. He asked in an indifferent tone. That's me. Who are you? The silver-haired girl, who was Emperor Xian of Han, asked in confusion. Meo replied. I didn't expect someone like you to exist in this world, Luxia said softly. What's your goal? Luxia asked. Do you want to change the tragic fate of these warriors? Zhenyi lowered his head and saw that Cao Cao had already subdued them. Liu Bei and Xuanda, whose draconic chi had been devoured, whispered to the fighters who were still fighting on the street. I was born for this moment, Lu Xie, who also looked down, said softly. But it seems that something unexpected has happened. Lu Xie said and turned to look into the distance. She was looking in the direction of the other Dragon Lord, Sun Su Bo Fu. Then let's cooperate. Give me your power. Meo turned his head. He looked at Lu Xie and said, although your ability is very special, you are not a Dragon Lord. You're not the Dragon Lord either. You won't be able to withstand my power. Lu Xie shook his head and refused. Then how about this? With a thought, a strange white light with a neutralizing power began to appear on Meio's body. In the blink of an eye, it covered her entire body, making her look like a holy spirit. Lu Xie frowned slightly and reached out to touch Meio's body. The moment Lu Xie's finger touched Meio's body, a mighty force instantly surged into Meio's body, stimulating her Tensho Dragon Gate to operate at an even greater speed. Under the powerful operation of the Tensho Dragon Gate, the power of the Dragon Gate, which was filled with neutralizing energy, spread out like a shockwave. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the 5 pillars of Yao Qi, Cao Cao's Crimson Dragon, and Liu Bei's Thunder Dragon and continued to expand. Enveloped by the white light, the energy emitted by Liu Bei's Thunder Dragon and Cao Cao's Crimson Dragon were quickly neutralized by the white light. Then, the energy emitted by the 500 Pi Swords, Liu Bei's Thunder Dragon, and Cao Cao's Crimson Dragon were quickly neutralized by the white light. Seeing this, Lu Xie no longer hesitated and channeled more energy into Zhen Ye's body. What's going on? Jia Su muttered as he looked at the sky that was as bright as day. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Yi suddenly moved. First, he opened his dragon eye, turning his brown eyes into golden beast-like eyes. Then, he stepped into the formation and placed his hand on Meiyo's shoulder. In an instant, a powerful force passed through Meiyo's body and flowed through Yi's arm into her body. With the support of this energy, Yi's dragon eye power instantly pierced through space and traveled against the river of time. It was only when he reached the Three Kingdoms period 1,800 years ago that he jumped out of the river of time. At this time, Yi was just like his sister Meiyo. He was floating in this world of karma in the form of a soul. Yi shook his head slightly, dispelling the faint aftereffects of traveling through space and time. Then, he floated away and searched for the target of this trip, Cao Cao. It was worth mentioning that this was the time when Cao Cao was defeated and fled after the Three Kingdoms War at Red Cliff. I actually forgot. As he floated, Yi, who felt that something was missing, suddenly raised his head and stuck out his tongue in embarrassment. Then, he stopped, stretched out his hands, and closed his eyes to meditate. Then, less than half a minute later, a large piece of mosaic-like substance began to appear in Yi's palm. Like a puzzle, it quickly gathered and changed into a shape. It was not until more than a minute later that this change came to an end. Immediately, a saber with a length of about 130 centimeters and a handle of 31 centimeters appeared in Yi's hand. The saber was covered with incisive runes that looked like burning flames. If Seito was here at this time, he would recognize that this saber was the treasured saber that had been passed down from generation to generation in the Zhao family. It had the ability to almost curse its owner, Saber Zero Destruction. And this was the weapon that Yi had materialized. It couldn't be helped. After all, the more familiar one was with materialization, the easier it was to materialize and the more powerful it was. After materializing, Yi opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with nostalgia as he looked at the Zero Destruction in his hand. Then, his expression became serious as he slashed at the air in front of him. Following Yi's slash, visible cracks in the air appeared in Yi's line of sight. It could be seen how fast his slash was. Otherwise, how could it create this kind of image that could only be left behind when an object broke through the sound barrier? Then, Yi took the saber and continued to search around. With the spirit body's ability to fly at high speed and not be affected by physical objects, Yi quickly found a middle-aged man covered in scorched ashes and filth at the edge of a field. Cao Cao. As for why he was so sure that the other party was Cao Cao, when he was looking for the bye-bye saber, he didn't know how many times he had seen the other party through history. It would be strange if he was wrong. At this time, other than Cao Cao himself, there were 4 or 5 generals and more than 10 soldiers on horseback accompanying him. Yi, who was floating in the air, held his saber and adjusted his breathing to make himself as calm as the moon in the water. Then, he stepped on the air and immediately used the Ito family's sword technique, Falling Star. In an instant, a meteor flashed across the sky. Before Cao Cao and the others could react, it suddenly fell into the middle of them. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and a strong shock wave quickly spread out. The surrounding soldiers, generals, and horses were knocked askew and fell to the ground. However, before they could recover from this unlucky, natural disaster, a black shadow quickly rushed out from the spreading smoke and came to the front of Cao Cao, who was also in a difficult situation. Then, he moved his arm horizontally and swung his saber at Cao Cao's neck. In this world, Cao Cao was, after all, the demon king with dragon energy. Even though he couldn't defend in time, his reaction was still very fast. Almost without thinking, he lay down on his back and dodged the blade's attack. At the same time, he kicked Yi's abdomen. Assassin! Cao Cao, who didn't care about the result, shouted directly. Yi, who had identified Cao Cao, turned his feet and used flying scythe kick to dodge Cao Cao's attack. In an instant, he appeared beside Cao Cao and continued to stab at him. Puff! This time, Cao Cao, who couldn't dodge in time, had a bleeding wound on his body. "Thief, don't you dare hurt my lord!" With a loud shout, a strong wind blew toward Yi. As if he had eyes behind his back, Yi gently moved aside and dodged the enemy's spear. Then, he used flying scythe kick again and appeared beside Cao Cao. Then, he swung his saber again. This time, there was still a muffled sound, but then, an arm spun and fell to the side with blood splattering everywhere. "It hurts!" Cao Cao shouted. Yi ignored Cao Cao's cry of pain and directly swung his saber at Cao Cao's neck. Puff! In the same muffled sound, Cao Cao's head flew and fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. "My lord!" Several men roared with grief and indignation. However, at this time, because of the death of the main target, the entire space quickly became blurry and distorted. In just a few seconds, it returned to the appearance of the long river of time and sent Yi back to the modern world. Chapter 1463. P.S. Thank you to Big T Bowl, Sky Devil Extinction, and Night Spirit for their precious monthly vote. Thank you to NXCX and Mo2Jia for their tips. Ugh! Yi, whose spirit had just returned from the karma boundary layer 1,800 years ago, turned pale. His body swayed involuntarily, but he immediately felt the power in his body fill up again, suppressing all the negative feelings he had before. The reason for this reaction had to be explained from Yi's dragon eye. The dragon's eye had the ability to see through the past and the future, but just as every ability required other forces to be followed up, the dragon's eye was also the same. The forces it needed were the qi and spiritual power cultivated in Yi's body. In the world where Yi came from, with the help of the spirit body of the dragon's eye's ancestor, Yi, who was the owner of the dragon's eye's origin, after going back 300 years or so, Yi almost ran out of essence qi and died. And this was when Yi was purely a bystander of history and not a participant. It could be seen how much energy was consumed to go back in time. At the very least, it was not something that Yi could compare to when he simply used the power of the dragon eye to trace back the cause and effect and carry out the life-destruction reversal. Now, Yi had not only used the power of the dragon eye to directly penetrate through the 1,800 years of the river of time, allowing his spirit body to return to the past, but he had also changed himself from a pure bystander to a role similar to that of a disruptor of history. He had even really completed the forceful destruction of a certain point of the cause and effect that had caused all this in the modern world. The huge amount of energy required to do this was not something that Yi could provide by himself. If not for Jin Yi, who had the Tensho Dragon Gate, he could neutralize and assimilate certain powers according to his will, and he could also strengthen them as a transfer. With this, Yi would be sucked dry of his essence, energy, and spirit, turning into a corpse. Although he had Yi as a battery to provide energy, it did not mean that he would not be in danger if he used the power of the Eye of the Dragon to return to the previous cause point. Just as some content in the theory of relativity said, when Yi invaded the cause point as an intruder, the fated person born at the cause point also had the ability to hurt Yi. If Yi did not succeed in killing the fated person at that time, if he were to be killed by the other party, the modern Yi would also die due to the destruction of his spiritual body. Of course, apart from this, entering the karma boundary point was like messing up the karma threads and throwing a pebble in the river of time. There were other dangers. For example, when Sei Ito went to other worlds to wreak havoc, he would often encounter a power like the power of correction. However, Yi was very lucky this time. The power that provided her with the power to act was one of the world's existences, the Emperor Xian of Han, Lu Xie's heavenly dragon power. To a certain extent, it offset the subsequent effects caused by Ye's intrusion in the cause point. Cao Cao's own Crimson Dragon power was restrained in the present because of Zhen Ye's Dragon Gate's neutralization power. He had no time to use the dragon energy to jump through time and space to return to the cause point where Yi was. Therefore, Yi was able to successfully kill Cao Cao. Otherwise, as long as one of the two conditions wasn't met, not to mention that Yi would be injured or something, but to complete the beheading mission, it would definitely not be so simple, and it might even be impossible to complete. After all, Cao Cao was not alone at that time. There were several generals and soldiers beside him. Even if any of them blocked Ye's attack, it would be enough for Cao Cao to escape or organize people to surround and kill Yi. At the same time, Ye's expression returned to normal. On a street not far from the tower, Cao Caomingde was holding Liu Bei Xuanda's body. His head was biting Liu Bei Xuanda's shoulder as he devoured Liu Bei Xuanda's thunder dragon. Suddenly, the magatama on Cao Caomingde's earlobe trembled. Then, with a crisp sound, the magatama on Cao Caomingde's earlobe exploded and turned into powder. Then, Cao Cao's expression shook. He recovered from the control of Cao Cao's soul from the three kingdoms. His eyes regained the consciousness of a human. However, right after Cao Cao regained his consciousness, Liu Bei and Xuanda seized the opportunity to retaliate and grabbed Cao Cao's neck. Liu Bei lifted Cao Cao into the air and controlled the dragon energy to devour the Crimson Dragon's dragon energy that was scattered after Cao Cao's soul from the three kingdoms lost control. Mengde! As Cao Cao's close friend, Xiahou Dun shouted and sent a kick toward Liu Bei. Bang! Liu Bei did not appear to have done anything. However, Xiahou Dun's body was sent flying back at an even faster speed than when he came. Let go, little Meng. Then, a tall young lady who was over 1.8 meters tall and wore a set of dark blue clothes similar to a volleyball player said bitterly as she endured the shockwaves around Liu Bei and moved forward. Crown Prince Su. Cao Cao turned his head with difficulty and looked at the person from the corner of his eyes. Little Meng. I'm coming to save you. In the sky above Yokohama, at the center of the white light that was as bright as day, Shino, who was acting as a mediator, immediately controlled the power of the heavenly dragon that had been converted in his body to bite the Crimson Dragon. In an instant, a azure dragon that was one size larger than Liu Bei's thunder dragon and Cao Cao's Crimson Dragon flew out from the white light. It charged into the middle of the two dragons and cooperated with the thunder dragon to attack the Crimson Dragon. If the Crimson Dragon that was dominated by Cao Cao's soul during the Three Kingdoms period was a youth with a strong body and excellent martial arts, then the Crimson Dragon that was not dominated by Cao Cao was just strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Although the Crimson Dragon still had some martial arts left, it was still no match for the healthy Thunder Dragon and the Azure Dragon that had Zhen Yi as a cheat. Thus, it did not take long for Cao Cao's Crimson Dragon to be completely devoured by the Thunder Dragon and the Azure Dragon under Zhen Yi's control, allowing the Azure Dragon to become even stronger. Then, with a thought, Zhen Yi controlled the Azure Dragon to bite the Thunder Dragon that had also become much stronger. What was the Azure Dragon? It was where the great Han dynasty's final luck resided. It represented the Han dynasty and China's orthodoxy. Its existence itself was a powerful deterrent to other wild dragons. Not to mention, it devoured the Crimson Dragon of the traitor Cao Cao. Therefore, it did not take much effort. It also represented the orthodoxy of the Han dynasty. However, it was only a branch of the Han dynasty and was innately inferior to the Azure Dragon. After devouring and fusing with the Thunder Dragon, it became a part of the Azure Dragon. The moment Zhen Yi controlled the Azure Dragon to devour the Thunder Dragon, Liu Bei, who had been controlled by the Thunder Dragon, immediately regained his senses. His body was powerless as he fell to the ground with Cao Cao and Mengde. The moment has finally arrived. Because the Azure Dragon was her, and she was the azure dragon itself, Emperor Xian, who was able to see everything covered by the azure dragon's power, said softly. Since it has come to this point, let's take back the azure dragon. Recall the last water dragon and reassemble the true heavenly dragon, Zhen Yi said to Lu Xie as he looked at Lu Xie. The Han dynasty has ceased to exist. What's the use of reassembling the azure dragon? Just let it stay in the world. Lu Xie shook her head slightly and rejected. Seeing this, Zhen Yi didn't insist and asked, Then, can you give me the imperial jade seal that you reside in? Although I don't know what your purpose is, since you changed the sad fate of these heroic souls for the past 1,800 years, I will agree to your request. I will give you the imperial jade seal. Lu Xie raised her head and looked at Zhen Yi, who was wrapped in the power of the Dragon Gate. Her tone was soft but did not lose the majesty of an emperor. Then, Lu Xie stretched out her hand and waved at the pillar of light rising from the sea. A ball of light quickly rose from the sea and flew out of the sea in the blink of an eye. It turned into a stream of light and flew toward Zhen Yi and Lu Xie. In less than 2 seconds, the ball of light was about 15 centimeters in diameter. A bronze mirror with a pattern of 2 dragons fighting appeared between Zhen Yi and Lu Xie, quietly floating in the air. This object was the so-called Imperial Jade Seal in this world. At the same time, it was also the legendary artifact of Japan, the Yata no Kagami. Lu Xie didn't seem to do anything, but the ancient bronze mirror floated in front of Zhen Yi on its own. Zhen Yi gently raised her hands and held the Yata no Kagami in her hands. In an instant, an even more intense white light bloomed from the Yata no Kagami, turning into a pillar of light that soared into the sky. My mission has been completed. What happens in the future will depend on your own choices. Fate will no longer be able to bind you, Lu Xie said as he looked at Zhen Yi, who was holding the Yata no Kagami. At the same time, he used the method of creating clones. Through the power of the Magatama, he appeared in front of every fighter who had inherited the heroic souls of the soldiers of the 3 kingdoms. Although Emperor Xian, Lu Xie, did not say anything about his identity, the fighters believed in Lu Xie's words from the bottom of their hearts. Then, Lu Xie's body shook slightly and scattered into countless photon particles before disappearing in front of all the fighters. At the same time, she gradually turned into nothingness before Zhen Yi's eyes until there was no trace of her existence. At the same time that Lu Xie disappeared, the heavenly dragon coiling high in the sky also let out a long roar that shook the void. Then, its head fell straight down to the Yata no Kagami in Zhen Yi's hands, as if there was another space inside the mirror. In the shortest time possible, its entire body disappeared into the Yata no Kagami. Zhen Yi looked down at the Yata no Kagami in his hand, which had become no different from an ordinary bronze antique. Then, he released the excess power in his body, turning it into a shock wave that completely spread out. The 5 gray pillars of demon aura that were already in danger due to the influence of the heavenly dragon dissipated. Then, he turned into a stream of light and retracted back into his body along with the Yata no Kagami. Kacha, kacha, pa. Along with a series of cracking sounds, the 5 bye-bye swords around Shinya suddenly broke into dozens of pieces of varying sizes and fell to the ground with a clattering sound. Then, the white light around Zhen Yi's body began to recede, until Zhen Yi's real body, who was holding the Yata no Kagami, was finally revealed. This is... Shen Luoyan looked at the inexplicable object in Zhen Yi's hand and said, The Yata no Kagami of the 3 artifacts, the legendary Imperial Seal. Zhen Yi opened his eyes and looked down at the Yata no Kagami in his arms, and said softly, Ah! Chen Gong subconsciously let out a cry of surprise. Is that so? In this way, the orthodoxy is in our hands. In other words, we have completed more than half of our mission. Shen Luoyan let out a light breath and said with a relaxed smile on her face. Then, will we be able to see Ah Ching soon? Yi Yi asked with a happy face. Yes, now we can send a signal to contact His Majesty. Shen Luoyan didn't know if it was because the mission was about to be completed, so she was happy and didn't pay as much attention as before, or maybe she thought it was time to reveal the existence of Seito, but this time, she didn't hold back and directly called him His Majesty. Sure enough, when he heard the word, His Majesty, from Shen Luoyan, Jia Su's eyes flashed. Okay, let's go down. It's time to end this battle. Zhen Yi, who kept the imperial seal in his bracelet, said lightly. Then, he led Yi, Shen Luoyan, Jia Su, and Chen Gong out of the top floor of the tower and down the stairs to the next floor. But when they arrived here, they discovered that in addition to Miyun, who was originally stationed on this floor, there were 2 other fighters belonging to Su Chong on this floor. But unlike Miyun, who was intact, the 2 fighters were lying on the ground with their eyes closed and had fainted. It's actually Zhang Liao. Jia Su looked at one of the fighters and exclaimed. Then, her expression changed and she exclaimed again. Special A-class? It was no wonder that Jia Su exclaimed in surprise. When she was still a strategist under Dong Zhuo, Zhang Liao was a powerful A-rank fighter according to the intelligence she received. Even when he was transferred to Zhen Yi and Shen Luoyan, Zhang Liao's rank didn't change in the intelligence she received. But now, Zhang Liao suddenly became a special A-rank fighter. Jia Su couldn't help but doubt if there were any problems with her intelligence system. Sorry to trouble you, Master Miyun. Shen Luoyan swept a glance at the unconscious fighter on the ground and turned to Miyun, who was resting on the ground with a smile. Is it done? Miyun asked. Yes, it's done. We can leave now. Shen Luoyan nodded. Tanabe Miyun didn't ask any more questions and stood up from the ground. Mr. Shen, how should we deal with these 2? Chen Gong asked. Remove their Magatama and leave them here. Shen Luoyan replied without hesitation. Yes. Chen Gong replied. Then, he quickly walked over to the unconscious Zhang Liao and the other fighter. He removed their jade hooks and returned to the group. He handed the jade hooks to Shen Luoyan. Shen Luoyan took the Magatama and continued to walk to the next floor with everyone. In the next few floors, in addition to the personnel originally stationed on each floor, there were 1 or 2 Su Chong fighters, who were defeated by Roly Poly, Chickage Beach, Jugahal, and Nanjo Kazara, who were guarding the floor. However, compared to the powerful Tanabe Miyun, they were more or less injured, a clear indication of the strength of this group of challengers. Chapter 1464. Main World, Japan. In the house in the backyard of the shrine in Akikuruno City, Seito, who was cultivating, was taken aback for a moment before he smiled. You're not slow. It turned out that just now, he suddenly received a message from Shen Luoyan, telling him that the imperial seal had been obtained and the mission was basically completed. She invited him to receive the final message. Seito tilted his head and thought for a moment. He found that he really had nothing to do recently, so he didn't hesitate. He immediately entered the semi-plane and stepped into the Rubik's Cube world. He ordered the Rubik's Cube to teleport him to the world where Yi and the others were. Crackle! With the familiar sound of glass breaking, Seito's figure appeared in the world of one man as 1,000 men. Then, after absorbing the power of the world, Ito-sei spread out his spiritual force and quickly contacted the Flying Thunder God technique imprint left on Shen Luoyan and others through the super-dimensional space. After that, he launched the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared from the place. Did you find the murderer? At the same time, in the health care room of Nanyang Academy, Shen Luoyan frowned and looked at Jia Su in front of her. Not yet. Jia Su raised his hand and pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Send more people, be sure to find the murderer. Shen Luoyan's eyes flashed coldly. Yes. Jia Su accepted the order. What is it that made our Luoyan so angry? At this moment, accompanied by a mocking male voice, Seito's figure suddenly appeared in the health care room and put one hand on Shen Luoyan's shoulder. Who is it? Jiasu, who didn't know who Seito was, shouted with vigilance. Your Majesty! Unlike Jiasu, Shen Luoyan, who was very familiar with this voice, was delighted. She quickly turned to Seito and said, When did you arrive? Just now. Seito smiled. This is? Seito looked at Jiasu, who was wearing the Luoyang High School uniform, and asked, Your Majesty, this is Jia Yuan and Jia Yuan. Shen Luoyan stood up from her seat and introduced Shen Shiqing to Seito. Then she turned to Jiasu and said, One he, this is Chen Shiqing, Zhen Yez and my monarch. Shen Luoyan, who was not used to calling Seito by his name, continued to use the name she used for Seito in the Great Tang. Jia Yuan greets Your Majesty. Jiasu, who knew how to adapt to circumstances, immediately knelt on one knee and bowed his head. Get up. Seito waved his arm and said softly. Immediately after, Jia Yuan felt an irresistible force descend upon her, lifting her up from the ground. Although Jiasu's strength wasn't high, her knowledge wasn't low. Her heart was filled with respect for Seito, an unfamiliar monarch. Right, what were you talking about just now? Itose asked with a smile as he sat down where Shen Luoyan was sitting before and reached out to hug Shen Luoyan. Didn't we just finish the unification war? After a few days of rest, there was an attack by warriors, and we couldn't find the culprit. So I had Jiasu send more people to search around and see if we can catch the culprit. Shen Luoyan, who was sitting on Seito's lap and hugging Seito's neck, sighed. By the side, Jiasu, who saw all this, lowered her head and raised her hand to push up her glasses to cover the flash of light in her eyes. Attack by warriors? Seito raised his eyebrows. Have you investigated Guanxi? Guanxi? Shen Luoyan and Jiasu looked at each other and repeated. Yes, Guanxi, Seito said with certainty. Because in the original work, after the Battle of Red Cliff, Guanxi appeared as a representative. It was an attack by warriors who inherited the souls of famous warriors in ancient Japan. You didn't take precautions against Guanxi? Seito frowned. The reason why he asked this was because in the information he gave Shen Luoyan and the others when they came, he mentioned the relationship between Guanxi and the others. There was a special mention of the relationship branch, but because he wasn't familiar with the relationship branch, he only made a note to pay special attention to it and didn't give any more information. It's my fault. I've been thinking about the Imperial Jade Seal and the competition between the three schools. I forgot to investigate Guanxi. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Shen Luoyan smiled bitterly and then bowed her head to beg for forgiveness. Forget it, this is not entirely your fault. After all, you have a lot of things to do, but remember to be careful next time. Seito raised his hand and patted Shen Luoyan's butt. Thank you, Your Majesty. Feeling the warmth from Seito's butt, Shen Luoyan immediately winked at Seito and said in a coquettish voice, Go, call Shinya and Yi over. Seito patted Shen Luoyan's butt again. Okay. Shen Luoyan nodded and stood up from Seito's arms. She lowered her head and simply tidied up her clothes. Then, she walked around the desk and stepped out of the healthcare room. But just as she was about to leave the healthcare room, she suddenly stopped, turned her head, and ordered Jiasu. One he, send someone to collect information about Guanxi. Yes. Jiasu bowed to Seito and said, I'll take my leave first. Then, he followed Shen Luoyan out of the healthcare room. Not long after, Yi rushed into the healthcare room with a burst of hurried footsteps and rushed toward Seito. Ah Cheng, Yi, who vigorously threw herself into Seito's arms and pressed her head against his chest, called out happily. Seito hugged Yi's body and gently stroked her back with both hands and responded softly. Then, Shinya Yuan, Koga-kan, Saro Nanju, Chantan Chikage, and Shen Luoyan also walked into the healthcare room one after another. Seeing this, Seito smiled and gently let go of Yi in his arms. At the same time, Seito stood up from his seat and walked around the desk to Shinya and the others. He stretched out his arms and hugged them one by one. Of course, for the youngest Chantan Chikage, Seito changed the hug into a pat on the head. He gently rubbed her head and took out a piece of freshly baked cake from the Rubik's Cube world and handed it to her. "Thank you for your hard work." Seito took a step back and looked at everyone softly. It's not hard at all. As long as I can help you, Ah-cheng." Yi shook her head slightly and said softly with a gentle smile. "Your Majesty is too polite." Shen Luoyan smiled. "What hard work. This is very interesting. It's much more interesting than playing virtual reality games." Saro Nanju's face was slightly red. She turned her head and said with an embarrassed expression, "As for the virtual reality game she mentioned, it was a popular game in the Rubik's Cube world. There was a special fighting arena that allowed people to fight freely. It was part of the daily training and entertainment of the residents of the Rubik's Cube world." Although Kuga-kan didn't say anything, she nodded in agreement. "Here, what you want." Shinya turned her wrist and took out the ancient bronze mirror called the Imperial Seal. It was actually the Yata no Kagami and threw it to Seito. "Rubik's Cube, how much authority do I have in this world?" Seito asked in his mind as he took the Yata no Kagami. 65%. Seito nodded and put away the Yata no Kagami. "That's good. Everyone, hold on for a few more days. After a few days we can go home." Seito smiled. After that, they chatted for a while in the healthcare room. Then, they left the school together and returned to the house Shen Luoyan bought in this world. However, with the appearance of Seito and the special treatment of Shinya Yi, Shen Luoyan, and the others, which was witnessed by the students of Nanyang High School, a speculation about Seito's identity spread widely in Nanyang High School. The next day, Seito officially appeared in front of the vast number of Nanyang fighters and the fighters recruited by Shen Luoyan, such as Lu Bu, Feng Xian, Hua Xiong, Zhang Xiu, Tian Hao, and the others. Naturally, most of them were dissatisfied with Seito, a stranger, occupying the position of monarch as soon as he arrived. However, after Seito released his aura and suppressed everyone's spirit and body, these dissatisfied people immediately became obedient. With the help of Shen Luoyan, Shinya, and Yi, Seito finally succeeded Shinya and became the new monarch of this group of fighters. That evening, just as Seito was enjoying Yi's clothes, the phone suddenly rang. Shen Luoyan took out her phone and pressed the answer button. Not good. Someone broke into the school, and all the fighters were defeated. "Please come over quickly." Jia Su's voice came from the phone. "Got it. We'll be there right away," Shen Luoyan said solemnly. Then, she cut off the call and turned to look at Seito. "It must be those people from Guanxi. Just as well. We can use this opportunity to subdue them and then go home," Seito said softly as he sat upright. Since he had made up his mind, Seito did not hesitate. He immediately released his psychic energy and enveloped Shen Luoyan, Yi, and Yuan around him. Then, he activated instant transmission and disappeared from the room. In the next second, the void trembled, and Seito's group of 4 appeared above Nanyang High School. "Over there." After a simple scan with his psychic energy, Seito said softly. Then, his figure flashed again, and he appeared above the attacker with Shen Luoyan, Yi, and Yuan. The attacker was burly and looked to be about 1.9 meters tall. He was wearing a black kasaya and a headband. He was dressed like a Japanese monk. He held a large iron spear in his hand and exuded a cold aura. Around the attacker were a dozen Nanyang fighters with nervous expressions. As for the strategist, Jia Su stood aside with his phone in his hand, not knowing what to do. Chapter 1465. Stop! Shen Luoyan, who was standing on the void platform created by Ito Sei with the power of space, shouted. Hearing Shin Luoyan's familiar voice, Nanyang's warrior, Jia Su, and the attacker looked in the direction of the voice. Ah! They're flying in the sky. Look, Monsieur Yuan and Monsieur Yi are flying as well. And the monarch. However, when they saw where Shin Luoyan and the others were standing, they involuntarily let out cries of surprise, completely forgetting the fact that the attackers were still beside them. Ito-sei was in the front, while Shin Luoyan, Yi, and Yuan were one step behind. Together, they stepped forward as if they were really stepping on the ground. They didn't stop until they were in the air in front of the attackers. Say your name. Ito-sei combined his spiritual force with his power and mixed it into his language, forming a spirit of speech, and ordered. Musashi Fong Bai Qing, the attacker replied. Why did you attack Nanyang? Seito continued to ask. To take the head of Nanyang's monarch, Zhen Yi. Reason. Hearing the other party's words, a burst of anger immediately rose in his heart, and the violent, murderous aura on his body suddenly spread like a hurricane and said in a cold voice. Under the influence of Seito's murderous aura, whether it was Nanyang's warrior, Jia Su, or the attacker, Musashi Fong Bai Qing, all felt as if they were in the South Pole. Their faces turned pale, their bodies trembled, and their teeth clenched uncontrollably. Jia Su, who was weaker than Jia Su, knelt on the ground with a face full of fear. Acheng. Seeing the changes in the scene, Yi on the side couldn't help but reach out and pull Ito-sei's sleeve, whispering a reminder. Ito-sei, who came back to his senses, slowly retracted the murderous aura field that he had released. Receive, the S-class fighters of the Yamato University. Summon, leader, launched a crusade against the whole Kanto. Although Musashi Fong Bai Qing was no longer affected by the murderous aura field, he couldn't immediately return to his normal state and stuttered. Looks like she doesn't want to live anymore, Seito sneered. Since you're here, come out. Why don't you come out? Don't you have the face to see others? Itsunari turned his head slightly and looked into the distance. Everyone subconsciously followed Seito's gaze and looked into the distance. The next moment, a petite figure walked out of the shadow's shadow. The person was petite. She was wearing a black Gothic-style lowly outfit with a matching cap on her head. She was flat-chested and had fair skin. Her appearance really suited her outfit. She looked her hairs. Her she S's, with her hair in S's ants. She was holding a sheathed katana that was almost as tall as her. Her body was emitting a strange aura. Boss! Seeing the person who had come, Musashi Fong Bai Qing called out softly. Your name? Seito asked with the spirit of language. Minamoto no Kuniyashi. Although she was an S-rank warrior in front of Seito, her spiritual power was still not enough. Therefore, under the influence of the spirit of language, the girl couldn't help but say her name. Since you're here, don't leave, Seito said softly. After saying that, Ito-sei didn't do anything, but Minamoto no Kuro, who was still walking at a constant speed, immediately stopped. Blue veins began to appear on her delicate face, making her look somewhat ferocious and terrifying. Then, Minamoto no Kuniyashi seemed to be pressured by a great force. Her knees began to bend, and with a bang sound, she knelt heavily on the ground. The ground around her kneecaps cracked. But Minamoto no Kuniyashi's disaster was still not over. Her upper body began to lean forward, her hands supporting her body on the ground, and she lay down like an animal. Kacha, kacha! A circular crack appeared under Minamoto no Kuniyashi's body, and she was in the center. How many of you are there? Seito, who didn't look at Minamoto no Kuniyashi, turned his head to Musashi Fong Bai Qing and asked. Gulp, Musashi Fong Bai Qing, who met Seito's cold gaze, swallowed a mouthful of saliva subconsciously. It couldn't be helped. After all, if anyone saw their leader, who had previously tortured them so badly that they couldn't even muster up a shred of resistance, being suppressed like a dog by another person without even lifting a finger, they would be a little shocked and speechless. Of course, Musashi Fong by Qing wasn't the only one who was speechless. Nanyang Dosher and Jia Su, who saw everything, were also speechless. And he believed that after tonight, even if they were given 800 guts, they wouldn't have the slightest intention to resist Ito-sei. Speak, Seito frowned and said. So far, only Yamashiro Academy and Yamashiro Academy have taken action. Among them, Yamashiro Academy has 3 people. Yamashiro Academy's leader and the organizer of this crusade, the S-class fighter Bei Mihu, the A-class fighter Yagyu Sanyen, and the A-class fighter Hajuin Inshun. As for Yamashiro Academy, only Yamashiro Academy's leader and me are involved, Musashi Fong by Qing replied in a low voice. Seito glanced at Minamoto no Kuniyashi, who was suppressed, and stretched out his hand. Minamoto no Kuniyashi immediately flew up from the ground, as if he was controlled by an invisible force, and floated in front of Seito. His whole body was imprisoned and he couldn't move. Then, Seito stretched out his arm and pressed it on Minamoto no Kuniyashi's head. He activated his ability and pierced his powerful psychic energy into Minamoto no Kuniyashi's mind. After about 2 minutes, Seito, whose eyes returned to their original black color, withdrew his arm. My lord! The next second, Minamoto no Kuniyashi, who came back to his senses, immediately knelt on one knee in the air and bowed. Contact Bei Mihu and ask her to meet tomorrow, Seito ordered. Yes, Minamoto no Kuniyashi replied without hesitation. As for you, you will stay in Nanyang and replace those who were injured by you to guard the place. Do you have any objections? Seito turned his head and looked at Musashi Fong by Qing. No. Musashi Fong by Qing followed suit and knelt on one knee on the ground. He bowed his head and replied. Seito nodded and then waved his arm again. A green brilliance visible to the naked eye instantly flew into the air, and then scattered into tiny light threads like raindrops. They fell from the sky and fell on the injured fighters in Nanyang Academy. With the integration of these green light threads, the injured fighters began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Okay, you can all disperse, Seito said. Yes. The fighters who arrived one after another, and those who were previously injured but recovered a lot under the treatment of the green light threads responded in unison. Seito, Shin Luoyen, Yuan, and Ye's figure flashed and disappeared from the sky. Although they left, the legends about them were spread to other fighters through the mouths of the fighters tonight. In an invisible way, it increased the fighters' recognition of Ito Seiji as the new monarch. What's the matter? The next day, on the street of Yokohama Chunghwa Street that had recovered its prosperity, a beautiful woman with light hair was sitting on a bench at a relatively empty spot. She was wearing a white woman's suit without a shirt. She had a pair of naturally protruding breasts, dark skin, and a handsome face. She had a handsome face and light hair. She was looking at Genkuro Yashitsugu, who was still dressed like a goth loli. Are you Mimi who? But before Genkuro Yashitsugu could answer, an unfamiliar male voice sounded in her ears. Mimi, whose eyes widened when she heard the voice. She turned her head and looked in the direction of the voice. In an instant, Seito appeared in front of her. He was wearing casual pants and a white casual shirt. His collarbone and a small part of his chest were faintly visible. He had a book in his pocket and a faint smile on his face. I didn't even notice his presence. Mimi, who was full of vigilance. Who are you? Even though she was full of vigilance, Mimi who didn't show it on her face. She raised her head and looked at Seito. Seito, the king of Nanyang High School. Seito calmed down and said lightly. Genkuro Yashitsugu, can you explain? Mimi, whose face turned gloomy as she questioned Genkuro Yashitsugu. My lord. Genkuro Yashitsugu stood up and saluted Seito. I didn't expect Genkuro Yashitsugu from Yamashiro to be so despicable that he would recognize a king of Kanto High School as his master. Mimi who sneered. Even though Sei Ito had used his ability to imprint on him, his thoughts, and personality were still the same. Genkuro Yashitsugu was furious when he heard that. He immediately released a strong murderous aura. As a rank S fighter from Kanto High School, Genkuro Yashitsugu had the courage to challenge Mimi who. Moreover, she wasn't alone. She had a godlike existence by her side. Even if she tried to talk to Mimi who, it would be useless. In order not to let the surrounding pedestrians notice the strangeness here, Ito-sei immediately opened an invisible barrier around the area, restraining the murderous aura of Minamoto Kuro Yashitsugu in this small area. What's your goal? Mimi who didn't even look at Genkuro Yashitsugu. Instead, she looked straight into Sei Ito's eyes. Submit or be submitted. Sei Ito said lightly. Heh, let's see what makes you think you can make me submit. Mimi who sneered. The moment she finished speaking, Mimi who attacked Sei Ito. You're overestimating yourself. Ito-sei coldly snorted, and a powerful psychokinesis immediately spread out, instantly oppressing Mimi who had just attacked him, and forcibly imprisoned her. Chapter 1466. P.S. Thank you to Boring Saint and Saint for their precious monthly vote. Thank you to NXCX, Halcyon, and Faint Smile Sinless for their rewards. The rest of the matter was simple. Sei Ito first brainwashed and controlled Baimehu in the same way as he did with Genkuro Yoshinobu. Then, he used Baimehu, the S-level master who was known as an invincible master in Kansai and Yamashiro Academy, as a springboard to wipe out Kansai. The result was needless to say. Under the personal control of Sei Ito, the entire Kansai fell into Sei Ito's control in just one day. How much authority have I obtained? A few days later, Sei Ito once again asked the Rubik's Cube in his mind. 88%, 88%. Then let's start. Sei Ito decided after seeing the information presented by the Rubik's Cube. Then, Sei Ito did not hesitate. He immediately took back the Rubik's Cube world, including Meo, Yi Yuen, Naga Kanyao, Nanjo Nora, Miyun Senma, and Chikage Senma, as well as Shun Luoyen, who were close to him, and ordered the entire world to be devoured. The familiar spacetime channel immediately appeared in the void of the Rubik's Cube world again. Hey, Linghua, you're here. After sending Meo and the others back to their respective residences in the Rubik's Cube world, Sei Ito returned home alone. He looked at Ping Linghua, who was chatting with Ito Reina in the living room, and smiled. Ping Linghua stood up and responded softly. How have you been? Busy? Sei Ito entered the living room. He asked with a smile. Don't you know? Linghua is no longer a simple artist now. She has gradually changed behind the scenes. She doesn't need to attend ordinary entertainment activities. Before Ping Linghua could answer, Ito Reina naturally said, and his tone was full of disdain for Sei Ito's ignorance. Is that so? That's not bad, Sei Ito praised. After that, the three of them chatted casually in the living room. You two talk first, I'm going to the bathroom. After a while, Ito Reina suddenly got up and said. Then, without waiting for their response, she ran to the bathroom under the gaze of Sei Ito and Shurhei Linghua. For a moment, the room suddenly became silent. About 4 to 5 seconds later, Ping Linghua opened her mouth hesitantly. What's wrong? Sei Ito looked at Ping Linghua in confusion. Well, I heard from Renee that Sister Ling and Erica went to other worlds on their own, right? This time, Ping Linghua hesitated for a moment, then her expression became firm. She raised her head and looked into Sei Ito's eyes. Yes. Sei Ito sighed inwardly and nodded. He could vaguely sense Hirai Suzuki's intentions from her behavior. Then, I also want to try. Can I? Shurhei Linghua gently bit her lower lip and looked at Sei Ito nervously and expectantly. You don't have to do this kind of thing. Seito reached out his hand, grabbed Shurhei Linghua's soft white hand, shook his head slightly and said softly, "I want to help you." Feeling the warmth from her palm, Shurhei Linghua blushed, but her expression was full of determination as she replied, "I also want to prove my value, I'm not a vase." This was very consistent with Shurhei Linghua's original state of mind. In the original work of Gantz, Shurhei Linghua burst into dazzling brilliance because of her love for Keiji Geno, and became an indispensable figure in the later stage of the Black Ball team. Seito and Shurhei Linghua looked at each other quietly. Walla lala! The sound of flushing echoed faintly in the room. Frightened by the sound of flushing, Shurhei Linghua subconsciously withdrew her hand. Her cheeks were red as she lowered her head, and her face was full of embarrassment. Then after a while, Rita Ito returned to the living room again. "Hey, why is it so quiet?" Rita Ito looked at Shurhei Linghua and Seito suspiciously and said, "Nothing." Shurhei Linghua quickly waved her hand and said, "Something is wrong." Rita Ito, who sat down, said with certainty, "You're such a busybody." Seito curled his lips and said, then stood up and walked to his room in the inner room while saying, "Okay, you guys talk, I'm going back to my room to rest." TSK. Rita Ito made a soft sound at Seito's leaving figure. "Forget about him, let's continue talking." Rita Ito, who put Seito to the back of his mind, once again chatted with Shurhei Linghua. "Hello everyone, nice to meet you, I'm Inyang School's head tutor, Yomi Kurahashi." In another world, in the Inyang School, which was called the Cradle of Onmyosis in this world, there was a large auditorium like a double-decker movie theater. Inside the auditorium, an old woman with a short stature, white skin, and white hair, walked to the center of the auditorium, stood in front of the microphone, and said her opening speech to the Onmyosis students in the auditorium. "That's it, my speech ends here. Every new student, believe in yourself and expand your abilities, please work hard for this." Wow! After Yomi Kurahashi's speech ended, the auditorium was filled with a wave of applause. Ah no, I forgot to announce one more thing. Just as Yomi Kurahashi was about to leave amidst the applause, she suddenly remembered something and walked back to the front of the stage. In fact, among this year's new students, the 48th batch of students, we recruited a student with a strange experience. Although she has already obtained the qualifications to become a onmyosis, due to certain reasons and her strong desire, she was allowed to enter the school as a special student. Yomi Kurahashi stated. In an instant, the auditorium, which had quieted down because of Yomi Kurahashi's speech, became noisy again, and almost all the students were whispering. This is a rare opportunity. Let me say a few words. Most of the people here have probably heard about her, so I'll introduce her to you. She's currently the youngest national level 1 onmyosis. She's known as Prodigy Darenji Suzuki. Yomi Kurahashi, who didn't mind the noise in the auditorium, lightly smiled and announced. In an instant, the auditorium was filled with people, as if they were crazy fans who saw their idols, and they were shouting in amazement. So exaggerated. Among the new students, Tsutamaya Kagura was stunned as she looked at the crazy students around her. It can't be helped after all, she's an idol. Whether it's in the public sense or in the onmyosis circle. Yomi Kusanagi, who had also entered the school as a new student, lightly smiled and replied. While the two were talking, a petite girl wearing a white onmyosis uniform walked out of the crowd and walked toward the stage. The girl was petite, about 1.45 meters tall, and had a head of golden hair. Her hair was like two spirals that hung on the left and right sides of her head. In terms of appearance, she looked more like a foreigner than a native. Needless to say, she was the protagonist, Darenji Suzuki. Darenji Suzuki proudly shrugged her shoulders and walked across the stage, replacing the teacher who had given up his position. She stood in front of the microphone and looked down at the audience without panic in front of all the students and teachers of Onmyoji School. Nice to meet you. Hello everyone, I'm Darenji Suzuki, who was introduced to you by teacher Kurahashi. Darenji Suzuki raised her right hand and put her index and middle fingers in a V shape beside her face, and introduced herself with a charming and sweet voice. Affected by this, the students in the auditorium once again let out excited screams. I've been very nervous today. But I'm also very happy. I can work hard to learn Onmyoji with my peers. This has always been my dream. Today, this dream has finally come true. Darenji Suzuki said loudly without panic. Fellow classmates and seniors, regarding the yin-yang technique, I might have many things to learn from all of you. Hence, I seek your guidance. Dalian Temple Suzaku took a step back and bowed politely after he finished speaking. Thunderous applause immediately rang out. The degree of exaggeration completely overshadowed the ending of the private tutor's speech. At this time, there were even excited private tutors who frivolously whistled loudly. On the stage, Darenji Suzuki, who had stood up again, showed a shy expression that wasn't too obvious, but could be seen by anyone. She slightly tilted her head. The perfect visual angle was calculated carefully. Otherwise, with her identity as one of the 12 divine generals, how could she have such an expression? Then, Darenji Suzuki suddenly looked around the auditorium, and finally stopped on the face of a boy in a black school uniform who was standing near the second floor of the auditorium, and showed an extremely shy expression. Then, Darenji Suzuki took a deep breath and showed a joyful expression as she called out, "Senpai. Isn't this Chuanhu Senpai? I'm so happy. I always believed that as long as I came to Onmyoji School, I would definitely be able to see Senpai. I actually met him so soon." Following Darenji Suzuki's words, the auditorium became chaotic again. Countless students were asking who Chuanhu was, wanting to know who this person that Darenji Suzuki cared so much about was. Suzuki-san, are you acquainted with him? Kurahashi Yame asked curiously. He's the person I kissed for the first time. Darenji Suzuki announced as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. Interesting. Kanzen Yomi looked at Darenji Suzuki on the stage and said softly. At this point, Kanzen Yomi and Tsutomu Kagura's school consciousness officially ended. What welcomed them was a completely different type of Onmyoji compared to the broken spirit eating world, where even the system was starting to change towards the Devil Master. It was a completely different type of Onmyoji knowledge. Of course, other than learning, they, especially Kanzen Yomi, also had the job of recruiting talented students to join their team. After the opening ceremony, it was time to return to class. Something worth mentioning was that due to the scarcity of Onmyoji and the scarcity of people who were qualified to be Onmyoji, basically every year, the private students were all in the same class. There had never been a situation where there were 2 classes of students at the same time. Therefore, it could be said that every private student was receiving the most elite education. Class dismissed. Following a clear announcement, the teacher in charge of the first class, "What is Onmyoji?" announced. As if a switch was turned on, the private students in the class immediately got up from their seats and rushed to Darenji Suzuki's seat. They surrounded her in the center and excitedly talked to her. Although Darenji Suzuki felt helpless, she still pretended to be a perfect young girl and responded with a sweet smile. "Sorry, I still have something to do. If there's anything, we can talk about it later." After a moment, Darenji Suzuki, who was feeling a little frustrated, stood up gently and politely said to the students around her, Hey, are we going to meet that senpai?" A girl asked with eyes full of gossip. "Yes." Darenji Suzuki pretended to be shy and answered. The girls in the classroom immediately screamed excitedly and began to chatter about the 8 gowns. Darenji Suzuki's lips curled up slightly and she turned to leave the classroom. "I'm going out for a bit." Kanzen Yomi, who was talking to Tsutomu Kagura, saw this and called out casually, then quickly followed. The corridor was a straight path, only in the middle was there a staircase that led to the other floors. Kanzan Yomi, who was chasing after Darenji Suzuki, quickly walked forward and soon arrived at the staircase that led to the second year's floor. But immediately, Kanzan Yomi stopped in her track. "Tell me, who are you and why are you following me?" In the staircase, Darenji Suzuki's face was no longer as sweet as before. Instead, it was filled with the pressure of one of the top 12 on Myoges. "Darenji classmate, your words are quite strange. This path seems to be a public corridor. Are you saying that only Darenji classmate is allowed to walk and no one else is allowed to walk? As for who I am, fellow student Dalian Temple sure is forgetful. You don't even remember your own classmate. It really makes one feel a little sad." A wicked smile appeared on Jianshan Yellow Spring's face. "Then, Darenji classmate, is there anything else?" Kanzan Yomi asked. "I hope you're telling the truth," Darenji Suzuki said coldly. Kanzan Yomi shrugged and started walking again. She brushed past Darenji Suzuki's body and walked up the stairs step by step. "Oh, right, I forgot to say my name is Kanzan Yomi. I'll be in your care in the future." Walking to the corner of the stairs, Yuanshan Yuansumi, who was about to continue walking up, stopped and looked down at Dalian Temple's Suzuki. Darenji Suzuki didn't even turn her head and ignored Kanzan Yomi's words. Kanzan Yomi didn't stay any longer and continued walking towards the public library of the Onmyoja school. She planned to start there and familiarize herself with this world's Onmyoja knowledge. Chapter 1467. Few, as expected of one of the 12 divine generals standing at the top of this world, her vigilance is quite high. Jianshan Yellow Sumi, who had arrived at the public library, slowly walked out from between the bookshelves as he browsed through the books on Inyang Jutsu stored on the shelf. This way it will be difficult to get in touch with her again. Looks like I can only take one step at a time. While thinking this, Jianshan Yellow Sumi stood in front of a Inyang book, reached out and took it from the shelf, lowered his head and read it. Soon, Jianshan Yellow Sumi was engrossed in reading. But not long after, along with the sound of the end of the break, Jianshan Yellow Sumi couldn't help but recover from the knowledge presented in the book. "Oh no, I forgot that it's no longer time to be at home, I'm going to be late." Jianshan Yellow Sumi's expression changed as he immediately ran towards the library's entrance with the book in hand. "Classmate, wait, register." Just as Jianshan Yellow Sumi was about to run out of the library, the librarian in charge of the library suddenly used Akala Golden Binding Curse to bind Jianshan Yellow Sumi's body and said softly, "Oh no." Jianshan Yellow Sumi smiled bitterly as he thought to himself. But he still obediently walked to the counter and registered the book borrowing certificate. "Since it's already late, I might as well just stay here until the end." Jianshan Yellow Sumi couldn't help but complain. The registration was very fast. In less than half a minute, the registration was completed. Jianshan Yellow Sumi, who had already decided to stay until the end, didn't run anymore. He calmly picked up the book and walked out of the library. He hurried back to his classroom at his usual speed. Dang dang dang. A moment later, Jianshan Yellow Sumi returned to the classroom and knocked on the door. "Come in." Whoosh, Jianshan Yellow Sumi, who received permission, opened the door. "Sorry. I'm late." Jianshan Yellow Sumi took the initiative to bow and apologize. "Remember to pay attention next time." The male teacher who was teaching looked at Jianshan Yellow Sumi and said with a good temper, "Thank you, teacher, I won't do it next time." Jianshan Yellow Sumi stood up and said, then turned around and closed the door. She held the book and quickly walked back to her seat under the gaze of the entire class, including Daiji Suzuka and Tsudamaya Kagura. "All right, let's continue the class." Jianshan Yellow Sumi returned to her seat. The teacher on the podium started to explain the content again. At the same time, in an office in the Black Branch Bureau, which was the closest to the Inyang school. "This is your transfer order." The owner of the office was a slightly plump, middle-aged man who was sitting in a black leather executive chair. His elbows were propped up on the table in front of him. He looked up at Suzu Ito, who was standing across the table from him. "If possible, I really don't want to let you go." The middle-aged man smiled. Suzu Ito, who was wearing the blue exorcist robe, smiled and did not reply. "Forget it. With your talent, it is indeed a waste to stay in the branch office. Do a good job at the headquarters and don't embarrass our dark branch. Then, the middle-aged man smiled and continued half-jokingly. "Yes." Ito-rin replied in a sonorous tone. "That's enough. Go back and pack your things. Let's go to the headquarters. Don't let the people over there wait for too long." The middle-aged man spread out his hands and leaned back on the chair. "Then I'll take my leave, Chief." Suzu Ito stepped forward and picked up the transfer order on the table. She stood back up and said, "Go ahead." The chief smiled. Suzu Ito bowed to the chief again and turned to leave the chief's office. She passed through the familiar space of the dark branch and returned to the lounge of the exorcist team that she originally belonged to. "Ling-chan, why is the chief looking for you?" A female member of the same team, who happened to be resting in the lounge, asked casually. "Here, it's about this," Suzu Ito said as she handed the transfer order to the other party. Then, she walked to her cabinet and began to organize the few personal items that belonged to her. "Transfer order? Spell search class at the headquarters?" The female member looked down at the contents of the paper and read it aloud with a surprised expression. "What?" Hearing the female member's voice, the other two members who were also in the room exclaimed together. "Yes." Because all the things were basically in the space bracelet that he carried with him, the things in the black branch were just for show. It didn't take Ito-rin a long time to pack it in a cardboard box, and she responded softly. "What's going on, Ling-chan?" the female member asked curiously. "I'm not too sure either." Suzu Ito shook her head and said, "It was true." Suzu Ito did not know what the transfer order was about. However, as someone who had the intention of infiltrating the headquarters, it was exactly what she wanted. Therefore, she accepted the transfer order without hesitation. Otherwise, with her current value, as long as she was willing to appeal to the higher-ups, the chief would be more than willing to reject the transfer order. It could not be helped. There were too few talented spell search officers in the world. Seriously, the people at the headquarters are disgusting. The female member slammed the transfer order back onto the long table and said unhappily, "Then let's have dinner together tonight." "Consider it a farewell," said a male member. "Don't bother." Suzu Ito declined. "It's no trouble at all. We are friends, aren't we?" said the male member with a smile. "Okay then." Suzu Ito agreed. After that, a few of the team members discussed the location of the gathering. "I'm leaving first. Call me when you've chosen a place." Suzu Ito, who was holding a cardboard box with one hand and making a phone gesture with the other, said, "Okay, be careful on the road," the female member said. Suzu Ito waved at them and turned to leave the team lounge. She slowly walked out of the Muhei branch office. As for the anti-miasma uniform, it had already become Suzu Ito's personal belongings the moment it was given to her. Apart from the fact that she was not allowed to use it after she officially retired, she could wear it as she pleased. Therefore, there was no need to change it at all. Halfway through, when no one was paying attention, Suzu Ito put the cardboard box in her hand into the space bracelet. She came to the bus stop outside the branch office easily. She took the city bus and moved to the Inyang Hall headquarters. The Inyang Hall headquarters was located in the center of Yodo City, in the Chiyoda district. It was not in the same area as the Muhei branch office. Therefore, one bus could not reach it directly. She needed to transfer 2 or 3 times. In addition, the traffic environment in Yodo City had always made people speechless. Therefore, it took almost 2 hours before Suzu Ito successfully arrived near the Inyang Hall headquarters. After getting off the bus at the station, Suzu Ito set off toward the Inyang Hall not far away. The headquarters of the Yin and Yang Hall was an independent building. It was 14 floors high, nearly 50 meters long, and about 20 meters wide. It was surrounded by artificial trees and quiet fountains. There was only one road connected to the main entrance. Ito Rin walked on this road to the headquarters of the Yin and Yang Hall, which was covered by countless enchantments. After a while, Suzu Ito arrived at the gate of the Inyang Hall headquarters. The gate was the same as the General Government Office. It was a modern glass door, but at the front of the gate, there were 2 gray stone lions as tall as a person. However, this was not a simple display. It was one of the enchantments that guarded the entire Inyang Hall headquarters building. At the same time, it should have other functions. As for what it was, Suzu Ito, who did not have the structure diagram of the Inyang Hall, couldn't guess. Putting these useless thoughts aside, Suzu Ito stepped into the building of the Inyang Hall and came to the reception desk. There was no other way. When she was in the dark branch, Ito Rin had inquired about a lot of information about the headquarters building. For example, there were a lot of defensive enchantments inside, and there was a spell maze formed by the transformation of the building several times. Without an internal staff to lead the way, it was basically impossible to reach the destination smoothly. I'm Suzu Ito from the Muhei branch office. I'm here to go through the transfer procedures. Where should I go? Suzu Ito put her transfer order on the table and pushed it to the receptionist as she asked. Go straight from here and turn right. There are 2 elevators there. Take either one to the 5th floor and ask the receptionist there. The receptionist looked down at the transfer order on the table and confirmed that it was indeed a product of the Inyang Hall. Thank you. Suzu Ito thanked her and took back her transfer order. She followed the route given by the receptionist and came to the elevator. She took the elevator that happened to be free and went to the 5th floor. I'm here to go through the transfer procedures. Where should I go? She went straight to the reception desk and asked Suzu Ito. Go straight to the 5th room. The receptionist looked at the transfer order in Suzu Ito's hand, then pushed the registration on the table in front of her and asked her to sign. Thank you. Sei Ito thanked her as she signed her name. Then, Suzu Ito picked up her transfer order again, passed through the half-activated enchantment, and came to the room with the Human Resources Department's nameplate. She opened the door and walked in. In an instant, Suzu Ito saw a room with an area of about 60 to 70 square meters. There were 5 or 6 desks inside, and behind each desk, there was a man and woman in professional suits or suit. I'm here to go through the transfer procedures. Who should I look for? Suzu Ito asked with a puzzled expression. Come here. A woman in a blue professional skirt stood up and greeted her. Seeing this, Suzu Ito quickly walked over. Hello, I'm Suzu Ito. This is my transfer order. Suzu Ito, who walked in front of the female staff, handed her transfer order for the 3rd time and said, Please wait a moment. The female staff said, then reached out and took a paper talisman from the side and pressed it on Suzu Ito's transfer order. Chapter 1468. I'm Biryota Takumi, the Assistant Search Officer of the Search Department. Welcome to the Search Department. A young man in a black suit with a white shirt underneath and a dark red tie reached out his hand and smiled at Suzu Ito. He had a slender body and a soft face. He looked a little feminine. His left sideburns were dyed red. Suzu Ito reached out and shook the man's hand. Can I know the reason why I was transferred to the headquarters? Ito Rin, who simply shook his hand and immediately withdrew her hand, asked with some doubts. There are 2 main reasons. Biryota Takumi smiled. Let's talk about it as we walk. Then, he led Suzu Ito around the search department. First, it's because of your qualifications. According to the information we received from the Black Branch, we think you're more suitable for the position of search officer than the demon plucking officer. Second, it's because of the need. Your situation is very suitable for the upcoming mission of the search department. Suzu Ito nodded. She finally understood why she was transferred to the headquarters. We're here. This is the group you're going to be in. At this time, Bairo Takumi stopped outside an open public office space and said to Ito-rin. The space inside the office was similar to the one Suzu Ito saw in the Human Resources Department. The place was filled with single-person desks. Male and female staff in casual clothes were busy working. However, unlike the cramped space in the Human Resources Department, this office was much bigger. It was more than 100 square meters, but because there were also many staff members, it was a little messy and crowded. Kyoto. Then, Biryota Takumi shouted. In the room, the short-haired young man named Kyoto was stunned. However, when he saw Biryota Takumi at the door, he quickly came back to his senses. He patted his companion beside him and whispered a few words to him. Then, he quickly ran out of the office. Mr. Biryota. Kyoto ran to the two of them and called out. Suzu Ito, this is Kyoto. He's the Genieing Search Officer of the Genieing Search Department. Bairo Takumi pointed at Kyoto and introduced him. Kyoto, this is Suzu Ito. She's a newcomer from the Black Branch. Please take care of her. Then, Hirado Takumi looked at Kyoto and introduced Ito-rin. He kindly reminded Kyoto to take good care of her. Judging from their attire, they must be from the Demon Hunters. Why would an elite like her need me to take care of her? It's already good enough that she's not taking care of me. Kyoto looked at Suzu Ito, who was still wearing the blue anti-miasma uniform, and joked. Hello, I'm Madu Ching Tian. After joking, Ching Tian formally extended his hand and greeted Suzu Ito. I'm Suzu Ito. Please take care of me in the future. Suzu Ito said politely as she shook Kyoto's hand. Alright, I'll leave her to you. If there's anything, just ask Kyoto directly. Hirado Takumi said to Kyoto and then turned to look at Suzu Ito. Kyoto nodded and expressed that he understood. Okay. Suzu Ito replied. Then, Hirado Takumi didn't stay any longer and turned around and went back the way they came. Come in. Kyoto, who saw Hirado Takumi off, turned around and said. Then, he led Suzu Ito into the public office and stopped in front of the door. Clap, clap, clap. Kyoto clapped his hands a few times to attract the attention of everyone in the office. Let me introduce, this is Suzu Ito. She's a newcomer who was transferred to our group. Everyone, please welcome her. Kyoto said loudly and then took a step back, leaving Suzu Ito alone. Hello everyone, I'm Suzu Ito. Please take care of me in the future. Suzu Ito didn't mind and greeted them naturally. Clap, 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 clap. It was a little messy, but it was a very enthusiastic noise in the office. However, everyone also knew that it was working hours now, so after a simple welcome to Ito-rin, they withdrew their gazes and re-immersed themselves in the work at hand. Follow me. Kyoto called out and led Suzu Ito to the end of the office. They stopped at an empty desk. This will be your desk from now on. Kyoto pointed at the desk next to him and said. Then, he turned his head and shouted, Ruji, bring me the information about the Twin Horns Association in the past 6 months. Okay. A male voice replied. I didn't expect it to be the Twin Horns Association. Suzu Ito's pupils shrank as she thought to herself. It couldn't be helped. Suzu Ito was very familiar with the Twin Horns Association. In the past 6 months, whether it was as an exorcist or as an underground worker who secretly tried to cause trouble for the Yin-Yang Hall, she and Erica would often encounter members of the Twin Horns Association. In order to make use of the Twin Horns Association, Erica even tried to join the Twin Horns Association. However, because the Twin Horns Association was a secret society formed by Tsuchimikado's Night Light fanatics, they were very resistant to non-yin-yang masters and foreigners. That was why they never succeeded. But it wasn't that they didn't gain anything. At the very least, they managed to get in touch with the Twin Horns Association. As an exorcist, you should be familiar with the Twin Horns Association. Kyoto looked at Suzu Ito and asked with a smile. That's right. Suzu Ito nodded in acknowledgement. As the only yin-yang master organization apart from natural spirit disasters, the yin-yang master organization was responsible for dealing with spirit disasters and dealing with them. Naturally, the yin-yang master organization was no stranger to the yin-yang master organization. In fact, the yin-yang master organization even had a set of special procedures for dealing with spirit disasters that the Twin Horns Association carried out. Then it's simple. Let's get straight to the point. Our team's job is to track down the whereabouts of the Twin Horns Association's members and do our best to destroy any possible spirit hazards they might cause, as well as destroy their organization, Kyoto said with a serious expression. Also, because of the Twin Horns Association, our team is basically a half-subordinate team. Apart from Minister Amami herself, only Baira-san, who sent you here earlier, can see everything we investigate. You have to pay attention to this, Kyoto reminded. I understand, Suzu Ito replied with a serious expression. Also, we don't have a strict dress code here. As long as it's not strange, you can wear anything. So, you don't have to wear this uniform when you come here tomorrow. I think it's quite stressful. Kyoto suddenly changed the topic and said with a smile. Oh, I understand, Suzu Ito replied in surprise. All right, I still have some work to do, so I won't accompany you any longer, Kyoto said again. Okay. Suzu Ito nodded and watched as Kyoto walked away and returned to his seat. Bang! Then, with a muffled sound, a stack of documents about half the height of a person appeared on Suzu Ito's desk. Due to the impact of the fall, a faint cloud of dust appeared on it. This is all the information about the Twin Horns Association in the past 6 months. Take your time, I'm going back to work. The short-haired young man, who was thin and wore a light green shirt with both sleeves rolled up high, had a baby face, and looked particularly young, said with a chuckle. Sorry to trouble you. Suzu Ito thanked him. It's nothing. Also, I'm Baitaro Ruji, call me if you need anything. After the young man named Ruji finished speaking, he waved his arm at Ito Ling and returned to his desk. Looking at the stack of documents in front of her, Suzu Ito shook her head helplessly. Then, she sat down on the chair in front of her and took a document from the top of the stack and began to open it. You've really decided? In the Rubik's Cube world, in the southern ecological city, there was an empty room with only an L-shaped low sofa, a tea-colored glass coffee table, and a 48-inch LCD TV. Ito-sei, who was sitting on the sofa, looked at Yamahira Suzuka next to him and asked, Yes, I want to become a woman who can help you. Shihira Linghua looked back at Sei Ito's eyes without blinking and said in a determined tone. At the end of her speech, Ping Linghua suddenly felt that her words were a little too. Her cheeks couldn't help but turn red. Even so, she still didn't move her eyes away to show her determination. Okay, I understand. Sei Ito looked at Shihira Linghua deeply and said with a long sigh. Then, he didn't dissuade her anymore. With a thought, he summoned Sakurabase, who was also from the Slaughter Metropolis world, Nonnet, the 9th horseman from the Leluxia world, and 3 Pandora from the 0-degree battlesuit world, and several new ninjas from the ninja village under Karen's management who have never seen blood before. Sama, Nonnet, the 3 Pandora, and several ninjas knelt on one knee together and bowed their heads respectfully. As for Sakurabase, she showed a charming smile to Sei Ito. I have a task for you. Sei Ito looked at everyone and whispered the task he will arrange for them to perform. Of course, in the end, Seito also gave everyone a space bracelet that can be used as a life guarantee, and it contains a lot of things, just like how he treated Shinya Yi, Suzu Ito, and Erika. Vow to obtain the world for your majesty. Nonit, as a horseman, said firmly. Vow to obtain the world for Sama. The three Pandora and several ninjas quickly followed. Sakuraba-sei still nodded to Ito to express his decision. Seeing this, Ito Seiki didn't say much. He just glanced at everyone again, then he summoned a huge middle-style dimensional transfer magic array. He watched them disappear in the light that rose into the sky and disappeared in front of his eyes. Chapter 1469. P.S. Thank you to Nickfany for your precious monthly votes, and thank you to NXCX and Halcyon for their tips. In the morning, the warm sun shone on a modern city that was densely packed with high-rise buildings. But unlike a bustling city, there was no human voice in this city. It was as quiet as a ghost town in a horror movie. However, on the streets between the buildings, there were a large number of humans wearing modern clothes, but compared to normal humans, their movements were much slower and weirder. At this time, at the top of a 20-story high-rise building, a bright white beam of light suddenly fell from the sky and fell on the roof of the building. Boom! In the explosion of the light beam, the figures of Hirata Linghua, Sakuraba-sei, Nonit, the three Pandora, and several ninjas were revealed. Sakuraba-sei, who adapted to the change of environment, stepped out of the huge magic circle that quickly disappeared, came to the edge of the building, and looked down. Did you find anything? Hirata Linghua, who followed him to the edge of the building, looked down and asked with a puzzled look. Don't you think it's too quiet here? Sakuraba-sei took a deep breath and turned to look at Hirata Linghua. Hearing what you said, it's true. When Ping Linghua heard this, she was stunned for a moment. Then, she came back to her senses and nodded thoughtfully in response. And look, those cars parked on the side of the road. Then, Sakuraba-sei pointed at the faintly visible cars on the street below. On the street below the building. Regardless of whether it was the taxis that were of the same color, or the small cars of different colors and shapes, or the large buses that were used for public transportation, or the large trucks that were used to carry goods, all of them seemed to have been cast with a time confinement enchantment. They stopped on the road casually, without any intention of moving at all. What a strong smell of blood! Hirata Linghua looked down, according to Sakuraba-sei's instructions. Because of the holy mark, her facial features were developed to a certain extent. And because of the frequent contact with bloody battles as a Pandora. The three Pandora, who were particularly sensitive to the smell of blood, wrinkled their noses and said. At this moment, Ping Linghua and the others looked at each other at the same time, seeing the strange look in each other's eyes. No matter what the situation is, we have to complete the mission His Majesty has given us. Nonit, who had a military background, said seriously. Ping Linghua and the others nodded. He expressed his approval. Then let's go down. Let's get closer to this strange world, No Knight continued. Regarding this, naturally, no one had any objections. They walked together toward the passage that connected the roof and the interior of the building. Creak. The strange sound of metal rubbing against each other came from the hinges of the door that No Knight pulled open. This strange sound matched the current environment. This immediately caused everyone's hearts to tighten slightly. They raised their spirits 120% to deal with the situation that could happen at any time. Ta 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 ta. Everyone walked up the cement stairs, step by step, into the building. So dark. After passing two corners of the stairs, the stairwell that could no longer receive the light from the door immediately became pitch black, causing Ping Linghua to involuntarily mutter in a low voice. The moment her voice fell, a ball of light lit up in the pitch-black stairwell. And the source of the light was the baton-like portable light that Nonit took out at some point. It emitted a cold green light. With the light source illuminating, everyone's footsteps couldn't help but quicken. Someone's here. After walking for an unknown amount of time, a swaying figure appeared in everyone's sight. But in the next moment, the figure's movements paused and turned its head abruptly to look at Ping Linghua and the others. It was a horrifying face. The skin was thin and tight, covered with dried blood. The facial features were distorted as if it was hit by a strong force. It was out of shape. There were two maggot-like creatures crawling in the empty eye socket that was missing an eyeball. Ugh! As soon as she saw this scene, Ping Linghua immediately turned her head to the side, covered her mouth and nose with one hand, and made a retching sound from her mouth. As for the others, Sakuragi Sei and Nanit have seen a lot of it. Apart from feeling a little disgusted, they didn't have any reaction. The three Pandora are used to it, so it doesn't matter. The newcomers who haven't seen blood before, although their faces were pale, their tenacious spirit made them not vomit. Therefore, they also maintained a standing posture and quickly took out a kunai from their ninja bag and held it in their hand. Probably feeling something, the mummy roared, stretched its arms forward, and rushed toward Nanit and the others. Nanit's reaction was very fast. He immediately took out a pistol from his waist and shot at the mummy. Pa 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 pa. The crisp sound of the gun immediately echoed in the silent corridor. However, what was unexpected and reasonable was that the dried corpse that was shot several times didn't fall to the ground and die like Nanit had expected. Instead, it continued to move towards them. Puff! The next moment, a black light flashed, and the mummy's head fell to the ground and rolled down the stairs. Plop! The headless corpse fell heavily on the ground. These are zombies. You can only kill them by chopping off their heads or blowing them up. Sakuraba Sei explained while holding a Gantz katana that was dark, but the sword was thick and slightly glowing with blue light. Obviously, the sharp blow just now was her masterpiece. Also, be careful not to be bitten by these things, otherwise, we are likely to become the same as them. Sakuraba Sei recalled the horror movies in Gant's world and the various horror movies he saw after entering Rubik's Cube world and said, Sei should have prepared an antidote for us. If there is an accident, take it immediately, there shouldn't be any problem. At this time, Ping Linghua, who slightly recovered from her disgust, reminded, Not good. Suddenly, Sakuraba Sei's expression changed and said anxiously, Sound, if the zombies here are really as described in the movies, then Nanit's gunshot must have alerted the other zombies in the corridor. Let's leave quickly. Nanit frowned and quickly put the gun back on his waist. Then, he took out his knight's sword from the space bracelet and held it in his hand. Let's go, Nanit said in a low voice. Immediately, everyone quickened their pace and rushed down, preparing to enter the building from the safety passage below. However, just as Sakuraba Sei said, at this time, in this less than 5 meters long staircase, dozens of zombies crowded together. They swarmed towards Ping Linghua and the others. Kill, Nanit said coldly. Puff! Ahead. Under the sweep of Nanit's sword, it rolled and fell to the ground. Seeing Nanit start killing, Sakuraba Sei and the others naturally didn't show any weakness. They all used their own methods to attack the zombies in the corridor. Sakuraba Sei, who was standing in front of Nanit, waved his Gantz blade left and right. The blade of the blade sometimes became as long as a katana, and sometimes shortened into a katana. Together with Nanit, they became the gatekeepers, stopping the zombies from approaching. The three Pandora summoned their own star weapons to help the two of them defend, in case they didn't take care of them and got bitten by the zombies. As for the ninjas, they all jumped to the walls on the sides or the top. They stuck to the walls like geckos with suction cups on their feet, using kunai to harvest the zombies' lives from other directions. Only Ping Linghua, who was holding the Gantz blade, didn't know where to start. She had no choice, who told the terrain to be occupied by the others. Therefore, Ping Linghua had to kill the zombies, but she didn't know where to start. She was depressed but also happy. However, the zombies were just corpses that still had the instinct to eat. No matter if it was fighting skills or weapons, they were no match for Nonnet and the others. Therefore, even if there were a lot of them, they couldn't withstand the attacks of the group. It didn't take long for them to be cleared out. "Let's go in." Stepping on the corpses whose muscles were already stiff, the group left the safe passage and entered the building. "It seems that the power has been cut off." Sakurabase looked around the building and whispered, "I don't know if it's just this building, or the entire city's power has been cut off. There was no choice, there were still a lot of zombies in this building. Even if they weren't strong, there were too many of them. Sakurabase and the others couldn't kill them all. Therefore, instead of killing for a safe place, it was better to avoid fighting and reduce the trouble." "It's probably the latter," Nonnet said. "If that's the case, we probably have to prepare food and drinking water. After all, even the power has been cut off, so the water must have stopped too," Sakurabase said. Nonnet nodded, agreeing with Sakurabase's words. Although the space bracelets they carried must have emergency supplies given by Itose, judging from the current situation of this world, they didn't know how long it would take to complete the exploration of this world. After all, in the current situation, the government definitely did not exist. If they wanted to complete the unification, they would have to occupy the gathering place. That was a very time-consuming thing, so they must have enough food and water to protect their lives. Otherwise, they might starve to death before they could carry out the mission of exploring this world. Of course, they also knew that there were other strategy teams behind them or reincarnators who had accepted the mission. Therefore, they didn't need to think too far ahead. However, they had to make appropriate preparations. Just like the old saying, as long as there's food, there's no need to panic. After resting for a while, Ping Linghua and the others continued to move out of the building in another world, Tokyo. In the evening, a refreshing rain was falling. It was like a mirror, refracting the lights in the city into a hazy halo, adding a sense of elegance to the city. "What's wrong?" It was a rare sight for the head teacher to open the window of the office. The eagle, which shouldn't exist in the sky of the city, stepped on the open window. It tilted its head slightly and looked at the head teacher, Kurahashi Yaimi, who was sitting at the desk doing something. "Really?" Kurahashi Yaimi didn't see the eagle doing anything, but she took off her reading glasses in surprise and turned to look at the eagle. Obviously, the eagle had just transmitted a message to the head teacher, Kurahashi Yaimi, in a special way. It's probably the type that can be easily taken as a joke. However, at the very least, I don't want to be frightened by Kurahashi no stargazing. At this moment, an old but light voice sounded from Old Eagle's body. If Suzu Ito was here, she would realize that the old man's voice came from the eagle's body. It was her immediate superior, the head of the spell search department, Oshima Amami. Therefore, it was obvious that the eagle that shouldn't exist in the city was his Shikigami. "Is it Michio Ashiya's notice?" Kurahashi Yaimi asked softly. "Yes. To be more specific, it's a challenge. Because of him, the Inyang Hall is in an uproar." As Masayoshi Amami spoke, the simple spirit-branded retainer under his control opened its mouth wide and spat out a letter from its body. The letter floated directly onto Kurahashi Daime's desk and displayed the contents of the letter. "Michio Ashiya, come and receive your raven feather weaving tomorrow. Seriously, we've been investigating for a long time without any news, and he suddenly made such a big move. Thanks to him, the spell search department's reputation has been ruined." Daisen Amami's words carried a hint of complaint and dissatisfaction. However, the feeling he gave off made people feel that he should be very excited right now. Come to think of it, he was the type of person who got stronger when encountering a strong opponent. "Is it really him?" Kurahashi Yaimi asked seriously. "If it's a trick, then it's a bit too much. Raven feather weaving is also raven feather. It's indeed very realistic to suggest this item at such an unfortunate time. Even if it's not D himself, he can't just leave this person alone. But why so sudden? In terms of integrity, we have no clue. As the head of the spell search department, I'm ashamed. However, after the Kabuto incident, there hasn't been any obvious movements. This is just my intuition. Based on their previous strategy, they won't act alone or directly. However, if they're acting alone, then the reason is incomprehensible. How unreliable. Kurahashi Yaimi pretended to be dissatisfied. Chapter 1470. That's too harsh. But I can't refute it. Amami joked at first, then his tone turned serious as he spoke softly. I'm just talking to myself. Tsuchimikado Yakata's relic crow's feather is currently sealed in the Inyang Hall's warehouse. Mayo-chan knows about it, right? Yeah, of course you know. After all, the Inyang Hall made a public announcement, and D should know about it as well. Logically speaking, that guy's spirit-branded retainer appearing in front of the Inyang Hall's office should be evidence that he knows about it. Most people in the Inyang Hall should think that guy wants to steal the sealed crow's feather. That should be the case. Knowing that Amami wasn't finished, Kurahashi Daime didn't interrupt and silently waited for him to continue. However, there's a strange rumor about the crow's feather. It's an absurd rumor that the crow's feather stored in the Inyang Hall isn't the original, but a fake. Mayo-chan knows about this as well, right? Well, Kurahashi Daime's tone didn't change, but her gaze towards Amami's eagle spirit-branded retainer suddenly sharpened, as if she was about to unsheathe a sharp blade. Whether that guy knows about this or not, probably only a god knows. But, as I mentioned before, his current target is hard to grasp. From my standpoint, I want to be fully prepared so that I won't fail no matter what. Well, that's hard to do in reality. At the very least, Mayo-chan needs to have a firm grasp of the situation. Amami's sinister laughter came out of Eagle's mouth. Understood, Kurahashi Daime said lightly. Then, her voice became gentle. Amami-kun. Yes? Thank you. Amami didn't expect this, as he was controlling Eagle's spirit-branded retainer from afar. He didn't react in time. After a while, he spoke with a completely different tone than before. My apologies, I've done my best. Then, Amami's aura disappeared from Eagle's body. Amami flapped his wings slightly, brushing away the rainwater on his body, and then flew away from the bed, disappearing into the misty rain. A rare weekend. I didn't expect to be brought back to life by D. In the headquarters of Inyang Hall, in the Spell Search Department, which was in charge of the Twin Horns Society's case, a man named Bibataruji complained as he stretched his back. However, he couldn't be blamed for complaining. It was rare for him to have a day off, but he didn't expect to run into such a situation. His original plan to accompany his girlfriend was completely ruined. No one would be in a good mood if this happened to him. Of course, he wasn't the only one on standby in the office. There was also Suzu Ito and other members of the Spell Search Department who were responsible for the Twin Horns Society's investigation. Despicable D. Tobarama Ruji cursed. Suzu Ito, who had been working in the Spell Search Department for more than 2 months, was familiar with D. He was a powerful spellcaster who had caused several major spiritual disasters in the history of his appearance. He was a wanted criminal of the Inyang Hall. Apart from that, he was also an important member of the Twin Horns Association. Based on the information he had received so far, he was fully capable of commanding the members of the Twin Horns Association to carry out their operations. Take the Iji incident for example. That's right, the Iji incident. Although Jinglinglu, who should have played an important role in this incident, was killed by Suzu Ito and the others, he was only an important member and not the instigator of the incident. Therefore, even without him, This incident would still happen during the first-year combat test of the main characters in the original work. Moreover, Suzu Ito, who was working in the Black Branch at that time, also participated in the incident and displayed her powerful spell skills. That was why she was discovered and recruited by the headquarters. Back to the main topic, this time, the mysterious D not only used the name Dominashia, he also issued a challenge in a very high-profile manner. Like the strange bandit Gideon, he stated his purpose. This was equivalent to looking down on the prestige of the Yin-Yang Hall. Therefore, regardless of whether it was for the sake of D or to protect the important evidence, Crow Feather, the Yin-Yang Hall had no choice but to take this action seriously. That was why Suzu Ito and the others were on standby. It was worth mentioning that Deus Duman Ashia wasn't just a name. At the same time, it could also represent a person. 1,000 years ago, during the Edo period, he was equally famous as the great Yin-Yang master Abe Saimai. Furthermore, he was considered an enemy of the great Yin-Yang master. At the same time, he was also the founder of several Yin-Yang master schools in the main world, Duman Ashia. As for the Crow Feather, it referred to a large robe. However, it was different from ordinary robes. This robe was the favorite item of this world's peerless Yin-Yang master, Tsuchimikado Yegwang. At the same time, it was his weapon, armor, and shikigami. It could form a resonance with Yegwang's soul. So far, it was the only item that could prove who was the real Tsuchimikado Yegwang. Therefore, it was a must-have item for the fanatical members of the Twin Horns Association. However, they didn't expect Deus' target to be this robe. "Oh right, how long has Boss and the others been in there?" another spell investigator asked. "About 10 minutes. Sigh, about half an hour later, this group of people who went to the meeting returned to the office and assigned the tasks assigned by their superiors. However, because the attack date was tomorrow, in order to prevent any accidents from happening due to negligence, all the team members were asked to stay in the main hall to rest in shifts. Although everyone complained about this, they knew it was their job. Therefore, they still allocated the time for their shifts and started to guard the main hall. Perhaps it was out of kindness, or perhaps it was to wear down the spirit of the guards. The expected attack from Mikuru Ashiya didn't happen at noon the next day. "Sigh, so tiring," one of the team members complained. Indeed, no matter who it was, they would feel tired after guarding under the summer sun for an entire morning. However, such a good thing didn't happen to Yin-Yang School, which was also the target of the attack. Not long after the lunch break started, a large number of mechanical earth spiders appeared on the wall of Yin-Yang School and crawled down along the wall. "It's a shikigami!" a girl shouted when she felt the light dimming and turned to look at the window. Bang, 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 the earth spider shikigami lying on the wall of Yin-Yang School used their powerful front legs to chisel at the glass under them, but they were immediately blocked by the barrier outside Yin-Yang School, and a series of muffled sounds were heard. Although they were trainee Yin-Yang masters, in the end, they were still inexperienced students, so they couldn't feel the pressure. They immediately screamed and hurriedly pulled out their chairs and left, moving closer to the middle of the dining hall. Of course, as trainee Yin-Yang masters, they subconsciously pulled out the talismans on their bodies. The barrier of Yin-Yang School has already been activated. If we attack from the inside now, it will only damage the barrier. A petite, fair-skinned student with long dark purple hair, who looked more like a girl than a boy, but was wearing a black Yin-Yang School uniform loudly reminded. "Can everyone hear that? An unknown Yin-Yang master is attacking Yin-Yang School." Just when the students of Yin-Yang School didn't know what to do, several teachers rushed into the dining hall and said to everyone, "Immediately take shelter." All the students quickly moved to the practice field. "Don't worry, the barrier is protecting Yin-Yang School. Everyone, stay calm, don't panic, and move in an orderly manner," the teachers calmly instructed. "Yomi, don't you need help?" In the group following the teacher's instructions, The kind-hearted Tsutomu Kagura looked at the panicked students around her, and asked Yomi in a low voice. "Don't worry, the barrier outside is very sturdy. As long as it isn't damaged from the inside, it won't be broken in a short period of time." Yomi also comforted her in a low voice, then raised his head and looked at the teachers who had calm expressions and powerful spiritual pressure, and continued, "Also, don't underestimate the teachers here. Every one of them is even stronger than the combat personnel of the Environment Department. If we act rashly, we'll only bring trouble to ourselves." Yeah. Tsutomu Kagura looked around and softly replied. At this moment, Yomi made a sound of surprise. "What's the matter?" Tsutomu Kagura asked in confusion. "Follow me," Yomi said in a low voice, then grabbed Tsutomu Kagura's hand, and quietly left the group without the teachers noticing, and moved to the other side. Although she was confused, Tsutomu Kagura trusted Yomi completely, so she didn't delay and let Yomi drag her around. Just like that, the group of 3 boys and 3 girls appeared in Tsutomu Kagura's sight. "Suzuki-san," Tsutomu Kagura subconsciously called out. Hearing someone call her name, Daidaiji Suzuki-san and the boys and girls around her all turned to look at Yomi and Tsutomu Kagura. Seeing Yomi, Daidaiji Suzuki-san couldn't help but frown. It couldn't be helped, the first impression was too important, even though Yomi stopped following them after that time, and every time they met was a coincidence. Daidaiji Suzuki-san was still very cautious and distrustful of her, so she never had a proper conversation with her. However, Daidaiji Suzuki-san didn't have a bad impression of Tsutomu Kagura. She didn't dislike her, but she didn't like her either, just like how she treated her other classmates. "They are." A tall and thin brown-haired man with a small pentagram in the corner of his left eye asked in confusion. "My classmates," Daidaiji Suzuki-san said coldly. "Why are you here?" Daidaiji Suzuki-san questioned. "We saw you suddenly leave the group, so we were curious, so we followed you," Yomi answered honestly. Chapter 1471. "You guys sure are curious," Dalian Temple Suzuka said coldly. Hey Suzuka, they're your classmates, right? Is there a need to be so rude?" The brown-haired boy couldn't help but complain. "Stupid tiger, why are you interfering?" Dalian Temple Suzuka said angrily. We shouldn't be wasting time here." Before the brown-haired boy called Stupid Tiger by Dalian Temple Suzuka could say anything, a relatively short boy with a weak expression and a pair of frameless square glasses on his face couldn't help but remind them. His name was Hoshi Tenma, and he was also from the Inyang family. However, his family wasn't as old and prosperous as Tsuchimikado and Kurahashi Lai. He was considered a member of a new family. His parents were superb artificial technology developers, and no one could compare to them in this field. However, due to an accident, his parents passed away early, leaving him alone. Since he was young, he had to live by the whims of others, which was why he lacked self-confidence. "That's right, let's run," Stupid Tiger said loudly after realizing what was going on. "Spring Hura-sama." However, as soon as he finished speaking, an even smaller figure jumped out of thin air and shouted. The petite figure was about 1 meters tall, and she wore a modified white hunting uniform that was specially cut off at the bottom to reveal her legs. She had a round face, light purple short hair, and a pair of small beast ears on her head. At the same time, she also had a thin, furry foxtail. She held a short sword in her hand, and she looked at the window next to them cautiously. "It's a guardian," Tsukamiya Kagura whispered. Of course, Tsukamiya Kagura had learned about the term guardian in the Inyang school. This was because, in the world of spirit eaters, there were also guardians. However, that only referred to people who were family guardians or people who had signed contracts with them. It didn't refer to the personal spirit-branded retainers of this world. However, the general nature was still the same. The moment everyone looked over, A spirit-branded retainer climbed to the window and cast a shadow on the corridor inside the school where they were standing. "Oh? So you're here. This is the first time we've met like this since the Masato incident," a mocking voice came from the spirit-branded retainer's body. "It's you." The stupid Tiger Earth guardian Haruko's expression changed greatly as he shouted. "Ha ha! I apologize for causing such a big commotion this time. I said that I was looking forward to it, but in the end it was this old man who came to disturb you. Please forgive me for violating our agreement." The attacker, Dominashia, said politely. "It really is the old man from that time. Why are you here?" Tsukimike's Haruko glared at the Shikigami lying outside the window and shouted. Although he appeared brave and fearless, his trembling legs revealed the fear in his heart. "It's just a small matter. I've already made it clear to the servants here that I'll be leaving as soon as I'm done. Children, don't meddle in other people's business. There are some abnormalities as well." The voice from one of the spirit-branded retainers reminded him cheerfully. Of course, it was also possible to say that it was a warning. "Since it's such a rare opportunity, why don't I play with you for a while?" Following that, the Shikigami who acted as a Shia Duman's messenger sneered. "Don't be scared by him." Among the three men in Daitanji's group, the tallest one had the coldest expression. Yomi could even faintly feel a bit of anger and sharpness from him. The boy with a forehead protector on his head said loudly. This person's name was Adeo Don. He wasn't a member of the Inyang family, nor was he a natural-born ghost-seeing ability user. Instead, he was a victim of a spiritual disaster called the Nsami Daifu incident. Because he had a ghost in his body, he obtained the qualifications to become a Inyang master. He was Tsukimike's Haruko's best friend. The school's barrier will protect us. Grandmother's preparations should be flawless. Moreover, several professional Inyang masters will immediately come from the Inyang Hall and the Nightmare Bureau to rescue us. Of course, there will also be the 12 Divine Generals. I don't know if you're the real Dominashia, but you have no chance of winning. A girl with long flaxen hair wearing a white Inyang school uniform straightened her back. Her expression was nervous but firm as she spoke to the Shikigami outside the window. From her words, one could tell that she came from a famous family. In this Inyang school, there was only one woman who could be called grandmother by her. That was the head of the Inyang school, Kurahashi Yomi. Therefore, one didn't need to guess much to know that this woman was Kurahashi Kyoko. This is bad. Do you mind that this old man came to visit without bringing any gifts? This isn't an issue of etiquette anymore. This old man won't do such a boring thing. If I can scare everyone in a bit, it will be enough for this old man to feel the meaning of life. The Shikigami's sinister face lightly smiled, and Duman Ashiya's light voice once again came out. Then, the Shikigami used its claws and head to hit the barrier again. Pieces of mosaic-like stagnation appeared, immediately appearing on the Shikigami and the barrier. Moreover, when this old man was looking for the guy who gave the gift, I deliberately chose the person next to Tsuchimikado. It seems that person is also looking forward to old Xiao's prank. Happy, then I'll play as he wishes. This is this old man's duty as the clown. A bad premonition appeared in everyone's heart. Among them, Tsukimiya Kagura subconsciously grasped Yomi's hand. That's what they've been saying recently. Urgent as the law orders. As soon as the voice fell, a sad cry sounded. Just as everyone turned their heads to look at the source of the sound, Shikigami Tenma, a talisman, flew out from the pocket of Tenma's uniform, emitting a strong spiritual wave. "Get down!" Ada Dawn shouted loudly, and at the same time she did so. The moment everyone laid down, a powerful curse power exploded at the top of the corridor, forming a curse pattern that spread in all directions, penetrating the walls and the ground on both sides, and finally attached to the enchantment outside the window, eroding the enchantment from the inside. Then, in less than 5 seconds, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, the barrier shattered like glass. A cool breeze blew in from outside the Yin-Yang school. Although this cool breeze made everyone feel refreshed, it couldn't blow away the fear that arose from the barrier's shattering. "Idiot, why are you still standing there? Run!" Yomi Kagura pulled Tsukumiya Kagura and rushed towards Tsukumiya Haruko and the others, while loudly reminding them. With Yomi's reminder, Tsukumiya Haruko and the others immediately came back to their senses. After using a few simple talismans to launch attacks that could delay the Shikigami's footsteps, they quickly ran through the Yin-Yang school with Yomi Kagura and Tsukumiya Kagura. At the same time, in the headquarters of the Yin-Yang Hall, Daemon's Shikigami also climbed up the outer walls of the building. The huge number of Shikigami were like black mud that kept growing, spreading to the surroundings. "Quick, release the Shikigami. We must stop them from rushing into the headquarters building." In Suzu Ito's area, the commander of the area ordered loudly. "Yes, sir." Suzu Ito and the others echoed in unison. Then, a large number of mass-produced Shikigami appeared around everyone. Under the control of their masters, they attacked Daemon's Shikigami. Of course, there were also many of Suzu Ito's Shikigami. As the demon-retrieving officer of the original Black Branch, the Shikigami used by Ito Rin were the same as the other demon-retrieving officers. They were 2G2 Yiksha-type Shikigami. Under the control of her mind, the Shikigami were like 2 real samurai. They were able to deal great damage to Daemon's Shikigami. It can't be helped. Compared with the more orthodox Yin-Yang Jutsu in this world, Ito Rin's martial strength and combat awareness are completely different from them. It is estimated that except for the 12 immortal generals, Matsuki Zenjiro, who should also be regarded as a Yin-Yang Jutsu, no one can reach her level. After all, the native Yin-Yang masters of this world only had curses and spells. They didn't have many close combat skills. However, because of this, Suzu Ito's performance was a bit conspicuous. As expected of a Shikigami, her combat skills are sharp. One of the colleagues joked when he saw Suzu Ito's sharp control of her Shikigami. "Be careful. Don't let the enemy rush in." Before the others could say anything to Suzu Ito, the commander reminded them loudly. Seeing this, everyone tactfully shut their mouths and focused on controlling their Shikigami and casting spells to defend against Daemon's Shikigami. "You over there, lend me your Zen staff." While running, Yukari turned to look at Tsukimike's Haruko and said, "Here." Although he had some doubts and didn't know what Yukari Haruko wanted his Zen staff for, Tsukimike's Haruko still threw the Zen staff to him without hesitation. "What are you doing?" Dalian Temple's Suzuki frowned and asked. Doing this. As Yukari Haruko spoke, he suddenly turned around and ran to the back of the team. Then, he stomped his feet and jumped onto one of the earth spiders that was chasing after them. The Zen staff in his hand spun and stabbed into the core of the earth spider's jutsu. Pooh! With a light sound, the earth spider Shikigami that had its core pierced immediately became sluggish. Like a robot that had lost its power, it was paralyzed on the ground. After completing this attack, Yukari Haruko jumped away and turned around again to hit the earth spider Shikigami that had stopped moving. Bang! In an instant, a loud sound was heard. The earth spider's huge body was immediately sent flying back and crashed into the other earth spiders. It was like a roadblock that blocked the earth spiders behind it. Then, Yukari Haruko didn't stay any longer. He quickly ran back to the team and threw the Zen staff back to its original owner, Tsukimike's Haruko. Chapter 1472. P.S. Thank you to Shuren, Lonely Fallen Angel, and YenXIN Yen for your precious monthly vote. Thank you to NXCX for your tip. You are really strong, Tsukimike's Haruko said as the corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he casually took the Zen staff that had been enhanced by the curse technique. It is okay. Kanzen Yomi curled his lips. Sorry. At this moment, Hyakuchi Tenma's voice suddenly sounded. His tone was low and he apologized as if he was sleep-talking. Sorry, I am very sorry. It is all my fault. The barrier. Hyakuchi Tenma kept blaming himself as Kurahashi Kyoko grabbed his arm and ran. Tenma. Kyoko said softly. Sorry. Hyakuchi Tenma, who was in a state of self-loathing, apologized instinctively. What is wrong with you? Before Kyoko could say anything, Dalian Temple's Suzaku, who stopped, suddenly took over the conversation and said with a sharp voice. Due to the special attitude in her voice, Hyakuchi Tenma also stopped and turned to look at Dalian Temple's Suzaku. At the same time, the others also stopped, even though they could still see the Shikigami who was breaking through the barrier and chasing after them, hiding a talisman to break the barrier. This is a super old trick. It is only a coincidence that you were chosen as a pawn. Or rather, it is because you are related to this guy that you were set up. This guy is the target. You are just a gift. Frankly speaking, you have too much self-awareness. Suzaku, who didn't hide her anxiety, said with sharp words. This, although Dalian Temple Suzaku's words were sharp, it was the truth. Because he did hear a Shiaduman who caused all of this to happen say that he deliberately chose the people around Tsukimike's Haruko. Hyakuchi Tenma also understood. The reason he was chosen was because he was the weakest among his companions. He did not have the power of the ghost. Like Ada Donner, nor did he come from a famous family like Tsukimike's Haruko and Kurahashi Kyoko. He was the most suitable person to be used. The opponent is D. I have said it many times. He is so powerful that even the spell search department was shocked. Being targeted by him, it is impossible for someone of your level to deal with him. So, what do you want? Self-blame and whatnot were just overly arrogant actions that would spoil the mood. Enough, Ikuan, in order to not get in the way, quickly retreat. The sharp words of the Dalian Temple's Suzuki were like a chopping knife, once again interrupting the thoughts of the self-blaming Hachibana Pegasus, leaving him speechless. He could not find a reason to refute. We lost to Datoji by 1 point. Indeed, not many people noticed that Dominashia was toying with them. At least, I don't have that kind of confidence. Seeing that the 100-branched Pegasus had returned to its normal state, Adon laughed. Just as Dalian Temple and Dong said, everyone was the same when it came to the fact that they couldn't see through the trap. Today, Alpha and Omega were more careful than usual, but in the end, they didn't find the talisman. It wasn't Pegasus's fault alone. Although it's regrettable, the other party is indeed more skilled. Natsumo Tsukimike's immediately comforted him. Alpha and Omega were the high-level spirit-branded retainers of the Yin-Yang school. Their role was to register the aura characteristics of each student of the Yin-Yang school and the spiritual waves of the spirit-branded retainers they carried with them to prevent the possibility of other high-level Yin-Yang masters using Yin-Yang jutsu to disguise themselves. Of course, their function also had some limitations. They could not monitor some spirit-branded retainers. At least, when Tsutomu Kagura, who had by Rue sealed in her body, passed through the gate of the Yin-Yang school, they did not detect the existence of a spiritual beast. But Yamatsuruji, who had the stone of slaughter sealed in her body, was mistakenly detected as having a ghost in her body and was specially checked by the teachers of the Yin-Yang school. In addition, they were also part of the self-defense system of the Yin-Yang school, blocking the enemy when they attacked a Shiaduman. Really, after all, Natame and I have been causing trouble for everyone, but you have never hated us and still get along with us, right? Isn't that right, Tenma? Tsutomu Haruto said in his unique way of comforting people. After all, we are just students. Everyone is immature. Because of this, there is a meaning in uniting, isn't there? Haruto. Tenma looked at Tsutomu Haruto with a touched face and called softly. Finally, Jingzi patted Tenma's shoulder and said softly with a smile, "Have you heard of this sentence? Reflect and feel lost later. Now is not the time to do this, right?" "Yes, I completely agree with Jingzi." Ada Donner looked around and nodded in agreement. Because of comforting Tenma, the group of spirit-branded retainers that were slightly hindered by Tsurugi's attack had cleared the obstacles and rushed close to them. Moreover, there were more spirit-branded retainers pouring into the school through the previous opening and rushing towards them. Seeing the current situation, Tsutomu Haruto couldn't help but tighten his grip on the Zen staff in his hand. His guardian spirit-branded retainer, Kuren, pointed the blade of his dagger outwards and lowered his body to assume an attacking posture. Kurahashi Kyoko had White Cherry and Black Wind take a step forward. Tsutomu Natame, Dalian Temple Suzuki, and Ada Donner all had serious expressions on their faces as they faced off against the spirit-branded retainers that were faintly surrounding them. As a group, Tsurugi and Tsutomu Kagura also took out their talismans and looked like they were ready to start a massacre. "Sorry." "Thank you." Looking at everyone around him, Tenma's heart was filled with gratitude as he whispered softly. The former's "sorry" was an apology for causing the current situation and making his companions worry. The latter's "thank you" was a response to everyone's efforts. Then, Tenma also took out his talismans and looked at the spirit-branded retainers around him with a guarded expression. At this time, his face no longer had the cowardice and self-blame from before. Instead, he was full of energy. "So, what should we do next? Defeat them all one by one?" Dalian Temple Suzuki looked at her companions around her. She asked. "Natame, you decide," Ada Donner said. Natame was stunned. She subconsciously turned her head to look at Ada Donner. "Among everyone, you are the key person. We will obey your judgment. Dalian Temple, and the two of you, do you have any objections?" Ada Donner looked around at the others and said, If I feel unhappy, I will leave on my own. I am different from you guys. I can handle it by myself." Dalian Temple Suzuki snorted arrogantly. "Whatever, there is no better choice right now." Tsurugi had a frivolous smile on his face. "No objections." Tsutomu Kagura agreed. "Natame, please." Seeing that the three most likely to have objections had no objections, Tsutomu Haruto immediately said. At least Dominishiya said that he would not hurt the other students. In short, we only need to worry about ourselves. Tsutomu Haruto, who had been entrusted with a heavy responsibility, lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said with a serious face, "Well, I didn't have the time to worry about others." Ada Donner looked at Tsutomu Haruto's serious face and casually interrupted. "However, it is difficult for us to fight against D alone. The barrier has been destroyed, and the basic plan is to wait for the Inyang Hall to rescue us." Tsutomu Haruto, who was already used to Ada Donner's style, didn't mind and continued. "Understood. So, we have to defend, right? Or just escape outside the dormitory?" Tsutomu Haruto asked. "In the current situation, it's impossible to escape without being discovered by the enemy. What if we're discovered? If we are discovered, they might chase us outside the dormitory. If that happens, it will affect the streets outside. We have to avoid this situation." Even in such an environment, Tsutomu Haruto was still thinking about the others and answered cautiously. "We have decided we will hold on. Then we will guard it." Ada Donner and Yama Haruto said at the same time. After saying that, the two looked at each other with a slightly strange expression. "It will probably become a long battle. But we can't escape to the underground incantation field, which means..." Ada Donner, who looked away, continued. There are other empty practice rooms, right? There are barriers in the practice rooms. Although they are not as strong as the incantation field, we should be able to buy more time if we take refuge there. Hayakuto Pegasus continued. Tsutomu Haruto nodded in agreement with Hayakuto Pegasus's suggestion. There are many enemies. If we fight them one by one, we can't afford it. Yes, the talismans are limited. Yes, escape into the practice room's barrier to preserve your strength. If the barrier is broken, then move to another practice room. Try to control your own consumption as much as possible and try to buy as much time as possible. Understood. Then, the closest one to here is the 8th practice room. At this point, everyone agreed on the direction of escape and the hiding place. Before that, we have to break through here first. Haruto Haruto looked at the Shikigami approaching her and said softly, "Everyone, are you ready? Start moving slowly. Do not leave your companions, maintain a circular formation." Tsutomu Haruto Haruto took a deep breath and gave an order with a serious expression. "Okay, Haruto, there is no need to rush anyway." Tsutomu Haruto said. "Yes, Haruto Haruto is right. Also, Donner, how long can your transformation last?" Tsutomu Haruto nodded and turned his head slightly to ask Ada Donner. "Like now, it can last for 20 minutes. However, I can only last for 5 minutes if I fight at full strength." Ada Donner, whose body was burning with pale blue ghostly energy, caused a set of pauldrons to appear on her shoulders and arms, answered. By fighting at full strength, she meant using a large amount of ghostly energy to cover her entire body with a layer of ancient armor made of ghostly energy. Understood. Then, we will let Donner fight at the critical moment. The vanguard will be Spring Tiger, Koen, and I, followed by Kurahashi and Dong. Kurahashi, deploy White Cherry and Black Maple to the left and right sides of the circular formation. Natsum Tukumon arranged. Understood. Kyoko Kurahashi replied. Then, finally, Tenma and Daidoji and Natsum Tsukimike's turned to look at Katsura and Tsukimiya Kagura. Up until now, she only knew that the two of them were Daidoji's classmates, but she didn't know their names. Remonstrant Mountain Huang Quan. Just call me Huang Quan. Remonstrant Mountain Huang Quan smiled. I'm Tsutomu Kagura. Just like Yomi, you can call me Kagura, Tsutomu Kagura continued. Alright then. Lastly, Tenma, Yomi, Kagura, and Daiji. Dalian Temple will be last. Tomen Shimu did not hesitate to make the arrangements, because he wasn't sure of their true combat strength, and they seemed to be spell users like Pegasus. Shimu directly arranged for them to be in the same position as Pegasus, as emergency backup. Very good. To what extent can you boast? Let me carefully appreciate it from the back. Let me, the prodigy of the 12 divine generals, Daidoji Suzuka said proudly. And in order to show off her importance, he especially emphasized his own identity. Natsum Tsukimike smiled at this and didn't take it to heart. Alright. Then, let's move. Natsum Tsukimike finally said. With that said, everyone began to move slowly toward the entrance of the passage in front of them according to the previous arrangement. As soon as they moved, the sensitive Shikage-type Shinigami immediately discovered their situation and took small steps forward. In an instant, an even stronger sense of oppression pressed down on everyone present. As the vanguard, Haruko Tsukimike's heart tightened and began to respond to the Shikage-type Shinigami's movements. Just like this, in the midst of the confrontation with the Shikage-type Shinigami, everyone slowly moved forward. But soon, the balance was broken, and a Shikage-type Shinigami roared and rushed toward Haruko Tsukimike's. Haruko Tsukimike's was not timid and immediately used the Zen staff in his hand to meet the Shikage-type Shinigami. At the same time, the protector Shikage-type Koen immediately slashed at the Shikage-type Shinigami's leg. With regards to Koen's attack, the Shikage-type Shinigami completely ignored it and continued to attack Haruko Tsukimike's. This fellow. Haruko Tsukimike's muttered unhappily and continued to urge the curse power in his body to activate the technique on the front of the Zen staff, forming a curse blade and cutting the Shikage-type Shinigami in front of him. In an instant, a large amount of stagnation appeared on the Shikage-type Shinigami that was cut. But even so, the Shikage-type Shinigami still persisted in attacking Haruko Tsukimake's. Left with no choice, Haruko Tsukimake's could only continue to increase the output of his curse power to resist the Shikage-type Shinigami. At this time, Natsume Tsukimake's arm stretched out from the gap beside Haruko Tsukimake's waist and threw a talisman at the Shikage-type Shinigami. Fu Chuanhu recognized that talisman. It was one of the basic 5 elemental talismans, the Metal Elemental Talisman. Urgent as the law commands. In the next moment, the talisman was activated and turned into a sharp blade, cutting the neck of the Shikage-type Shinigami in front of Haruko Tsukimake's. The Shikage-type Shinigami turned into spiritual droplets in the explosion of stagnation and disappeared. With the death of the first Shikage-type Shinigami, the surrounding Shikage-type Shinigami no longer stood to the side like spectators. Like a wave, they started to attack Adu Dan Kurahashi Kyoko, Shiba Tenma, Chiyama Yomi, and Tsukamiya Kagura. Chapter 1473. Talismans intertwined, spells exploded, forming a chain. Kyoko's spirit-branded retainers, white cherry and black maple, also used Nipponese and katana, but the effect wasn't obvious. Tsukimake's Natsume and Chiyama Yomi's breakthroughs were still abnormally slow. It was obvious how powerful the black spirit-branded retainers were. Each one of them was difficult to deal with. Hey! These guys feel like trash, but they're not. Tsukimake's Haruko, who was waving his Zen staff, shouted. No. If this continues, we'll run out of talismans. Shippo Tenma also shouted in agreement. Hearing their shouts, Tsukamiya Kagura couldn't help but turn to look at Chiyama Yomi. Her meaning was simple. She was asking Yomi whether or not she should use Bai-Rue. Chiyama Yomi didn't reply. Instead, she gave her answer with her actions. Chiyama Yomi casually threw a fire talisman to the spirit-branded retainer in front of her. Urgent as per my command. The next moment, the talisman turned into flames and burned the spirit-branded retainer, creating a large area of stagnation on the spirit-branded retainer. Immediately afterwards, Chiyama Yomi took out another metal talisman, and activated it with an incantation. But different from how others used it, Chiyama Yomi immediately reached out and grabbed the small dagger that looked like a Persian scimitar the moment the talisman turned into a sharp blade. She poured spiritual energy into the dagger, jumped up from the ground, rushed into the burning spirit-branded retainer, and stabbed it into the core of the spirit-branded retainer. Roar! With a soundless roar, the spirit-branded retainer turned into nothingness. Then, Chiyama Yomi held the dagger that didn't turn back into a talisman under the support of spiritual energy and jumped onto the ground that was empty after the spirit-branded retainer's death. She straightened the blade and used spiritual energy to create an extremely long spiritual seed blade. It swept towards the other spirit-branded retainers around her. Bzzz. A large area of stagnation appeared on the spirit-branded retainers around her. So strong, Shippo Tenma exclaimed. Just who is she? Dalian Temple Suzuki narrowed her eyes and said softly. Kagura, Yomi called out. Mo Safu, Sata Di Piao, Safu Muchi Piao, Sata Chue Luoja, Zan E Mahalu Safu, Yaya Safu Wei Jinan, Sata Luoja Yen Man. Akalanatha Fire World Curse. Tsutomu Kagura's hands formed the special hand seals of the spirit-eating world, the Akala Fire World Curse. As she chanted the incantation, she summoned the flames that suddenly appeared in front of her to burn the spirit-branded retainers around her. At the same time, Jian Shan Huangquan, who had casually thrown away the broken gold rune blade in his hand, flashed back to the team. It's actually the Fire World Curse of the Akalanatha. Seeing the spirit-branded retainer quickly disappear under the burning flames of Akala, Suzuki of the Dalian Temple, who was about to save everyone from danger, looked at Tsutomu Kagura with some surprise and said, "She couldn't be blamed for being surprised. Although the Fire World Curse of the Akalanatha was an extremely widespread yin-yang technique curse. But this kind of curse technique is also a kind of a type of incantation. It requires specific qualifications to learn and use. Even if it is a private student, it is a practical teaching content after the second year, and not something that can be easily mastered by the first-year students. A-type curse," Shiba Tenma said with a slightly changed expression. He couldn't do it. The A-type curse had always been a wound in Shiba Tenma's heart, because he never had confidence in himself. This made his success rate of casting the A-type curse extremely low. It made him think that he didn't have the talent to learn yin-yang technique, so he had a strange feeling towards Tsutomu Kagura, who was only a first-grade student but could cast the Fire World Curse of the Akalanatha. And taking advantage of the Fire World Curse of the Akalanatha, everyone rearranged their formation. There are so many spirit-branded retainers. Jian Shan Huangquan sighed with a helpless expression, then ignored the reactions of others, just like Tsutomu Kagura. His hands were pressed together, and his mouth was chanting the Fire World Curse of the Akalanatha. In an instant, another blazing flame appeared in front of Jian Shan Huangquan, turned into a fire dragon, and burned the surrounding spirit-branded retainers. "Fire World Curse again," the others exclaimed. "This guy. He really isn't simple." Dalian Temple Suzuka narrowed her eyes at Jian Shan Huangquan and thought, "Let's take this opportunity to leave here." Tsutomu Natsum hurriedly said to everyone, "Okay." Everyone obeyed and rushed forward. And because they had to run, Jian Shan Huangquan and Tsutomu Kagura also dispersed the curse, and ran out of the area burned by the Fire World Curse of the Akalanatha. This time, there were still spirit-branded retainers blocking them, but the number was sharply reduced to the minimum, and they were no longer a threat to everyone. There's no need to forcefully kill the enemy. Now we need to avoid unnecessary consumption. Tsutomu Natsum couldn't help but remind Tsutomu Natsum when he saw Tsutomu Natsum and Kuin fighting with all their might to eliminate all the spirit-branded retainers blocking their way. The 8th practical training room they were going to was one floor below, but in this situation, the elevator definitely couldn't be used, so they could only choose one path, which was the stairs. After choosing the path, they began to rush down the stairs. The first to appear were the 3 black spirit-branded retainers blocking their way. As the vanguard, Spring Tiger roared and jumped down with his Zen staff. Borrowing the momentum, he sent the Shikigami flying. Then, Jingxi's black maple quickly followed up and sent the other Shikigami flying as well. However, the last Shikigami cleverly bypassed Spring Tiger and Black Maple and launched an attack at the people behind. Urgent, urgent, as ordered. Tsutomu Natsum threw out 2 water travel talismans, which turned into a torrent that rushed towards the spirit-branded retainer. Unfortunately, the spirit-branded retainer stayed in place like a boulder and wasn't swept away by the torrent. First seal, release. A Dao Dong heir, who had temporarily released her ghostly form after escaping from the encirclement, released the seal on her body with a low roar, and overtook the heavy people, and sent the spirit-branded retainer flying with a punch. Seeing this, Tsutomu Natsum quickly followed, and activated a metal travel talisman in midair, which turned into a blade and slashed at the spirit-branded retainer's body, creating a large area of stagnation. The path was opened, and everyone continued to rush down. At this moment, there was still a flight of stairs before reaching the 8th practical training room, but at this moment Kuin, who was flying in midair, suddenly stopped them. "No, Master Spring Tiger. What's wrong?" Tsutomu Natsum subconsciously raised his head and asked. Before Kuin could answer, a strange sound came from below, and then, a large group of black spirit-branded retainers that filled the entire space of the stairs appeared in front of everyone, and rushed up the stairs, towards them. What? Spring Tiger and Dong Air, who were at the forefront, couldn't help but groan. "Hey, Spring Tiger, lend it to me." Following this, Dong Air quickly snatched the Zen staff from Spring Tiger's hands, and rushed towards the spirit-branded retainers below. Actually, the best choice now wasn't to charge forward alone, but to let Tsutomu Natsume, Tsutomu Kagura, or Dalian Temple's Suzaku, who hadn't made a move yet, deal with them. However, Dong Air probably didn't expect them to be able to use the Fire World Curse as a first-year student, so she made this choice because she didn't expect them to be able to use the curse. Of course, it was probably because the spirit-branded retainers were too close to everyone, and there wasn't enough time for the two of them to use the curse. Dong Air. Tsutomu Natsume, who had regained his senses, shouted. "It's long enough." Dong Air muttered and placed the Zen staff in front of her, and injected her own ghostly power into it. Instantly, the Zen staff expanded under the infusion of ghostly power, and extended to both sides, clashing with the spirit-branded retainers that were approaching. However, how could one person be a match for so many spirit-branded retainers? Almost at the moment of collision, the ghostly power armor on Dao Dong Air's body showed signs of stagnation, as if it was about to disappear at any time. Danger. Seeing this, Dalian Temple's Suzuka, who knew that the situation was urgent, pushed aside Kyoko and Tenma, who were blocking in front of her, and took out a thick book that looked like a Bible, and injected her spiritual power into it, causing it to quickly flip through the pages. During this process, a large amount of paper flew out from the pages, folded, pasted, and overlapped, turning into the shape of a wild beast that rushed in front of the spirit-branded retainers, and collided with the spirit-branded retainers. In the soundless but clearly audible vibrations, whether it was the spirit-branded retainers made of paper or the black spirit-branded retainers, all of them showed signs of stagnation and temporarily stopped. However, this was only a temporary balance, and soon, the black spirit-branded retainers that Ashiya Michimata summoned surged forward again, and the huge difference in numbers caused the defensive wall created by Dao Dong Air and Dalian Temple's Suzuka to be slowly pushed back. Kagura. Kusanzen Yomi called out again. Understood. Tsutomu Kagura replied. During this exchange of questions and answers, Kusanzen Yomi and Tsutomu Kagura jumped onto the handrail of the stairs on the side, and on the back of the spirit-branded retainers that Dalian Temple's Suzuka summoned. At the same time, they formed hand seals and chanted an incantation, casting the Akala Flame World Curse. In an instant, two blazing flames surged towards the black spirit-branded retainers like a raging tide. The phenomenon of stagnation uncontrollably appeared on the black spirit-branded retainers on a large scale, and then like a pile of rubble that couldn't bear the burden, they abruptly scattered and disappeared from the spirit-branded retainers. However, immediately after, more spirit-branded retainers rushed in from the corridor, once again filling up the empty space that was just burned. Try another way. Retreat for now. Natsume looked at the situation below and said, Wait, Natsume. If we rashly retreat, it will be even worse. Dalian Temple's Suzuka stopped her. I understand. Come out, Big Dipper. Tsuchimima and Natsume shouted solemnly. In front of them, above the spirit-branded retainers that were constantly replenishing the missing spirit-branded retainers, a dazzling golden light appeared. The light had a majestic aura, and all the black spirit-branded retainers that came into contact with the light let out miserable cries. Then, the golden light suddenly extended upwards, turning into a shining golden ribbon-like creature, contracting and solidifying, and a dragon appeared. Chapter 1474. The dragon was about 10 meters long, had 2 horns and a mane, and its body was covered in golden scales. This was the spirit beast of the Tsuchimiyama family that Natsume Tsuchimiyama controlled, Big Dipper! Hiss! Seeing the appearance of the dragon, Yukari subconsciously withdrew her fire world curse and subconsciously took a light breath. She turned her head and exchanged glances with Tsukimiya Kagura, who also turned her head to look at her. This was the first time the two of them saw a real spirit beast that was controlled by someone in this world, and not a substitute spirit beast created by the miasma. Big Dipper! Stop the enemy, the black spirit beast's attack. Dalian Temple, create space for Big Dipper's attack. Yukari, Kagura, retreat. Natsume Tsuchimiyama ordered loudly. Yes. Yukari and the others replied in unison. Then, Yukari and Tsukimiya Kagura retreated into the group. Dalian Temple Suzuka, and even Tsuchimiyama Haruko's guardian spirit beast, Koen shouted together and used all their skills to create a small gap in the group of black spirit beasts. Natsume Tsuchimiyama immediately commanded Big Dipper to break through this gap. Big Dipper didn't use his claws and teeth as weapons. Instead, he directly released a frightening amount of spiritual energy around his body and forcefully broke through the group of spirit beasts. Big Dipper charged through the group of spirit beasts by curling up and shrinking as if he was digging a hole in the ground. Under Big Dipper's forceful attack, the staircase shook violently as if there was an earthquake, forcing everyone to retreat to a higher staircase to take shelter. Seeing that the black spirit beast's attack was slowing down, Ada passed the defense to Suzuka's spirit beast. She retreated into the group and returned the staff to Tsuchimiyama Haruko. Natsume, what is the other path? Donger asked. The emergency staircase. Natsume answered with a serious expression. It's too narrow, it's very dangerous. It's all over if you fall. Hearing Natsume's answer, Haruko looked at her with a shocked expression and refuted. The so-called emergency staircase was a type of steel staircase built outside the building. It was often seen in Japanese dramas and anime. It was a place where the protagonists or others secretly met. Under normal circumstances, this staircase was only wide enough for one person. For people who were used to wide staircases, it was indeed a bit narrow. Moreover, it was built on the exterior of the upper echelons. Those without courage would not be able to use it. However, in that situation, with a vast space around him, it was easier for Big Dipper to display his abilities. Of course, correspondingly, the enemy also attacked them, and they had nowhere to hide. If he was not careful, he would fall off the building and die. However, there's no other way. Xiaomu said helplessly. Can't we just let Big Dipper carve out a path to the bottom? That won't do. Right now, Seven Dipper and I were sharing the same vision. However, there was no doubt that our spirit-branded retainers would bury us if we went down the stairs. Even if Big Dipper could cause chaos, it couldn't wipe out the enemy. Most importantly, Big Dipper can't hold on any longer. Let's move for now. Suzuki-chan's Shikigami won't be able to hold on much longer. Jingzi, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. Is that Jingzi's voice? However, at this moment, a new voice sounded in everyone's ears. Vice-Chancellor? Grandmother. Hearing this voice, everyone except Chiyama Yomi and Tsutomu Kagura couldn't help but open their eyes wide. They subconsciously called out the name that was familiar to them. Amidst the cries of the crowd, a tricolor cat gracefully appeared in their line of sight. Great! Everyone was safe and sound. Hurry up and follow me. Before she finished speaking, the tricolor cat passed through the gap left by the crowd and rushed up the stairs. Hurry up! The tricolor cat turned around. Seeing that there was no one below, she urged everyone to hurry up. Hey, grandmother! Vice-Chancellor! Up there, but... Jingzi and Tenma's panicked voices sounded. Xiaomu. Spring Tiger handed the decision to Xiaomu. Let's go. After a short hesitation, Xiaomu decided. Compared to being the only child, it was better to listen to the advice of the senior vice-chancellor. After all, no matter how one looked at it, the Vice-Chancellor wouldn't harm them. Dalian Temple, your spirit-branded retainers. Xiaomu looked at Dalian Temple's Suzaku hesitantly. Let them stop the enemy and slowly retreat. Dalian Temple's Suzaku decided. Yes, I'm counting on you. Xiaomu begged, then turned to the others and said again, everyone, follow the Vice-Chancellor's spirit-branded retainers. Maintain the formation, don't be careless. Then everyone followed the Vice-Chancellor's tricolor cat spirit-branded retainers and ran up the stairs. Grandmother! What's going on? What happened? On the way up, Jingzi asked loudly, full of doubts about everything that had happened. Ashiya Michio's attack. I guessed that he wouldn't come here. It seems that I miscalculated. The name of Stargazer is crying. Vice-Chancellor Kurahashi Yomi's voice came from the tricolor cat's body. What do you mean? Please explain in detail. Jingzi asked with dissatisfaction. Of course, but only after we escape. Kurahashi Yomi's voice was filled with anxiety. Master Dalma has already infiltrated the Vice-Chancellor's residence. His spirit-branded retainers are all down there. So we have to escape up? But what will happen after we escape up there? What are your considerations? Xiaomu asked curiously. To the rooftop. The Vice-Chancellor replied. The rooftop? It's possible to reach the rooftop from the Vice-Chancellor's residence building? Spring Tiger was surprised. Of course, he wasn't the only one surprised. The others and Tsutamaya Kaguro were also surprised. Ever since they entered the school, they all knew that the elevator could only go up to the rooftop. They had never heard anyone mention anything about the rooftop, so they all thought that there was no way to reach the rooftop. That's right. Unexpectedly, the Vice-Chancellor gave an affirmative answer. There's a staircase on the rooftop. It's supposed to be off-limits to everyone except me, but now it's an emergency. Use the barrier there. If there was such a method, please tell me earlier. Jingzi complained with a red face. The tricolor cat ran forward without any regard for the other's speed. Fortunately, no matter if it was Katsuyama Yomi, Tsutomayama Kagura, Tsutomayama Haruka, Ada Donner, or even Tsutomayama Natsum, Kurahashi Kyoko, Hayakuchi Tenma, or Dalian Temple Suzuka, they all followed closely behind the tricolor cat. But things weren't that simple. Along the way, they had to deal with the obstacles that appeared in front of them. But even so, the tricolor cat didn't slow down at all, as though the obstacles weren't a problem for the students at all. It continued to charge ahead. Just like that, under the high-intensity military training, they finally reached the rooftop. However, what appeared in front of them wasn't the staircase or door that they expected. Instead, it was a solid wall. Open the door. Before anyone could say anything, the tricolor cat already yelled. As the cat yelled, the wall twisted and then, a steel door appeared on the wall. Obviously, this was the effect of a concealment spell. The lock has been unlocked. Open the door. The tricolor cat turned around and said to the students behind it. Tsutomayama Haruka consciously walked forward, stretched out his hands, and pushed the steel door open. Then, a staircase that led to the rooftop appeared in front of everyone. The tricolor cat took the lead and rushed through the door. Seeing this, the others didn't hesitate and quickly followed. Soon, the staircase was finished. Haruka stepped forward and opened the door in front of them. In an instant, a humid air rushed in from the open door and enveloped everyone's bodies. In front of them was a messy environment. They didn't know whether it was ventilation pipes or some other steel pipes that were placed on the ground in a disorderly manner. The thin barbed wire encircled the space like a maze. The tricolor cat was still leading the way, leading everyone forward. Under the tricolor cat's lead, everyone quickly came to the bottom of a slightly higher platform. They climbed up the stairs erected on the wall to the platform above. In an instant, an empty space appeared in the line of sight of the people who had ascended the platform one after another. Above them was a boundless gloomy sky. Dark clouds that were brewing rain covered the entire sky. There were no obstacles around them, not even barbed wire to prevent them from falling. There was only a short wall that just touched the ground, allowing them to see far away at a glance. And in the center of the platform, there was an altar made of 4 small birds according to a specific layout. "Everyone, come here." Just when everyone saw the altar, a voice came from a figure standing at the edge of the altar. That person was none other than the current head teacher of Yin-Yang School, Kurahashi Yomi. Under Kurahashi Yomi's reminder, everyone went down the altar one after another. Daitoji. At this moment Pegasus, who had reached the altar first, shouted. He pulled Daitoji's arm and dodged to the side and fell to the ground. Behind them, a black Shikigami climbed up the stairs to the altar. Seeing this, Katsuyama Yomi took the Zen staff from Tsuchimikado Haruko's hand, turned around and swung it like a baseball, and knocked the Shikigami down the altar. But this was only a temporary solution to the crisis, because under the altar and in the space between the altar and the high platform, a large number of black Shikigami were constantly filling the empty space, and once again surrounded everyone standing on the altar. Close the sacred domain, evil chi disperse. Heaven altar seal. Just when everyone was ready, Kurahashi Yomi took out a small mirror from the front of her kimono, raised her hand and threw it into the air, and opened her mouth to chant an incantation. Suddenly, a large amount of Reiki gushed out from the mirror, rolling up a whirlpool in the air. Then, like the Reiki in the mirror, the square torii that surrounded the stone stage flashed with 4 colors of black, blue, red, and white. Together with the yellow light flashing from the mirror, they formed a 5-colored barrier, enveloping the entire altar. Chapter 1475. P.S. Thank you to Cloud Ice and Instant Potato for their precious monthly vote. Thank you to NXCX for your tip. It was a sunny afternoon. In a small resting area with trees, grass, ponds, and gravel, Yomi and Tsutomu Kagura were sitting next to each other. In their hands, they were holding a plastic lunchbox filled with food. Obviously, they were having a lunch break. "Yomi, what are you thinking about?" Tsutomu Kagura looked at Yomi, who was obviously more taciturn than usual, and asked doubtfully. Nothing." Yomi, who came back to her senses, shook her head and smiled. "Are you thinking about the battle of spells that you saw that day?" Tsutomu Kagura tilted her head and said thoughtfully. Yes." Huang Quan gently raised her head and looked at the white clouds drifting freely in the sky as she softly replied. At the same time, she couldn't help but recall the beautiful battle scene she saw a few days ago at the Yin-Yang School. "Big Dipper!" Tsutomu Natsum shouted loudly. Amidst the shouting, the dragon that was originally staying in the room quickly rushed out of the passage and rose into the air above the altar where everyone was, then circled around like a snake. The spreading Holy Spirit waves combined with the golden color of the dragon's body made it look like a small sun. The dragon of the Tsuchimikado family, Not a bad show. The short old man named Maikaroshi Ashiya laughed happily. Although he couldn't hear Michiko's words, the dragon circling in the air still turned its head and stared at Michiko below. It let out a majestic roar and then straightened its body. Like an arrow, it shot towards Michiko. Facing Big Dipper's attack, Michiko didn't move. Then demons, who were waiting at the side. But they didn't lose out to the keenness of dragon. They simultaneously moved, and one of them appeared in front of Mandao, then changed into a shield and waited to withstand the attack of dragon. As for Long Yi, he aimed at the long body of Mandao and attacked from the side. That sudden burst of rapid speed formed a sharp contrast with its that clumsy body. At this time, the dragon's speed increased again and rushed forward at an even faster speed. Then, it suddenly turned its head and bit the other demon who was in the air and couldn't dodge. Stagnation appeared all over the demon's body immediately. Then, Big Dipper swung his head again and smashed the stagnant demon to the other demon who was protecting Michiko. Bang! The two demons collided and were sent flying to the side by the explosive force. They fell heavily on the platform. One of them had yet to recover from the impact of Big Dipper's holy spiritual energy, and its body was still covered with a large area of stagnation, unable to move. The other one, however, was only hit by the impact and did not suffer any stagnation, quickly standing up. But at this time, Big Dipper had already arrived in front of it, passing by it like an arrow. Once again, soul stagnation appeared uncontrollably on the ghost, whose face had been scratched by the Big Dipper claw. Michiko, 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 and Michiko, Michito, Michiko. Michiko, Michiko, Michiko. Michiko to Michiko, Michiko. 2. Tsuchimikado Haruko, who was dumbfounded, could only use this word to express his feelings at this time. Dalian Temple, is the spirit-branded retainer still in the dormitory? Natsume ignored Haruko's stupidity and asked Suzaku, who was beside him. Yes, he's still inside. Because you didn't give any new instructions. He's still on the stairs just now. Suzaku, who was suddenly called, replied in a panic. Obviously, as one of the 12 godly generals, she was also surprised by Tsuchimikado Natsume's strength. Please gather them immediately and restrain him together with Big Dipper. If we can divert his attention, we can buy time. Kurahashi, let white cherry and black maple go together. Tsuchimikado Natsume was like a general in front of the battlefield commanding the enemy to kill, commanding in a dignified manner. This is bad. Dao Man raised his head and looked at the dragon that was suppressing the two ghosts with his eyes hidden behind the bright red lenses. He said with a bitter tone, "It's too weak. A dragon of this level is completely free range, right? Natsume, dispel the dragon's materialization." Kurahashi Daime, who realized something, hurriedly ordered loudly. Tsuchimikado Natsume instinctively felt a trace of doubt and disgust towards this obviously abnormal order. However, as a junior and a private student, he still did as he was told. It's fine, bind. However, before Natsume's technique took effect, Michiko's technique had already been cast. Under Michiko's command, the two demons that were suppressed by the dragon suddenly scattered and turned into a pitch-black, viscous substance that looked like asphalt or oil. It stuck Big Dipper to the ground like glue. No matter how hard Big Dipper struggled, he couldn't fly up again. "Big Dipper!" Natsume shouted. "How can this be? I can't dispel Big Dipper's materialization." Natsume then discovered that he couldn't dispel Big Dipper's materialization, because the connection with the modern world has been forcibly cut off. This won't do. If this continues, Kurahashi Daime said with a serious expression. Then, a trace of determination appeared on Daime's face as he formed a hand seal with both hands. "Dominate everything, Diamond Boy, motionless golden bind." He quickly chanted an incantation and pointed the hand seal at the dragon's position. Instantly, the black liquid that the demons had turned into loosened slightly, allowing Big Dipper's body to fly up a short distance. "Oh!" Michiko let out a rather joyful laugh when he saw this. Then, he formed a sword seal with one hand and waved it between Big Dipper and Daime. The demons that had just been pulled down surged back onto the dragon's body and pulled it back to the ground. Clearly, the sword seal and the wave of the hand were used to sever the curse network. Haha! How is it? This dragon will become this old man's Shikigami if this continues. How about it? Michiko looked at Natsume's pale face and smiled. In the legends, Michiko Ashiya, who was known as the Dauma Master, was defeated by Yasupii Saimai. Yasupii Saimai took away his Shikigami and thus admitted defeat. He withdrew from the political struggle of that period. It's very troublesome to turn a spirit into a Shikigami. Usually, I don't want to do it. But if it's the dragon of Tsuchimikado, even this old man can't help but be tempted. Plus, it's Saimai's bloodline. This idea is getting stronger and stronger. A look of despair appeared on Natsume's face. In an instant, except for Chiyama Yomi and Tsukimiya Kagura, everyone's face was filled with disappointment. At the same time, Chiyama Yomi secretly took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention. He hinted with his eyes that Tsukimiya Kagura shouldn't act rashly. After all, compared to the dragon or Big Dipper that had been passed down from generation to generation in the Tsukimiya family, the white rue that was sealed in Tsukimiya Kagura's body was indeed connected to the host's soul. If the spirit beast was stolen, Tsukimiya Kagura would undoubtedly die. So, Chiyama Yomi would never put Kagura in danger for the sake of establishing a relationship. No, no, master. An old man wouldn't steal a child's things, right? Just as Chiyama Yomi was considering whether to use the Kido to help Tsukimiya Kagura take back the dragon, a light voice rang out. Kacha, kacha, kacha. Then, accompanied by a rhythmic sound, a male figure wearing hunting clothes walked out from the entrance to the roof. Michiko Ashiya turned around, looked at the person who came, and let out the most joyful sound so far. Aya, spare me this staircase, I have a prosthetic foot. The person complained without any sense of nervousness. To be honest, I want to go back. Head teacher, do I have to pay overtime this time? The person looked up. He showed a friendly smile and looked at Kurahashi Yomi, who was on the altar. Otomo-sensei? It's still lunch break, right? Kurahashi Yomi immediately sighed in relief when she saw the person's appearance. She said with a knowing smile. Otomo's full name was Otomo-sensei, and he could be considered as Tsukimiya Kagura's class teacher, a practical teacher. Otomo-sensei sighed, leaned on the short staff in his right hand, and lightly put his weight on the staff. He turned his head and looked around, and said as if he was talking to himself, "The view here is quite wide. I think I can probably see Mount Fuji on a clear day." Say, Otomo-sensei. Spring Tiger called out in surprise. Oh, Spring Tiger, I apologize for being late. Otomo-sensei replied with a gentle smile. He then turned his head and glanced at Tsukimiya Kagura, Tsukimiya Haruka, Hateo Donner Hakadoshi Tenma, Kurahashi Kyoko, Dalian Temple Suzuki, Kurahashi Yomi, and Tsukimiya Kagura, who were somewhat unfamiliar to him, and stopped at the imprisoned Ryu. Seeing Ryu, Otomo-sensei smiled bitterly, then turned around and put his right prosthetic foot next to his left foot. He straightened his body, held the staff in his right hand in front of him, and put it together with his left hand. He greeted Daoman in a manner similar to that of an ancient official greeting his superior, or a junior greeting an elder. Mage, I feel extremely honored to see you again. Do you still remember me? I have a very deep impression of you. After the farce a few days ago, I'm very sorry for pushing the trouble to you. Daoman replied casually. About the curse on the investigator, right? That horned demon was really a mage's doing? Heh, I've made a fool of myself in front of you. That's probably the extent of it. What happened to your friend at that time? Isn't he with you today? That guy isn't this old man's friend. We just had an ill-fated relationship. However, he's a very curious guy. Perhaps he's hiding somewhere and peeking at us right now. I see. It seems that he's different from the mage, and has nothing to do with the Twin Horns Society. What, so you're trying to get information out of this old man? Well, this old man and that guy do have a mutually beneficial relationship, but this time, this old man acted arbitrarily. Oh? Forgive my rudeness, but I heard that the Inyang Hall was also messed up by someone's spirit-branded retainer. So, that was also this old man's doing. I didn't expect this to become a grand banquet that only happens once every few decades. After a pause, Ashiya Mishiman continued, in short, this old man has already suffered a considerable amount of consumption. That's true, right? Thus, all the important protectors have been sent there. At least compared to the last time we met, your eyesight has improved. Well, this old man doesn't need to say more, you can also sense it. At this time, Otomo formation didn't respond as casually as before. At that time, you were only running away, so you couldn't fight to your heart's content. In the end, you even lost one of your legs. Even when facing Dauma formation's action of rubbing salt on his wound, Otomo formation's face didn't change at all. Even the spirit in his body was still as calm as water, as if he wasn't in the mortal world at this time. Ritual. Dauma formation muttered to himself in a low voice. The ritual, that head teacher you was talking about, was a state of mind. It was a state of mind when a heavenly priest performed an act similar to an astral sacrifice and emptied all of his emotions, entering an inhuman state of tranquility. This was the foundation of a yin-yang master, but it was very difficult to grasp the mind of a mental cultivation method. Of course, this old man doesn't need to fake it, does he? Dauma formation continued. If it's just a simple feeling of fear, I won't be able to make such a judgment. If it weren't for your ice-cold calmness and standing on a higher level, you wouldn't have chosen to run away at all costs. It's even more so for a kamikaze master like you. Your true value and my true value, on the basis of calmly making a judgment, even if you had to sacrifice one of your legs, you still chose to use the strategy of running away. In fact, your judgment is correct. Your hateful but admirable escape. I'm in awe and fear, Otomo formation said politely. This time, it won't be like last time. No, I won't let you run away again. As he said this, a powerful spiritual pressure immediately erupted from Dauma man's body. The spiritual pressure was so strong that even when Huang Quan saw it through a barrier, his body still had some reactions. Even when he was sealed, he trembled slightly as if he was about to wake up from a deep sleep. At that time, I hadn't designated you as an enemy, so you were able to escape. But looking at it from another angle, thou's actions can also be said to be a sacrifice and a trump card. Thou didst not display any skills in front of this old man, and thou didst escape with only one leg. In short, this shows that thou didst fight with this old man again, right? You used the trick of injuring yourself to win the next time, right? Master. I'm still a junior. I'm just occasionally stupid enough to do what I think is right, Otomo formation finally replied, and there was a hint of fear in his words. What? Now that things have come to this, there's no need to hide your strength anymore. No, this is the truth without any falsehood. Humph, that's good. At least, you didn't deny. Otomo formation slowly raised his head and met Dauma man's gaze. I've roamed this world for hundreds of years, and I'm used to most things. I rarely feel anything in my heart. It should be said that I've seen my old self when I was 3 years old. Now, I just need to compete with my spells. After all, it's only left in place. My soul. Master Dauma man sneered coldly. Otomo formation put down his hands and removed the ceremony. Without waiting for Otomo formation to speak, Master Dauma man spoke first. It's okay. You won't abandon your disciple. More entertainment is to my liking. Master. Otomo formation's expression changed slightly. Chapter 1476. Daoyo's expression changed slightly. Daoman put his left hand, that was full of cracks, into the sleeve of his kimono and took out a small metal piece from it. Then he quickly chanted an incantation, flipped his hand, and quickly threw the metal piece in his hand toward the enchantment. If the substitute is the form, then the main form. Break. The metal piece quickly flew in front of the enchantment, and under the exclamation of Tsukimike's Haruko, who was standing at the edge of the enchantment, it penetrated the enchantment without any hindrance, entered the interior, and a large amount of Reiki gushed out from it. In a flash, the enchantment that covered the altar was broken, and before everyone could react, it completely shattered and disappeared from the altar. The face of Tsukimike's Haruko, who opened the enchantment, was pale. Then with a clang sound the substitute round mirror fell from her arms to the ground, revealing the cracked lens. It's the substitute of Alpha? Alpha was the two lion-shaped Shikigami guarding the entrance of Inyang School, and it was part of the enchantment of Tsukimake's Haruko, and it was one of Tsukimake's Haruko's Reiki, so it was easy to use Tsukimake's Haruko's fragment as a medium to launch an enchantment. Of course, this was only a Shia Daoman. If it was someone else who was not one of the 12 immortal generals, it would not be so easy to preserve the original Reiki of the fragment and create a new technique on it, let alone use it to attack the original owner. Master! So, it doesn't matter. Daoman smiled. For these fledglings, isn't it too boring to simply watch the fire burning across the shore? Moreover, if you don't show your true ability, this old man will be very bored. By the way, it just so happens that the Temple of Heaven is here, so it's a good show to wake up the night light here, right? Everyone, have fun, this is the banquet. Then, Daoman gave the order to the Shikigami around him to attack. Damn it! Looking at Haruko, who rushed forward, he angrily cursed. It seems that we have to use the secret technique. At this time, Yomi suddenly said. Although her voice was soft, it happened to be heard by everyone. They all turned to look at Yomi with a puzzled face. Everyone, remember to keep it a secret for me. Jianshan Yellow Spring looked at Natsum, Spring Tiger, and Dalian Temple's Suzuki with a smile. Then, he ignored the others and closed his eyes to chant a strange incantation that even Magus, Otomo, and Abbot had never heard of before. A spiritual pressure different from normal spiritual energy erupted from admonishing Mountain Yellow Spring's body. Daiman Ashia made a sound of interest. 73 of the Binding Tao, Mountain Toppling Crystal. Remonstrant Mountain Huang Quan shouted. The moment he finished speaking, a huge blue crystal that looked like an inverted pyramid appeared around the altar. The tip of the lower part sank into the cement floor below the altar, while the middle and upper parts of the altar were wide enough to cover the entire altar. I don't know if this secret technique barrier can withstand the attacks of the spirit-branded retainers outside, so you'd better think of something else. Otherwise, we might really die here. After casting the spell, Hanshan Yellow Springs turned his head and said to the others who were filled with shock. I didn't expect you to have such a strange secret technique that I've never seen before. Looks like I can't be lazy anymore. Dalian Temple Suzuki looked at Hanshan Yellow Spring and squinted his eyes. Then, he turned around and used his mind to communicate with the spirit-branded retainers that were still below the stairs and ordered them to come over. Kyoko, please. Spring Tiger looked at Kyoko Kurahashi and said, Got it. White cherry, black maple. Kyoko shouted. 2 military spirit-branded retainers from the Inyang Hall, the G2 Yiksha spirit-branded retainers quickly rushed out from Kyoko's side. They passed through the transparent crystal blue barrier and faced the incoming Daiman spirit-branded retainers. Spring Tiger. Donner said hesitantly. No, you can't fight yet. Spring Tiger knew what he wanted to say and refused without hesitation. Bai Lin. Black Lin. Abbott ignored the young man's argument and shouted. Instantly, 2 military spirit-branded retainers from the Inyang Hall, the G2 Benevolent King spirit-branded retainers, appeared out of thin air and chased after White Cherry and Black Maple. They rushed out of the mountain-toppling crystal's barrier and faced the incoming spirit-branded retainers. Compared to the slim Yiksha spirit-branded retainers, the Benevolent King spirit-branded retainers were undoubtedly much larger. They were even taller than Damon's demon. Therefore, they had a strong impact and sent the 2 Daiman spirit-branded retainers flying the moment they appeared. Koen go. Spring Tiger also ignored Don and said to his guardian spirit-branded retainers. While everyone was fighting with Damon's spirit-branded retainers, the other half of the spirit-branded retainers rushed to the side of Daiman retainer, who hadn't moved since the beginning. Disperse! Daiman retainer shouted. Although it was only a simple word, it was a powerful spiritual power that had undergone complex refinement. Using language as a medium, it was a high-level A-rank spell. Thus, with this loud shout, the spirit-branded retainers in the surroundings were immediately blown away as if they had been swept away by a shockwave. Following this, Daiman Retainer started running. At the same time, he used the front end of his prosthetic leg to write a special curse on the ground. Okay. Daiman Retainer formed a sword seal with one hand and slashed towards Daiman Retainer. However, he was too slow. Daiman Retainer's body swayed slightly and disappeared, as if he were an illusion. A grade curse technique, invisibility technique, as well as the footwork technique of the curse technique. Wind. As he shouted, Daiman Retainer swept the sword seal in his hand out. At the same time, a strong black wind blew towards them like sticky ink. In the blink of an eye, it covered half of the floor. Urgent, urgent. Daiman Retainer's voice sounded from somewhere. At the same time, a streak of fire flew towards the black wind. Wind was the counter of metal among the 5 elements. Therefore, it was natural that it would be countered by fire. When the two came into contact, the pitch-black wind was ignited by the fire talisman, causing the surrounding air to distort. Over there. Daiman Retainer formed a hand seal in front of him. At the same time, Daiman Retainer appeared. He was right outside the crystal wall of the mountain-toppling crystal. Sensei, please enter the barrier. Hassan Retainer's voice sounded at the right time. Daiman Retainer did not hesitate. He met Daiman Retainer's gaze as he passed through the barrier and entered it. After entering the barrier, Daiman Retainer quickly confirmed everyone's situation, especially Hassan Retainer, who was supporting this strange barrier. Then, he called out to Dalian Temple's Suzaku. Other than Hassan Yomi, who was the oldest in the room, and Hassan Retainer, who did not know much about this world's yin-yang technique system, but whose strength and eyesight had reached a certain level, she could tell that the level of this curse technique competition was high and magnificent. Suzaku was the only one who could clearly see the level of Daiman Retainer and Daiman Retainer. She trembled and walked to Daiman Retainer's side timidly. "Stand there and don't move." Without waiting for Suzaku to speak, Daiman Retainer immediately spoke. Then, he raised his thumb to his mouth and bit it with his teeth. Then, he slowly reached out to Suzaku's head. Suzaku instinctively wanted to retreat, but after seeing the intense light in Daiman Retainer's eyes, she could not help but stop and let Daiman Retainer hold her head. He pressed his thumb on her forehead and used blood to draw a short line, covering the small X line on her forehead. The next moment, like a dam bursting, powerful spiritual energy gushed out from Suzaku's body. The curse has been broken? Impossible. How could this be? Was it really broken? Kurahashi Haruki's seal? Suzaku seemed to have discovered something terrifying and said in disbelief. It's just a fake technique inserted between the gaps of the seal. Well, it's probably similar to cheating. It's improvised and only effective for a short period of time. Daiman Retainer smiled bitterly. But even so, it showed that Daiman Retainer had great control over curses. After all, he had said that this was just an impromptu act. What's more, this impromptu seal was broken by the country's level 1 Onmyoji master, the head of the 12 godly generals, Kurahashi Genji, in order to prevent the prodigy Dalian Temple Suzuka, who was also one of the 12 godly generals and specialized in curses, from being able to break the seal by herself. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, Otomo's performance was somewhat shocking. "You, who exactly are you?" Dalian Temple Suzuki asked, dumbfounded. "Original curse investigator, now a lecturer." Daiman Retainer casually replied. "I understand that you want to buy time, but it will be disappointing if you drag it on for too long." As Dao Man spoke, he casually tossed the wooden wand into the sky. Then, the wooden wand began to tremble slightly. Then, like a piece of dry wood that had stood the test of time, it suddenly exploded and scattered into hundreds of thin and long pieces. If one didn't look carefully, they would think that the wooden wand didn't have any cracks at all. They shot towards the altar. Diamond Retainer's pupils shrank when he saw this. He quickly half-knelt on the ground and formed the 9 runes seal at a speed that the eyes couldn't follow. At the same time, he injected curse energy into the short staff in front of him. The curse energy spread out from the staff and formed a defensive wall around the mountain-toppling crystal. At this moment, the countless short staffs smashed into the crystal wall of the mountain-toppling crystal. Under the dense and powerful impact of the short staffs, as well as Diamond Retainer's strange attack, the crystal wall of the mountain-toppling crystal immediately trembled like glass in an earthquake. It looked like it was in danger. This was one of the more troublesome aspects of Keto. Other than Keto that could be chanted to increase its power, most Keto couldn't increase its power or maintain it after being cast. It was a one-time deal and could be easily countered by the enemy. Therefore, when Diamond Retainer shouted, "It's not over yet," and turned the short staffs into countless snakes, the mountain-toppling crystal's defense finally couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered into countless fragments. Fortunately, Diamond Retainer seemed to have expected this. The defensive wall remained there and blocked Diamond Retainer's attack. Chapter 1477. With the mountain-toppling crystal's obstruction, Dao Yuzhen was able to calmly make hand seals and chant a new incantation. East Mountain Bud, Plains Bracken, Forgotten. While chanting, the wand in front of Dao Yuzhen began to vibrate non-stop, releasing spell ripples that were visible to the naked eye. Under the influence of the ripples, the snakes immediately stopped their movements and spasmed as if they were poisoned. They spat out blood and fell to the ground, turning back into wooden shards. Then, black smoke came out of them and they turned into a pile of ashes. "So that's how it is, the snake avoidance curse," Dao Man said softly. "Little girl, can you still use that secret technique?" Although she blocked Dao Man's spell attack, she still stared at Dao Man's Dao Yuzhen and asked without looking back. Needless to say, the little girl here was Jianshan Yomi. "I should be able to," Jianshan Yomi, who didn't want to show off too much, thought about it and said. "Then try your best to use it, because I won't have the strength to protect you in the future. So please try your best to protect yourselves. Lead the charge, Suzuka will be the vanguard, and the others will support from the side," Dao Yuzhen said without understanding. "I understand," Jianshan Yomi pouted and agreed. "Don't be scared by the number of spirit-branded retainers. Be alert of the surroundings at all times and grasp the situation of the battlefield, because the worst-case scenario is getting involved," Dao Yuzhen said calmly and seriously again. Also Natsum." Then, as if he thought of something, he called out Natsum's name. Yes, Natsum, who was shocked by Dao Yuzhen's spell power, subconsciously responded. "Recall your dragon," Dao Yuzhen said to Natsum, whose expression changed slightly, in a voice that was hard to hear even by his side. "I will create an opportunity for you to dematerialize. However, you need to carefully consider whether to let it return to the battlefield. After all, you are almost at your limit. The closer you are to your limit, the more openings there will be." After saying that, he ignored the others and walked forward. "Okay. Next time you can attack," Dao Man said. At that moment, Jianshan Yomi chanted a strange incantation that no one had heard of except for Tsutomu Kagura. Then, Dao Yuzhen's lips curled slightly, and he opened his hands at the same time. 8 talismans that he took out from nowhere appeared between his left and right fingers. 5 elements transformation, dance of talismans, urgent command. There were 2 talismans of each element, metal, wood, water, and fire. Diozhen Xiang threw them at Dao Man. However, judging from the patterns drawn on the surface of the talisman, it was obvious that it was not a standard talisman produced by the Yin Yang Hall. It was unknown whether or not it was a personal talisman made by him. First, 2 gold elemental talismans turned into bright blades and shot towards Dao Man. Dao Man formed a seal, and a thin, pitch-black whirlwind rolled up from under his feet. It bounced off the flying blade. Dense water droplets appeared on the surface of the blade that was bounced off. It was as if the moisture in the air had condensed when it was cold. After being strengthened by the 2 water travel talismans, the water droplets converged into a stream of water and fell to the roof like a waterfall. The water splashed at Dao Man's feet. The black wind swirled around Dao Man's body. His body flew up high as if he was not affected by gravity. But then, vines began to appear on the surface of the water. They grabbed at Dao Man in the sky like tentacles and absorbed the water on the roof in the process of chasing after him. They strengthened themselves. Not long after, they became as thick as a tree. However, just as the vines absorbed all the water on the roof, the 2 fire travel talismans exploded. The vines that had already grown to the size of a giant tree were instantly engulfed in flames. They formed a roaring fire that swept through the entire building. Binding Dao number 73, Mountain Toppling Crystal. Jianshan Yaoquan released the ghost Dao at the right time. The transparent blue crystal that appeared again cooperated with the Shikigami Jinlin and Yinlin to block the flames. 5 elements mutual generation. Dalian Temple Suzuki, who was staring at the spell battle, gasped for breath. The 5 elements mutual generation was the most basic part of the yin-yang technique. It was the first technique that every yin-yang master who learned yin-yang techniques mastered. But it was obvious that the 5 elements mutual generation released by Daozhen Xiang was strengthened. Otherwise, it would not have such an exaggerated effect. You've put in a lot of effort. If that's the case. Dao Man, who was in the air, laughed happily. Then he moved his withered finger. In the next moment, a spell seal that was as bright as ink appeared in the empty sky. At the same time, the pitch-black whirlwind that appeared around Dao Man turned into a black liquid that formed a waterfall and flowed into the fierce fire below. With an intense sizzling sound, black mist spread out in all directions. As mentioned before, wind was born of metal energy. Metal created water, and water suppressed fire. This method could be said to be the most direct way to slap the face. Of course, in a yin-yang technique battle, this was the most formal competition of spell power. It was the same way to show one's own strength and skill to the enemy. Just like now, although Daozhen Xiang's technique had been strengthened 3 times, it still could not defeat Dao Man's enormous spell power. It was suppressed by water and rushed towards Daozhen Xiang. Quell the black water demon, as ordered by law. Daozhen Xiang took out a talisman and threw it into the sky. This was the only talisman of the 5 elements that had not been used, the Earth Talisman. The Earth Talisman released a large amount of Earth energy above Daozhen Xiang's head, forming a solid defensive wall in front of Daozhen Xiang. Earth suppressed water. Unfortunately, Dao Man's spell power was still strong. It broke through the defensive wall in the blink of an eye and washed away Daozhen Xiang. Why is there still one left? Dao Man, who was still floating in the air, said in surprise. Indeed, according to the previous situation where there were 2 talismans per row, Daozhen Xiang should have another one. Why did he only use one in the resistance just now? But in the next moment, Daozhen Xiang's voice revealed the answer. He saw the words, urgent as the law commands. With a shout, Big Friend Zhen pressed the last Earth Elemental Talisman on the ground. Then, the concrete cracked and spread until the restrained Big Dipper's body exploded. Big Dipper and the ghost duo fell down together. Xia Mu! Daozhen Xiang shouted. Yes. 7 Star, come back. Xia Mu replied and called 7 Star back. Almost in an instant, the falling dragon turned into nothingness and disappeared. Success! Xia Mu cheered loudly. Really, please spare me. even though I'm only good at this kind of lying, bluffing, and small tricks. Diogenes stood up from the ground and said with a bitter smile. He had avoided the flood with the help of the building's cracks. What an irritating little fellow. Well, what tricks do you have next time? Dao Man said excitedly. Diogenes Xiang's expression was unfriendly and he didn't answer. But at this moment, Dao Man suddenly shifted his attention. He pretended to be listening to something and muttered, "What?" This state lasted for a few seconds. Then, Dao Man raised his head again and looked at the people on the altar protected by the mountain-toppling crystal. "I thought you were insincere. You really surprised me. It turns out you weren't lying. A report from the Shikigami? That's great. After all, I've stated many times that the Shikigami isn't here now. Master, what you're doing is useless and fruitless." Although the others didn't understand, the head teacher, who understood what Diogenes Xiang meant, replied decisively. Dao Man glared at the head teacher, sighed, and said coldly, "Humph, it doesn't matter. This way, it'll save me a lot of trouble. I can focus on this side." "Master!" The head of the school was shocked when he heard this and shouted angrily. But Dao Man, who had already made his decision, ignored him and only looked at Diogenes Xiang. Diogenes Xiang, who was being watched, still didn't say a word. "What's wrong?" Dao Man said anxiously. "At this time, you still want to fight for time? If you don't attack, then I—" But before he finished speaking, Dao Man formed a seal with one hand and waved it at Diogenes Xiang. Then there was a muffled bang. Diogenes' body turned into a human-shaped talisman in a moment of stagnation, then it gently floated to the ground. I really can't be careless. Is it there?" Dao Man quickly checked his surroundings and pointed. A Shikigami immediately launched an attack at the location he pointed at. Diogenes Xiang revealed himself and quickly jumped, dodging the Shikigami's attack. Then, he rolled to the side and nimbly knelt up. From the nimble movements he showed, it was impossible to tell that he had a prosthetic limb. Kneeling again, Diogenes Xiang took out a paper talisman and quickly tore it into pieces. He threw them forward and shouted, "Morizician, Wei Guang!" Morizician, Wei Guang, was the divine lord of Yang Yen. It was the symbol of the master of all invisibility spells. Thus, after chanting this incantation, the pieces of paper that should have been blown away by the wind immediately disappeared along with Diogenes Xiang. A man who likes to play tricks. Dao Man stretched out his hands and created two identical runes at the same time. Then let this old man use a big move. As he said this, the two seals he made immediately vibrated like a heartbeat. Then they expanded and changed. Then two legendary Shikigami appeared in front of Dao Man. How is this possible? Real Shikigami. Xiamu and Jingzi shouted with ashen faces. Even Jianshan Yellow Spring, who had been doing nothing all this while, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. On the other hand, Dalian Temple's Suzaku, who was similarly shocked and mumbled, "Is this real?" However, he still swiftly set up 2 layers of barriers within the mountain-toppling crystal as a false defense. I've already said that I've sent my protectors to the Yin-Yang Hall. This is just a shadow. If you judge it by your standards, it's probably not 3, but closer to 4, right? Dao Man introduced indifferently. At the same time, the 2 Shikigami began to release large amounts of Yin energy, destroying the balance of spiritual energy in the air. Chapter 1478. P.S. Thank you to Big T Bowl, Instant Potato, NXCX, and Hi-Hey 2003 for their precious monthly vote. Thank you to NXCX for your tip. The so-called balance of spiritual energy was like the yin and yang of Tai Chi. It was a relatively stable state. However, it was precisely this kind of stable state that was most suitable for the current human situation. If there was a lot of yang attribute spiritual energy, most people would be fine. However, a small number of people would be unable to take it and would experience spiritual chaos. Of course, the spiritual chaos here didn't refer to a widespread spiritual disaster. It was just a situation where there was a large number of peaceful spirits. On the other hand, if there was a lot of yang attribute spiritual energy, not only would people not feel uncomfortable, but they would also be more prone to various diseases. The world itself was also prone to spiritual disasters. It could even give birth to powerful spirits like ghosts. This is bad, Daitanages Suzuki said with an ugly expression. As mentioned before, a level 4 spiritual disaster was the highest level of spiritual disaster, second only to a godlike desolate spirit. It was also commonly known as the Night of 100 Ghosts. Therefore, after the Oxhead and Horseface ghosts released a large amount of ghostly energy, the spiritual energy in the surroundings that had been broken immediately changed. The normal spiritual energy transformed into a black miasma that was most suitable for ghosts. It quickly spread in all directions like smoke. Under the cover of this huge miasma, Dao Man's other spirit-branded retainers seemed to have taken stimulants at the same time. Not only did they become larger, but they also looked more oppressive. Like the Oxhead and Horseface ghosts, they also joined the ranks of releasing miasma, continuing to increase the density and range of the miasma. But fortunately, the miasma that attacked the altar was only the aftershock, not the main body. Moreover, the altar itself was surrounded by the protective barrier of the mountain-toppling crystal. Therefore, although everyone's expression wasn't very good, they didn't panic because of the arrival of the miasma. Then, how will thou deal with it? Dao Man looked at Dao Yuzhen and smiled provocatively. Dao Yuzhen's eyes were sharp as he looked directly at Dao Man. Then, Dao Yuzhen quickly took a deep breath, took out 5 talismans, and threw them in front of him. The god of the East Sea. His name is Ming. The god of the West Sea is Zhu Liang. The god of the South Sea is Zhu Qing. The god of the North Sea is Yu Chang. The gods of the 4 seas, repel 100 ghosts and eliminate disasters. It's urgent. Daigo quickly chanted the incantation of the technique in a voice that was not chaotic at all. Under this incantation, the 5 talismans that were thrown out didn't even have time to fall to the ground before they hovered in the air. It emitted red, blue, yellow, green, and gold light. The 5 colored lines that appeared in the void connected to form a pentagram array. Then, an even more intense incantation light erupted like a blazing white flame. Under the illumination of the light, the demons and spirit-branded retainers screamed in pain. While the demons and spirit-branded retainers were still moving, Otomo took out an item from his chest pocket and placed it at his feet. The item wasn't big. It was slightly wider than a person's palm, and the thickness was just right for a person to grasp it with one hand. The main body was grayish-white, and the outside was bound by small bamboo bundles made of bamboo strip. It was wrapped in a bamboo leaf. What? Seeing this, Dao Man cried out in shock for the first time. Could it be? No, it's a bamboo cage? Daigo didn't answer Dao Man's question. He silently took out a folded piece of paper from his chest pocket and opened it. He took out a small pinch of salt from it and sprinkled it on the grayish-white object below. In Japanese legends, salt had the power to drive away evil. It was a sacred item among the people, so it existed in many small yin-yang jutsu ceremonies. But obviously, the technique that Daigo-jin wanted to cast this time wasn't a small one. Otherwise, how could it deal with a LV5 desolate spirit like Dao Man? The green of the bamboo leaf, the withering of the bamboo leaf, the withering of the green, the dry of the salt, the dry of the water, the dry of the water, the heavy of the stone, the rise and fall of the water. After sprinkling the salt, Daigo-jin solemnly chanted the incantation. But it was different from the other incantations that he cast before. An ominous evil aura spread around Daigo-jin's body. After the incantation was completed, the technique was activated. At the same time, a dim fire-like light appeared above Dao Man's head. It was the paper talisman fragment that Daigo Jin threw into his mouth under the guise of invisibility. The fragment flashed rapidly like a light bulb with an unstable voltage. It was beating like a living creature's heart. Then, the light spots merged and formed a large net made of spirit energy threads. It enveloped Dao Man and trapped him inside. The violent curse power revolved and collided in the net cage. The evil aura spread out in an even more aggressive manner, forming a hot wind that was hotter than fire. It cursed, roasted, and burned Dao Man in the cage. Looking at the evil image in front of them, except for Yama Hokwin and Gong Kagura, who were used to seeing evil spirits in the spirit-eating world, as well as Kurahashi, who had lived for a long time and seen a lot of things, the others, including Suzu of the Dalian Temple and the 12 godly generals, turned pale and deep fear flashed in their eyes. Could it be? In the cage, Dao Man's voice sounded. Then, he laughed loudly and said with excitement, could it be the 8-eyed bamboo cage suppression incantation? Such an ancient curse can't even be found in the imperial style. It was probably modified to increase the surprise and increase the power. Ha ha! Very good. Thou exceeded this old man's expectations. Even this old man doesn't know how to deal with this curse. No, I heard that it can be eliminated by removing the curse tool, but this old man can't reach the curse tool over there. So, I can't deal with it in the cage. Ha 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 ha, what a vicious technique. If that's the case, this old man will have to show his true ability. This method is indeed very tacky. Let's use absolute power to speak. When Dao Man's voice fell, a terrifying spirit energy that was not something a normal human could have burst out from Dao Man's body in the cage. The spirit pressure in the surrounding air began to rise in an accelerated manner. It even caused the crystal walls of the mountain falling crystal to creak, as if they couldn't bear the burden. It seems that he is completely in trouble. Yamashita Yomi narrowed his eyes while the surrounding people were stunned and didn't know what to do. He muttered in a voice that only he could hear. Dharma realm, Vajra, treasure light, lotus flower, karma, return to the 5 Buddhas of the Vajra region. At this moment, Daiogen made a new move. While chanting the names of the 5 great void bodhisattvas, he waved his arm and drew the trace of a pentagram in front of him to strengthen the power of the technique against Dao Man and the 100 Ghosts. An even more powerful curse power rushed toward where Dao Man was. However, compared to the spirit energy that Dao Man was emitting at this time, it was like a small stream of water and a water pipe. The difference was so huge that it made people speechless. Break! Dao Man stretched out his arms. He shouted in a low voice. Almost instantly, the cage formed by the 8-eyed bamboo cage suppression spell was destroyed by Dao Man's violent spirit energy. Then, like a flood bursting through a dam, it rushed toward the pentagram in front of Daiogen. Seeing this, Daiogen immediately kicked the curse tool in front of him away with his prosthetic foot. However, even so, the spirit energy that rushed toward him didn't weaken much. He believed that in just 2 to 3 seconds, it would break through the pentagram's obstruction, send Daiogen flying, and rush toward the altar behind him. In the darkness, the cloud candle flickered and flickered. The life of flickering, the life of intense, the life of pouring, the life of wavering, the life of stopping formation. Swaying violently, the life of extinction. Flickering and extinguishing. However, just when everyone thought that Daiogen would take advantage of this moment to dodge, Daiogen chanted a new incantation. However, just as he finished chanting the incantation, the pentagram in front of him finally couldn't withstand the impact and collapsed. Daiogen ignored it and leaned forward in a posture to resist the impact. At the same time, he restrained the curse power on his body and put his palms together as if he was worshipping. In the next moment, Dao Zhen's curse power pierced through space and directly exploded on Dao Man's short body, creating a terrifying impact. Dao Man's short body twisted and shattered. At the same time, Dao Zhen's body was also drowned by the impact of the explosive curse power. Seeing this, Jingzi and Xiamu, who probably thought that Dao Zhen had died, had tears streaming down their faces and sobbed. Creak, creak. The defensive crystal wall of the mountain-toppling crystal trembled under the powerful spiritual energy turbulence. Dali Temple's Ling Lu was so scared that she quickly took out a talisman and set up a defensive barrier around everyone. Fortunately, although the spiritual energy storm was strong, it didn't last for long. Thus, Dao Zhen and Dao Man's figures were soon exposed to everyone's sight. The two of them maintained their original posture and stood facing each other. Then, after about 5 or 6 seconds, Dao Zhen's body went soft and he staggered and knelt on the ground. He supported his body with one hand, but then, his black hair turned the color of an old man's. As expected, although he looked very weak, Dao Zhen, who was still alive, raised his head and looked at Dao Man with shining eyes. Dao Man's head was flipped over at a strange angle, his limbs were twisted, and his scarlet glasses were broken, revealing the hollow eyes behind. He said, "I thought it might be like this before. Now I can finally confirm it. You are not a human, but a desolate spirit." Ha! The corpse Dao Man let out a soft laugh in response. You, in order to confirm this matter, forced yourself to use such a reckless strategy? Ha! Happy. This old man has been fascinated by you. This is the first time I have this kind of thought since Yeguang, Dao Man continued. Being called a spirit by you is truly terrifying. After all, this old man is only a product of an external master. It may seem similar to those who don't understand, but this old man is different from that guy. The so-called external master was a general name for the yin-yang masters in ancient times who weren't registered with the yin-yang shackles. Among them, a Xia Daoman was the most famous external master. After all, he was the legendary enemy of Anpei Saimai. Dao Zhen took off the glasses on his face and looked at Dao Man with shining eyes. "Hey, what's your name?" Dao Man asked. "Dao Zhen. Nice to meet you. You, yin-yang master, Dao Zhen, have you no intention of coming to this old man's side? Curses are extremely profound, extremely beautiful, and extremely cute things. You should be able to understand them. Hey, don't stop at peeking into the abyss of curses. Throw yourself out of your body and fall into it. This is the only way to feel pleasure. Nothing can compare to it. You will feel refreshed." Dao Man extended his invitation. "I don't dare to accept your invitation. I refuse." Dao Zhen refused without hesitation. "A Xia Daoman, you confessed without being pressed. You were deceived by the withered old man's flowery words. Even if this Dao Zhen was about to die, I wouldn't do it. I'm sorry for my rudeness. I hope that you, sir, can be magnanimous and let us go?" Dao Zhen continued with a cold and strange tone. How noble. I definitely won't forgive you, Dao Zhen. See, this old man will defeat your arrogance. As if he was angered by Dao Zhen's behavior, an even more powerful inhuman aura was emitted from Dao Man's body. Dao Zhen chuckled and threw out a dozen paper talismans. The paper talismans flew into the sky and turned into a blue bird. It circled around in the air with strands of spiritual energy. It was a simple and popular talisman developed by Mother Hibiscus, the WA1 flying swallow. You said such bold words to this old man, yet you still want to make a fool out of this competition of curses. Dao Man was completely angered by Dao Zhen's behavior. His tone was full of anger as he questioned loudly. No, sir. You have to use your own talismans to be considered serious. This kind of thinking is just arrogant and self-righteous. Of course, for a genius like you who is famous in history, it's another matter. Even mortals have their own ways of doing things. Using a product is one of them. Diogen didn't seem to care at all. Then, he smiled and said something that angered Dao Man again. I don't remember saying that I wanted to play a competition of curses with you. At this moment, a large number of blue spiritual feathers that resembled cherry blossoms floated down from the flying swallow's body like snow. When the feathers touched the demons and spirit-branded retainers, they paused and disappeared with a soft pop. What are you trying to do? Dao Man questioned. I said it just now, didn't I? If I can confirm that the opponent is a suspected spiritual hazard, I have my own way of dealing with it. You made such a flashy move to warn me of an attack, but it backfired. I was so worried, Diogen said, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Just as he finished speaking, the faint glow of 5 bonfires appeared in everyone's sight. You? Dao Man said angrily. Yes. I didn't follow the rules and schemed against you, Diogen admitted without any pressure. However, this sentence was like a signal for action. Thick pillars of spiritual energy suddenly rose from the 5 bonfires. One after another, spiritual energy appeared in the sky, connecting the pillars of light until they finally formed a huge pentagram seal with the Yin-Yang School as the center and covering a radius of several hundred meters. Then, the clear sound of an incantation being chanted could be heard. It was the Mysticism School's Great Might spell. The power of the 5 spells increased the power of the pentagram, then used the pentagram to form a powerful spell. Then, under the guidance of Diogen's many flying swallows in the sky, the spell bombarded the spirit-branded retainers, who were covered in flying swallows' feathers. A large amount of white light instantly blinded everyone's vision. Chapter 1479. Under the dense spell attack, Dao Man's Shikigami and Shikigami quickly disappeared from the roof of the Yin-Yang School. I miscalculated. But you're too naive. Your majestic virtuous technique is rough and fast, and there are signs of distortion when you restrain the spell. Your power is far from enough. Dao Man said loudly. Dao Man's analysis was very accurate. There were many conditions to successfully unleash a large-scale magical instrument that required the cooperation of many people. Moreover, the conditions to increase the power of the magical instrument were also very harsh. It was definitely not something that could be achieved with a formation that was hastily set up. But since he knew that there would be so many problems, he still used this kind of spell instrument attack. Obviously, Otomo Shinobu had his own plans. Sure enough, Otomo Shinobu's expression tightened again, and he forced himself to use his power. His hands formed a seal that belonged to the Vajra Sakura series, and then he nimbly moved his prosthetic feet to enhance his walking technique. While chanting the majestic virtuous technique, he rushed toward Dao Man, protection technique, expel evil spirit. Almost in the blink of an eye, Otomo Shinobu rushed in front of Dao Man, and then like a brave warrior, he opened his arms and hugged Dao Man's body, and jumped down from the edge of the roof of the Yin-Yang School with him. It's really beautiful. That level of spell, is that a real Yin-Yang master? Yomi, who recovered from her memories, sighed softly. Probably. Tsutomu Kagura tilted her head slightly, and tried to recall the various Yin-Yang masters and combatants of the Ministry of Environment that she came into contact with in the spirit-eating world, but she couldn't find anyone who could reach the level that she saw that day, so she couldn't help but say with uncertainty, "Forget it. Don't think about it, anyway, we're already in this world. As long as we want, we can also become Yin-Yang masters like Otomo-sensei and Ashiya-duman." Yomi took a small piece of egg roll from the lunchbox and put it into her mouth, and said vaguely, "What's more, we have an advantage that they don't have, don't we?" Yes. In her mind, she couldn't help but think of the ghost path technique that she had mastered, and the huge palace-like library in the Rubik's Cube world, and nodded seriously in agreement. But speaking of which, we were lucky that day. I didn't meet that guy. Then he remembered that at the end of the attack that day, with the support of the Heavenly Dog Sutra and the Great Might Virtue spell, Muzen Jiro had struck out the most powerful attack that was close to the level of Daomen. He said, "Otherwise we will be exposed." Tsutomu Kagura nodded in agreement with Yomi's words. "Oh right, aren't we going to look for our classmates at the Dalian Temple?" Tsutomu Kagura tilted her head and looked at Yomi with a puzzled expression. "No need. Although we have gone through hardships with her and those second-year students, that Dalian Temple did not truly accept us. Rather than accepting her provocation, why don't we enjoy the afternoon sun here?" Jianshan Huangquan curled his lips and said. Tsutomu Kagura responded as if she didn't fully understand, and then continued chatting with Yomi. He lowered his head and enjoyed the lunch in his hand. At the same time, in a certain forest deep in the mountains, Erica, who was still dressed in black leather pants and a red off-the-shoulder top, was trudging through the forest with great difficulty. Her soft, golden hair flowed down her back naturally. "Really? I don't understand these secret societies in the Far East. Why do they have to hide their headquarters in the deep mountains? And in this kind of deep mountain where there isn't even a single road?" Erica stopped walking, raised her hand to wipe the sweat on her forehead, and looked into the depths of the forest and complained. Then she reached out and grabbed a few leaves and threw them out. The Western magic of finding the way divination. A small magic trick that uses appropriate consultation as a medium to search for and track the target's location. It can be considered a beginner magic trick. Although it's not as good as Liliana's, Witch's Eye, the effect is still quite good. Erica looked down at the information that appeared on the leaves, slightly adjusted her direction, and once again walked forward. Swish, 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 the sound of limbs rubbing against the grass and leaves echoed softly in this unusually quiet mountain forest. After about an hour, Erica's vision suddenly became clear, and then a short road paved with bluestone that led to a temple gate appeared in front of her. Finally found it. Walking out of the forest, Erica stepped on the stone road and walked up to the gate. As Erica gradually approached, the architectural style behind the gate began to enter her eyes. The main body of the building was a very ancient Japanese-style wooden structure, full of the ancient style of the Edo period, covering a large area. Erica's current eyesight could not see the so-called edge of the building. Inside, there were many men dressed as Japanese-style monks and a small number of women, working and laughing inside. 5 or 6 minutes later, Erica came to the front of the gate. A wooden plaque with the words Shinshio Temple written in black immediately came into Erica's sight. "Hello, what can I do for you?" Seeing Erica, a young man dressed as a monk immediately put down his work and came to the gate of the temple. He put his palms together and asked softly, "I want to see the person in charge here. Is that okay?" Erica said politely with a reserved smile on her face. Please enter the temple first. I'll pass on the message for you." The young monk's face showed a hint of hesitation, then he nodded and said, "Thank you," Erica said politely. Under the guidance of the young monk, Erica entered the temple. It was also at this time that Erica discovered that in addition to the young men and women who had entered adulthood, there were also many children and old people, all of whom had strange energy fluctuations. As expected, Erica's eyes flashed with a trace of realization as she thought to herself. Shinshio Temple, as its name suggested, was a temple, and it was also the headquarters of the Shinshio sect of Jinyan sect. However, this was only the perception of ordinary people. In the dark, it was a faction that could contend with the orthodox Yin-Yang Hall. There were many unofficial Yin-Yang masters and Yin-Yang master criminals inside. The reason why Erica knew about Shinshio Temple was because of the Twin Horns Association. Although she wasn't able to sneak into the Twin Horns Association due to her identity, she still met many members through her efforts. It was through them that Erica was able to find out about Xingqiu Temple, which was on the surface and on the inside of the Yinyang Hall's control, as well as some of the temple's situation. For example, Xingqiu Temple's influence spread throughout Japan. It had branches in various cities, and these branches were usually called hidden temples by the relevant people. Another example was that hidden temples didn't only house Yinyang masters and Yinyang master criminals. There were also many strange people who had awakened other powers similar to superpowers. As long as they were willing, hidden temples would unconditionally accept them and teach them orthodox Yinyang technique. It was even said that the current Yinyang Hall's 12 divine generals, Yamamiyagi and Shirgui Jinglinglu, who had already been killed by Suzu Ito and the others, were experts from Xingqiu Temple. It could be seen how powerful their cultivation method was, and it didn't lose out to the official Yinyang school at all. It was precisely because of this information that Erica, who thought there might be an opportunity to take advantage of, went through untold hardships to find Xingqiu Temple. A moment later, the two stopped in front of an empty meditation room that should be a reception room. "Young miss, please wait here for a moment. I'll go inform the manager." The young monk extended his hand and said, "Okay." Erica answered like a noblewoman. She took off her shoes and stepped into the meditation room. She sat down on the tatami and looked at the decorations in the room. The meditation room was neither big nor small. It was about 50 square meters. There were several tatami mats on the floor. There were very few furnishings inside. In addition to a few small cabinets that were as high as an adult's calf and a few decorative porcelain stacks and small grass in front of the wall, only the running script Jing hanging on the wall could be considered as furnishings. On the left and right walls, there was a round window made with 4 wooden sticks in the shape of a jing. Time didn't let Erica wait for long. After less than 5 minutes, accompanied by rhythmic footsteps, a middle-aged monk wearing a black monk robe with a serious expression appeared at the door of the meditation room under the guidance of the young monk. "Sorry to keep the guest waiting." Before Erica, who stood up from the ground, could speak, the person took the lead to bow and apologize, looking like a courteous senior monk. "No, it's me who took the liberty to disturb you." Erica smiled and returned the bow. After greeting each other, the two people sat back on the tatami mat. "I'm Li Ru, the head of the Lin Temple. May I know why Miss came to our temple?" The middle-aged monk first introduced himself and then asked. Although Erica didn't know what the position of the head of the Eastern Temple was, she thought it should be a position where she could get in touch with some things. Therefore, she didn't hesitate too much and told him her purpose of coming. "I'm Erica Brandley. I have something to cooperate with your temple." "What is the cooperation that Miss is talking about?" Li Ru's expression became serious, and his eyes were full of fierceness as he looked at Erica. Erica, who didn't expect the other party to have such an extreme reaction, was stunned when she saw this. Then, a reserved smile like a noble lady appeared on her face again. She ignored the pressure contained in the other party's gaze and softly said, "Yin Yang Hall." As Li Ru's pupils shrank, Erica continued, "May I know if your temple has the intention to replace Yin and Yang Hall's modern status and become the orthodox? May I know your identity?" Li Ru exuded an awe-inspiring aura and asked in a deep voice. Obviously, Li Ru was wary of Erica, who was obviously a foreigner. "You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.